A very warm global namaste to all of you. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening from wherever in the globe you're connected to us. Welcome to Healing Our Earth. This is our 97th event. Yes, you heard it right. Just 3 more events to go till our 100th event. Isn't that incredible? We have a wonderful lineup for you today, and the topic of conversations will be inspiration and motivation. Let's all pray for the current situation that our globe is facing. Let's send out lots of positive energy. Our platform, Healing Our Earth, has events every Sunday where we spread love, unity, peace, joy, motivation, and inspiration. Now, before we begin, let's just begin with a positive affirmation. You may hold any affirmation you wish within your heart. I'm going to be saying the Gayatri mantra 3 times, and let's really just center ourselves. Let's get in a comfortable position with our eyes closed, taking all that positive energy and spreading it to our world during this current time. Let's all take a deep breath in and slowly breathe out. Another deep, long breath in and let go. Om Bhurbhuva Swaha Tatsaviturvarenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Dhiyo Yo Na Prachodayat. Om Bhurbhuva Swaha Tatsaviturvarenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Dhiyo Yo Na Prachodayat. Om Bhurbhuva Swaha Tatsaviturvarenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Dhiyo Yo Na Prachodayat. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Let's all take a deep, long breath in. And slowly breathe out. Another deep, long breath in. And let go. Gently rub the palms of your hands together to create some friction and some heat. When you are ready, you may very slowly and gently place them on your eyes. Centering yourselves, you may slowly and gradually open your eyes. Welcome back, everyone. On behalf of myself and the whole team of Healing Our Earth, we welcome you for this session, Motivation and Inspiration. And we have a wonderful lineup for you today. And we're going to start with a very lovely, strong woman who's a leader in her own right, Niharika Yadav. Niharika graduated from the Maharishi Dayanand Saraswati University in India in business management. She did her postgraduate diploma from the Force School of Management in New Delhi, and she was appointed to become the President Director of AXA Financial Indonesia since April 30th, 2019. Niharika is responsible in leading AXA Financial Indonesia to have professional and sustainable sales forces via agency and direct marketing channels. She has more than 9 years' experience in insurance and sales and distribution at AXA Regional. She also holds several professional certificates and awards during her tenure at AXA Regional as AXA Pride Award, and the AXA CEO India Award, and the AXA Switch Award from the CEO in Asia. Now, this incredible lady in 2020 itself won the Best CEO Employees Choice Award, the Most Innovative Woman Award. This lady has so many awards, it's just incredible. The Best Inspiring and Creativity Women's Award, and the Best CEO of 2020 in increasing insurance literacy and awareness. Now, in 2021, she won more awards as the Inspirative Women Leader for Product Range Development, the Indonesia Best CEO Award, and the Niharika Yadav Asia Corporate Excellence and Sustainability Award. And if you would like to know more about her, she has her LinkedIn handle as Niharika Yadav. A very warm global namaste to you, Niharika. Welcome
global
to
namaste to you, Seema.
It's so good to have you here today, and it's so good to see you.
Pleasure is all mine. Thank you so much, Seema, for this opportunity. I'm really, really looking forward to our interaction today, and it's so good to see you on the same screen.
Absolutely. It's wonderful to see you on the same screen. The global pandemic hasn't allowed many of us to meet, but through Healing Our Earth, we can all just come together and connect through this platform and be together. And like I said, we spread love, unity, joy, inspiration, and motivation. Now, Niharika, you are a very inspirational woman. You're a mother. You have a full-time job, holding a great position. You run a perfect home. You're a woman who wears so many hats. How do you do all this?
First of all, Seema, it's very kind of you to say that, but I think there are so many of like me around us who are basically doing their best. And it's really nice and kind of you to say that, I'm doing these jobs properly. But like I said, I'm just trying to be best at each. But if you ask me, the real energy and passion is like people like you who appreciate and who motivates me to give my best. Work is my passion. It's something that's been an integral part of me. Motherhood is natural, Seema. And of course, all the viewers should know that how much respect and regard I have for you as being the perfect mother. In fact, when I was traveling, you've often had my daughter over to your house, and you've given her that feeling that, there is still a mother around, even if I was away for my business trip. So I think all of us rallying around each other, the great support from the family, and of course, the integral passion that you have leads us to our own journey. And like I said, all of us are just trying to be, better each day.
Such kind words, Niharika. Thank you. I can say the same for you because, of course, we have a connection, a very deep connection from Hong Kong. As you know, I lived there for 20 years of my life. And whenever I would be traveling to Kenya or to India, Radhika would be over at yours and you'd be checking on her and you'd be calling her and you'd be texting me and saying she's fine, the children are fine, don't worry, I live bang opposite you. If there's anything you need, I'm there. And I believe my daughter and you communicate on WhatsApp.
Yes, we still do. She's one of my favorite girls, Seema. Of course,
Amazing.
after you.
Amazing, amazing. In fact, she said today, she said, Auntie Niharika is going to be on. How wonderful, Mummy. That's fantastic. Niharika, you've been such an inspiration for me. I used to always look up to you. You handle this full-time job, but yet every Saturday you would ping me and say, I'm taking Radhika and Nikki for a walk. You'd always make time out for yourself, yet you balance the home, you balance motherhood, you balance your work, and you have a high pressure job. And we all know that Hong Kong is a city that never sleeps, right? And when people are in corporate positions like yourself, they have their phones are buzzing 24/7. You're on call 24/7 because you're connecting with different parts of the world. You're connecting with, I mean, maybe the UK or with Singapore, or with Japan, or with India. And how did you keep yourself inspired to just keep going on, pushing and pushing and going on and balancing everything so beautifully? Because I've seen how you do things, and I know how you do things, and it's meticulous and perfect. So please share that inspiration with all of us.
Okay, thank you, Seema. Again, thank you. You really are generous when you talk about it. But I think for all our viewers, what I can say is that when once you put your heart out on something, I think you don't see the struggle, you don't see the balancing act as others see it. So for me, I think I've never in a day felt like, oh my God, I'm like juggling between so many roles. Uh, the love for my daughter and my family came naturally. So it was very easy for me to kind of wanting to spend time with her, especially in a regional role in Hong Kong when we were together. I was traveling quite a lot, like almost 2.5 weeks in a month I was out because I was covering Thailand, Philippines, Singapore, Malaysia, India, and then, a few trips to Paris as well, because that's where our headquarters is. So I think the sheer love for Nikki and my husband and the fact that I'm not going to be there around 2.5 weeks made me focus on the quality of time I'm spending with them. And if quality of time meant that, I do things which will help me to connect and at the same time help me to fulfill some of my goals, that's why I would like push the girls to go for a hike so that I would get my steps as well. I would get some exercise, plus I would connect with the girls. Uh, yes, and on the work front, yes, it's quite a demanding, it's been quite a demanding journey. But again, because I've just had so much love on what I've been doing, that it's very few days that I feel the stress. Most of the time, I'm just waiting for the next day to start, and I'm just waiting for things to happen. Lena is here, and she would smile when I say this. Sometimes the passion is so much, Seema, that over the weekend, I draft my emails and I don't send them because I don't want to intrude others' weekend, my employees, my team members' weekend. And then Monday, they get like 6, 7, 8 mails, and they're like, wow, when did she get up and do this? And I'm like, no, the thought process was going on through the weekend. So for me, I'm probably the lucky one that I have such deep love and passion for what I do. I truly love what I'm doing. That for me, it doesn't feel like work, Seema. It doesn't feel like a stress. It doesn't feel like an extra pressure. Of course, I have my bad days. I'm not trying to say that. I have bad days and I have bad months. But again, just because I want to empower Indonesians to have protection. I want to empower my team to feel very proud in the company that we are working for. I think that zest, that focus that we want to drive gives me so much of motivation and energy to keep going
That's
on.
That is truly amazing. Now, Niharika, when you speak about inspiring your team and moving together, now I know you personally, and I know that every single person in Hong Kong is missing you. And for those of you in Hong Kong who are watching right now, here's our Niharika. I mean, we had a great set of friends, and they all really say, we wish Niharika was here. My daughter misses your daughter so much. Now, coming to the aspect of team playing, you're a good friend, you're a motivational friend, an inspirational friend, just an inspirational leader. That's how I see you, okay? Now, with your team, during the current pandemic, a lot of you have been forced to work from home. and yours is a networking business. How did you manage this situation with yourself and your whole team? It's something really quite big to manage.
Indeed, Seema, indeed. So I think this pandemic and this stay-at-home enforcements. So for some of you, you'd be surprised to know that we are still working from home. It's been more than 1 year that because of the cases going up and the severity going up, we are still working from home. And in fact, we were on a severe lockdown just a few months back, and only now, past few weeks, things are opening up. So clearly on this side of the world, we are still working from home. And it was a big change. It was a big paradigm shift in the way you manage not the targets and the company. For one, Seema, for all the corporates and more for us, I can say that targets and business sustainability was not that important as the wellness and happiness quotient of the employees was. So for once, I think the real mettle of all corporates was tested during this time, because we weren't thinking about numbers, sales, customers. We were thinking about, wow, are my employees, my partners, my sales force, my telemarketers, are they okay? Can I take care of the health protocol? So the first step that we took, Seema, way back in, I think it was the date was 17th of March, 2020, when the pandemic came over us. The first thing we did was, within weeks, we enabled VPN, desktops, laptops on everybody's house. And we were amongst the very few first companies which had 100% work from home. So we prioritized the health and the well-being of our employees over everything else. And we continue to do that. I'm very proud to be working for AXA, because I think AXA till now, because they realize that different parts are going through different evolution of pandemic, they have definitely kept the focus on the wellness, well-being, the health and safety of our employees.
See, when you're happy and your team is happy and they're well taken care of, then productivity levels go up naturally.
Yes.
Because it becomes moving together. Like I said, you become part of one big family, right?
Exactly, Seema. Exactly. So it was, the first step was to make sure that we can keep them functional at home. The second step was to kind of just keeping them functional at home by giving them digital tools and laptops and VPN wasn't enough. The second challenge, or I would say opportunity, that all of us, all the leaders had, was how to make sure that the motivation and the morale is still there. So the second thing was how to step up the teamwork, the morale, the camaraderie, even when we are not seeing each other. And that's one challenge we are still facing till date, that how do you have, there is a digital fatigue, right? Everybody's bored of Zoom, Teams and everything. How do you make sure that, because for the foreseeable future, we knew we are not going back to office. So how do you kind of get a template, get a format where all your employees can come and feel engaged? So kudos to my team. They thought of many, many things that we could do together to build the morale, to, augment our communication. There was so much of anxiety, right, Seema? So much of unknown that existed in everybody's mind. We made sure that there was more communication. I think I read this really nice, saying from someone that during this time of crisis, there is nothing like over communication. No matter how much you communicate, it's not going to be enough, because you are dealing with people in remote, connections. You're dealing with people with different situations and circumstances. So I think that was a second step. But now I'm very proud to share with you, Seema, that now we've moved up the ante, and now we are talking about mental wellness. So for all our employees in AXA, Seema, we have got a Super Warrior program. So we've partnered with Good Doctor Technology, a teleconsultation company, and we've got a free package for all our employees to have unlimited teleconsultation with all possible doctors. That's not restricted to only physical health, but also enables the mental health, which is our key focus. And then, you have mental well-being webinars, you have online Zumba, yoga classes. So all this package we've enabled for all our employees. This was the investment we made in the well-being and wellness of our employees. And that has resulted in very high scores on engagement of our employees. So our pulse, which tracks the how happy are your employees, our pulse score has been going up from 45 to it's now 72. And I think despite the lack of physical, proximity, I think through digital, we've been able to kind of make our employees happy, engaged, and productive. And I do hope we continue to do that, Seema. Sorry
That
for this
is
longish answer.
No, that is so amazing because you won't believe it. My next question to you was the pandemic and staff mental health issues. You have such a great responsible position, and knowing you on the personal level that I know you and the person that you are, you want you want everyone to be taken care of. You want everyone to be happy. To be positive. To move together, and of course, the pandemic has brought in a lot of these issues. People have been working from home. They've had to juggle things in a different way. They've had to deal with so many other issues. People are living, you know, in a situation where they can't step out of the house. There may be shortages of food in certain areas or delays in food deliveries in certain areas. And, children are at home. So, mothers are not only working from home, but, they're still also, dealing with the children, the husband, and everyone's at home. So all these situations have arisen not only in Indonesia but all over the world. And mental health is such a huge issue now. And you have actually taken that initiative. You have inspired them and said, okay, we're going to arrange for all this for you for free. Be it health issues, mental health issues, so we can pep you up, we can keep you going. And I'm sure that must have led to, like I said, a sense of family moving together again, and being together, and productivity levels going up, saying, okay, I have this, I'm protected, everyone's with me, and I can do this better. Resilience, of course, building resilience is a process of adaptability, right, in the face of adversity, as we all know, right?
Yeah.
Now, everyone has needed support at this time, every single person, on this planet, because it's just a new world. Now, supporting your staff in crisis, I'm sure many of us have faced situations of crisis during this pandemic. You know, how, I mean, you provided support for that too, through all these avenues that you've created. This is very, very inspirational, Niharika. And I have to say kudos to you. Well done. It's
Thank you.
amazing.
Thank you.
Amazing. And you're still working from home, you said.
Yes, we are still working from home, and we do expect with the the severity of lockdown going down, we do expect to go back to office by 15th of October in a very phased manner, because we still have a restriction of 25% people occupying the thing. But there's another aspect that I wanted to share with you, Seema, if you allow me. If for all companies, I mean, I'm very sure that it was important for everybody to keep the business going on. Everybody had responsibility towards many stakeholders. But working in an insurance company, it makes our job even more important during this time. Reason being, I always tell my team that this pandemic, this crisis, has been a moment of truth for us. If we run away from the commitments we've made to our customers this time around, we are never getting back the trust. As it is, people have so much of hesitation when it comes to insurance companies. Oh, these guys just take the premium, they run away when it's time to come, they find out reasons not to pay the claim. We take pride in the fact that we say that, okay, this is the time we are going to exhaustively cover all COVID. Not only that, COVID was not only the only crisis, right? We were going through multiple crises. There were people who were feeling the pinch financially, who wanted to withdraw their money. There were people suffering from other ailments, the non-COVID ones. We took a very holistic approach, and we said, as an insurance company, we are almost in the hygiene set of companies that we have to keep functioning. That sense of responsibility, inculcating that sense of responsibility to all the employees, to say that, we don't have an option. It's the time. We are like a firefighter right now. We have to be there for our customers at this time. explaining them what the policies cover, telling them what protection they have, helping them claim easily without, physical contact, making sure that we take care of the anxiety. Now, all of this means an added responsibility on our employees, right? Because now they have to do a little bit more. And now you're asking them to do it in a different set at home, where they probably have to take care of old parents, young children, a spouse who's probably lost a job or has had an income cut. So all of this was like a mixed bag of many, many things going on. But the only way to address that was to take an approach to say, once we've inculcated and told them our responsibility that we are going to be there for our customers and all our stakeholders, what do you do for them? And in fact, mental health is not one of the things, but it's a wrap around all of these things. For these things, we did many, many small things. For example, AXA has now given 2 extra days off for your well-being. No questions asked. You can take 2 annual leaves, more than 2 annual leaves. And these are just your well-being days. Connect with your family, go gardening, go wherever you can do. You just can take 2 extra days off for your well-being, for your mental well-being. Of course, we got mental health consultation, but we also organized a lot of webinars and we said, it's okay not to be okay.
Yes.
That was our tagline. It's okay not to be okay. And I think here, we all leaders needed to show some vulnerability. For instance, I haven't seen my family for 3 years. So I actually needed to connect to my employees. And I said, yes, I know you haven't gone back to your families and seen them because, typically people work in the big cities like Jakarta, but they've got family, in far off places. They haven't been able to visit. So I said, yeah, I'm the same. And I feel so bad. I miss my family. Showing them the vulnerability that we are all in this together gets you immense support from them. And showing them that, we are not up high there or you're not there, but we are all together. It's been a great equalizer, if you ask me, this pandemic, because everyone's gone through the same emotions, irrespective of your background, your designation, and connecting with people at this time has helped us to sort out much of the mental health issues. And we've openly talked about anxiety. We've openly talked about depressions. We've got big people, celebrities talking about their anxiety, celebrities in the webinars, so that people feel it's okay not to be okay.
It is okay not to be okay. Like you said, that is your tagline. And this is something we should say to everyone, really. It's okay not to be okay. We battle with ourselves not being okay and we punish ourselves for not being okay. But the reality is, it's okay not to be okay. And if you're not okay, and you want to be okay, then open yourself up to the measures that are going to make you okay. Speak about it, talk about it, take time out for yourself. Like you said, you've got 2 mental well-being days given to each member of your team, which, tells them, fine, you need a day off, you're feeling down, you have the burnout or whatever. Take that time out, replenish, nourish, and come back.
Exactly. Yeah.
A lot of people struggle with accepting that they're not okay.
Yeah.
They live in denial, and they don't want to face up to the fact that, look, I'm not okay. I am suffering from anxiety. I am suffering from a burnout. I am depressed. This pandemic is getting to me. I mean, for someone like you, Niharika, I know from someone I've seen you work in Hong Kong as well. I mean, I used to see you early in the morning, getting into a cab, rushing to work, coming back in the evening. Sometimes you would have a bit of a social life, and very often you'd be, I have to be home. Nikki needs me. I need to be with her. I'm teaching her math. I remember that.
Yes.
Very strongly. I have to sit with her and do her math homework and walk her through her math. And then, you would tell me, Seema, I've had such a heavy week. I need to go to the gym, or I need to just have a walk out on the peak. These are the ways you have sustained yourself
Yeah.
and kept yourself going. Now, in the pandemic, working from home, having this responsibility, this huge team to deal with, this whole family, that you need to look after, you know, How have you kept yourself inspired and dealt with this to just keep going and keep going and keep going and still look so beautiful and have a smile on your face?
Seema, that's because I'm obviously talking to you, so the smile comes very naturally on that.
Bless you.
But the inspiration to keep going around this time, like I said, I was new to this role, so I mean, I joined literally January of 2019, 1 year into this role, and this whole pandemic breaks, and then obviously changes everything that we were doing. So for me, if I'm going to look back, I'm going to look back that I got a new set of management rules during this 1 year, 1.5 years. I think we learned, and it accelerated my learning and understanding of so many things, which if things were not like this, probably I would have learned over the course of 3, 4 years. So as much as this pandemic is something that we resent, it has brought something nice to us. It's matured us. It's helped us to value a few things that probably we wouldn't. It's asked us to stop, take a breath, and appreciate what's around us. So for me, just because I just love my team so much, so for me to prioritize and to kind of have that very maternal aspect to the people who are working with me uh, was a great, inspiration, was a great booster for me to make sure that, I take care of them, I look after them, I provide for them. And that also meant I don't just talk about my employees, but I talk about my hundreds and thousands of customers who were, of course, feeling very anxious too. And the telemarketers who have been risking their lives and coming to the tele centers and calling customers, sometimes to sell new policy and provide protection, but also sometimes to kind of, resolve some queries. So having such a huge network, which is out and about, and you're responsible for that, matures you overnight, and gives you a very different perspective of what you want to do. So for me, definitely, I would think that this pandemic was a huge management lesson for me. And I did attend a training from BCG, and I really love what one of the CEOs said, that finally we CEOs are doing what we are paid for, managing a crisis. So what we all are paid are not to manage business as usual, because I think our teams are better than us for sure. But I think it's in the moment of such crisis that we actually pay back to the companies for the perks and things that we get. I think it was a very deep sentence from him, and that's always inspired me to say that. Well, I shouldn't say, "Oh my God, where have I landed and what's going on?" I should say, "My God, this is my responsibility. This is what I was interested for leading the team." So I wish there were no mishaps, and I wish there were no sadness attached to pandemic. But I do look at a lot of good outcomes that have come out of it. One of the things is also the increased insurance awareness. So insurance awareness, which used to be like lower than 20%. One of the surveys shows that in big cities in Indonesia is, rocketed up to 70, 72%. People now feel the need to have protection. People now feel vulnerable if they don't have an insurance policy, which is great news for us. And now that, coupled with the financial literacy that we do with our teams, means that we could actually change the landscape in the coming years. Means we could actually make sure that every Indonesian has some sort of protection depending on his affordability, but doesn't feel vulnerable in such times, has got health cover, life cover, term cover, something that would take care, if things don't go the way they are planned. So, when your vision board is so clear that this is leading on to bigger things, your team is coming together and being more responsible, then how do you look after them? So I think the vision board just drives you to do wonderful things together.
Niharika, you are such an inspirational leader, really. You really are. Just from what you've told me today inspires me as well. It's so important to take care of others. Now, you had this huge move from India to Hong Kong, right? A couple of years ago. And I know you adapted into Hong Kong really easily. You fell into place with the work culture, even though Hong Kong is different from India. It's buzzing. The workload in Hong Kong, Hong Kong is a city that never stops working. You know that, right? And like I said, in your position, your phone will be on all the time, connecting with different parts of the world. And I know your husband moved and your daughter moved as well. And of course, that's how we connected, through our children, actually. It's our children that brought us together because they were in the same school. Now, you had this move into Hong Kong, you settled in, everything was really fantastic, and you moved to Indonesia, right? And I know you were ready, you were all excited, and you had already been visiting Indonesia and you were in the flow of everything. But this was a move for your husband and your daughter. It
Yeah.
was a big move for them. So how did you inspire them to adjust, and how did you hold all the pieces together? And, now I believe Nikki settled in very well. She's in touch with Radhika and she says, I love my school, and, we do this and we do that. And I know Raja has settled in very well. So how do you, how did you manage all this?
Seema, not an easy question, right? Because yes, it wasn't an easy move, especially I think moving from India to Hong Kong was still easy because obviously my daughter was younger, we were younger. It was an first international position that we were taking. So there was a lot of excitement. I think, but when I was moving from Hong Kong after living there for 10 years, right? So we
Yes,
did build our life there. And moving from Hong Kong to Indonesia wasn't very easy, personally. Professionally, you're right. I was so looking forward to the opportunity that I was being given,
I remember
but
that.
wasn't but wasn't easy. But look, that's the magic of family. That we all look after each other, and then we do this. So it was tough, and I would say pandemic made it even tougher because we couldn't go out as often as we would have liked. We couldn't make as many friends as we would have liked, but I think God's great. You do find, so you do find purpose in what you're doing. Of course, you're not going to office, but then you're working round the clock at home. So work keeps me busy, and our daughters are in final year before they go to the university. They are very busy. So I think God's got a great way of putting things together for you. But it was disruptive in the first few months. I did question myself if I was being very selfish, and I want to tell all the viewers that sometimes some choices that you make might make you feel that you're being very selfish and you are disrupting a very settled life, and you're like moving and uprooting everyone for your dream to be a certain position. But I want to tell everyone who are listening that don't fear. I mean, selfishness is an act of like a short term, a short gain. Like, you just kind of take somebody else's opportunity. But making such calls which seem like benefiting you, you need to just see that if in the long haul it's going to make you a happier person, which means that you could be contributing to your family and to your friends because you're a happy person inside, is much better than not taking those calls, resenting them and resenting everyone around you. So that's what I did, and that's what brought me. And then, of course, I was very lucky that Indonesia is a very warm place, Seema. I think people out here are absolutely stunning. They are just so loving. I think I'm very, very proud. I have one of the best teams, and they just kind of rally around you, support you. And it's a lot of fun. It's a young team that we have, a lot of vibrancy. So, yeah, I mean, it just felt like I have an extended family in office. So, yeah.
Indonesia is lovely. I mean, I only know Indonesia through Bali, of course, because we Hong Kongers love to travel to Bali during the
Yeah.
vacations. But the culture is very warm. It's extremely welcoming. It's a very deep rooted in tradition as well. You know,
Yes. Yes.
it has and it has a lot of diversity as well because you have people from all cultures living in Bali at least, and also in Jakarta. And it's this great celebration of colors and cultures and everything. And like you, I too had to uproot myself in the midst of the pandemic and moved to the UK. Now I'd lived in the UK before, that I studied here. But I had left Hong Kong in the midst of the pandemic. My daughter came into the UK, and then we had lockdown, and she was in a new country, with she was just in the midst of making friends, and then the lockdown happened. My elder one's in medical school, and she was studying from home. And my husband obviously had to go back to Hong Kong. You know, how to keep that network together with focusing on the good, vibrating on gratitude. You know, learning from the experience, inspiring yourself, being strong, and saying, okay, this too will pass, and the children, of course, will have meltdowns. Oh, I miss my friends, mommy. When your daughter left, how much my daughter cried, because they would meet every day practically, and what am I going to do? And it's just, holding the unit together and saying, look, you have to make the best of the situation. We can't change it. Yeah,
Yeah.
but we can make the best out of it. And having spoken of mental health on one hand, and people, facing crisis, having losses. On the other hand, it's also brought a lot of family units together. Now you all moved together and said, okay, we're going to do this as a family. Raja had his work. He's in a position where he can work from anywhere in the world. You have AXA insurance, so you could just do this together.
Yeah.
As a family, and make the best out of it. Do you feel that has added a lot more deepness into like spending family time together, watching movies together, you know and I know you would go back to India every year to see your dad and your
Yes.
sisters, and that was something that was a big highlight of your life. And when you tell me,
Indeed.
Seema, I haven't been back in 3 years, that's something very big, because from Hong Kong, I know you would go back once or twice a year and you'd say, I have to go and see my dad. So, how have you bridged that distance, and like, you connect on Zoom every day or WhatsApp with your dad, your family, your sisters? Do you have, I know you all have big family conversations, right?
Yes, yes. So yes, I think like we talk about digital enablement, I think it's made my 82-year-old father a very pro in all the kind of things. So he connects with us
God
on
bless.
WhatsApp video calls. He connects with us on, Zoom calls. So we have birthday celebrations. Of course, we do talk to my dad. All of us have got a group of all my siblings and my dad, and then we chit chat, have some joke. And it's, yes, you're right. We do almost every day. And you're right, Seema. Despite everything, this work from home, stay at home has given you a little bit of an extra time to connect with people. So I've seen myself going and talking to friends that probably I would not have spoken in years, but now I can find time during a walk, during some downtime. I can find time, but uh, yeah, the digital thing has really helped us to stay connected. But I do hope it just stops and we can physically see, because our parents aren't getting younger. So
Yes.
I do hope that the travel restrictions are eased up a bit, for the right reason, of course. When the numbers go down, the active cases go down, and then I do hope that we are physically able to spend some time with our parents. Yeah.
Niharika, I still remember one sentence of yours, and you shared with me once, and you said, we're sister, you're four or five sisters?
We are four sisters and two brothers.
Four sisters and two brothers. You said we're a large family, and you said my father brought us up as boys to be
Yes,
very strong, you know,
indeed.
and to be
Yes.
very fearless, and that in itself is such an inspirational for all of us out there, as parents, whether we're a father or a daughter, we must bring our children up to be strong. Now, your daughter is fairly bold and she's very strong, but my one question to you is, how do you keep yourself? You're at the head of the team, you're you're also, a mom, and this may be repetitive in this context, but how, on a personal level, Niharika, do you take care of yourself? Because self-care is the best care, you know? And how do you inspire yourself so you can inspire all the others, because it's like it has a ripple effect, right? If you're
Yes.
inspired, it's addictive, it goes on to the others. So, how do you do that? Because you have to constantly lead by example.
Yes, Seema. I think very short answer to your question would be that I try and work out almost 6 times a week, 7 times a week, because I think when I work out, I just get that headspace to think about other things. I feel very, very motivated and happy. Sometimes, if I'm feeling anxious about a particular business issue, I go for a second walk in the day, a second run in the day, because I just feel like, endorphins, when they kick in, you feel a bit better about yourself and life. But to be honest, the pace of activity has been so rapid with managing all the things that I haven't had time to think about, like, oh my God, like, how do I do it? It's just like constantly there's something or the other going on. So this whole, the whole sense of urgency that I've been able to create in the company, this whole thing about being very reactive to things that we do, keeps all the people, all employees, partners working round the clock in a happy, cheerful way, which of course helps me a lot, because, everybody's very driven, everybody's very, result oriented. But for personal things, of course, I would say that working out really helps me to clear my mind. And, that's true from Hong Kong days. I really believe in just getting the whole thing out, running, sweating it out. But to be honest, you'll be happy. In this 2 years, I've basically cooked a lot. Sometimes I just get on and cook. But I'm not going to tell you more about it, Seema, because I'll be embarrassed, because you're such a good cook yourself. So, but I've experimented on that. And then I've just kind of, made sure that I stay connected with my friends, my family, and that's taken care of most of the days. And when you're really having a terrible, terrible day, then of course there is, online shopping that you can do to keep yourself happy.
Retail therapy, they say, is the best therapy.
Yeah.
Now, Nikki, coming to Nikki.
There is another element that I would like to share with everyone, is that, apart from employees, and I know we've talked a lot about how we've handled this internally, I'm actually very, very proud of something that we've done for society. So during this time, we've not only said, okay, we're only going to do this, but we've actually reached out to validate and emphasize again that we're a very responsible company. So we have this corporate responsibility week every year. The week just went last week. So in 2020, we did a lot of donations to the, to the PMI, the Red Cross of Indonesia. We gave them kits for testing and things. We gave, to the health frontliners, we made huge donation. So there was a walking challenge, and for every kilometer that you walked, there was a voluntary donation that the company did, and that was then used for the health workers. And more than that, this year we are doing something on the, to commemorate the World Cleanup Day. So we are doing like, take the trash out of the house. Everybody's been shopping, but you don't need so much stuff. So we've been doing that. But most importantly, we've been doing a very, very structured and serious program against domestic violence.
Amazing.
So, yeah. So there was a disturbing trend that we saw, that there were cases on domestic violence which were going up worldwide, and in Indonesia, they were going up. And we took this as one of the social costs that we wanted to deal with. We were one of the only private companies to come up and join hands with the government of Indonesia. Of course, this was my personal project, Seema, and with my team, I made sure that we put this program against domestic violence. It's called Aman Untuk Semua, which in Indonesia means peace for all. So Aman, as in Hindi, is peace. Untuk Semua means for everyone, peace for everyone. So this program we've launched in, I think, just in the wake of the crisis, the pandemic, when we saw this global trend. And the team has put through a very detailed, comprehensive program. First was to kind of make sure that we increase the awareness on all the things that the government has done. Helpline, safe houses, safe vans to take the victims out. You'd be amazed, Seema, that actually the government had done so much, but the awareness was nearly zero. Nobody knew that those facilities exist. So we used our social media account, we used our marketing things to, blast and tell people, these are the helplines, these are the care numbers, these are the safety house numbers, and this is how you could get. Second part of this was prevention and recovery, where we spoke to people about how to prevent. Then we got a lot of victims to come on our webinars who openly came, even when it's a taboo topic. People came and they talked about how they prevented and how they recovered, how they gained strength, how they reached out and did not, because statistics shows that most of the domestic violence victims succumb to it and stay with it because there is this whole social taboo and a financial dependence. And the final part of this Amanuntuk Simwa is a program where we want to empower these victims and potential victims by giving them financial literacy and telling them how they can open small business or be a part of a venture, and how they can break themselves free. Because if they are a slave to someone and going through this physical violence, emotional violence, financial violence, they can break free from it by growing their own income. So that's something that we are doing very, very seriously. And it's something especially we are very proud. So I did want to take that opportunity to talk about it.
And Niharika, that is so you, because I know you on a personal level. That is so you. And it's so amazing what you've done. And to be able to join up with the government and use what you have to just blow it out there, create that awareness, is something very big. And it's also very challenging, to bring it all together. It requires a lot of time, team effort, resources, etc. But you have inspired so many, to break out and not suffer in silence, right?
Yeah.
And to take time out for themselves, have self-care, and grow from their experience. This is the thing. You're teaching people to step out of their fear, step out of their comfort zone, and to say, okay, I can do it, I will do it. Now I am going to come on to a more personal level and say, inspiring your daughter. I mean, what a big move, Hong Kong to Indonesia for her. Okay, I know she's in an international school and she's settled in very beautifully, and she's a gentle child. She's strong, she's brave like her mother, but she's also very gentle because I know her, and she's soft. How have you kept her inspired during the pandemic to, self-school from home? Of course, they have school sessions and there's homework and, there's no social life. Like Hong Kong, our children grew up in a bubble. It was so safe.
Yeah.
They could cross the road, go out together, go to the club, go for a game of tennis, go for a walk. As long as we had their location services on and they were connecting with us by a phone and they were with each other, we didn't have a problem
Yeah. Yeah.
at all, So how have you inspired Nikki to keep, moving on? And, now she's going to be finishing her IB or A levels, and I know moving probably to the United States for education, which is going to be, again, a huge stepping stone for her. So how do you inspire her along her journey?
I'm just lucky, Seema. I have a very motivated and driven daughter. I don't have to do much there, but I think just staying at home and working for such a long time. We have a joke that I've spent more time in these 2 years with my daughter than I had spent in the 15 years that she's been here. So definitely we've been able to kind of, because she was she was taking her classes from home and I was working from here. Apart from little fights where she thinks I'm too loud in the meetings and that disturbs her class, I think more or less it's given a time for us to bond. In Hong Kong, I mean, or in even when we were working, I mean, you're out, right, from 8 o'clock to 8 o'clock in the evening. Right. So barely, and when you come back, you're tired, you don't have that time, barely have any time. Weekends go by and another thing. So I think this period has given us a lot of time together to enjoy some shows together, to cook together, to walk together. So again, like I said, we cursed the pandemic for many things, but I do see some positives coming out of it. And this was fun. It really, really brought us together. Surely by being able to spend time with her. For a person like me who's always got, one leg in the house and one leg somewhere else, of course, this was a great period for me, a great opportunity for me to connect with her, be with her, and not do anything special, Seema, but in my case, just be there. For her to always get up and say that, yeah, my mother will be on this chair. She will be always here because there's no other place to go. I think that gave her a lot of that helped her to kind of settle here and to go through the whole thing. And likewise for me, I mean, when I'm not being able to see anything, and now these 17-year-old are like almost like 17-year-old going in their 30s, so they have an opinion. They're almost like your friends. So it's worked out very beautifully for us that we could spend time, we could bond, we could share, and which would not have been a possibility if there wasn't this pandemic, I guess.
This pandemic has really also created a lot of time for me to be with my daughters, because in Hong Kong, the school schedule was really quite long, and then the after school activities, of course, and then there's a huge load of homework. And then, I've been pretty much a part-time worker. The nature of my work was private dining and everything. So it was part-time. It was not every day. So I was mostly a stay-at-home mom most of the time. So they would say, "Oh God, mommy is at home," in a bit of a helicopter mom. Have you done your homework? You can't eat this, you can't do this, you can't do that. But during the pandemic, we've kind of had this time together to build build on a lot of laughter, a lot of time together. Play Uno together or just watch movies together. And it's been me with them alone. My husband hasn't been here. Right. So a lot of the situations where they would go to dad and say, "Oh, dad, there's this with the school, this with that," they'd come to me now. And, of course, I'd have to re-educate myself with the whole process and give my husband a call and say, "What's going on here? Can you explain it to me?" Whatever. But at the same time, it has enhanced the value of family life in many ways. On one hand, there are families who are facing domestic abuse, there's frustration, there's anger, etc., for which we really have to give this message out into the world, that it's okay not to be okay, but if you need help, it's very important to reach out, and at the same time, it has brought a lot of families together, But Niharika, having said that, you have really, really are a role model for many and me too. And we spent some really fantastic moments together in Hong Kong.
Yeah.
And I really do look forward to seeing you on this side of the world soon. You keep telling me, Seema, hop over and we'll go to Bali and we'll do something together. When things ease off and open up, I think I will be on a flight over to you after, when things open up. But we really look forward to seeing you. And it's been so inspirational on how you handle everything, your team and everyone together, and you move together. During this challenging time, you've been able to do so much, and it's a customer centric business, where interaction is so fundamental in the nature of your business. But you've alleviated the situation, and you brought the best out of it. So, kudos to you. And I just want to thank you on behalf of the whole team and Mr. Neil Kumar from Healing Our Earth, who had this great vision to build this wonderful platform to bring people together, to move together, to spread love, joy. Thank you so much for being such an inspiration for us today. Thank you very much for your time. And on a personal note, I am going to say I am really looking forward to seeing you, and we do miss you.
Thank you so much, Seema. Thank you so much, Mr. Neil Kumar, for this opportunity. I've really enjoyed this conversation, and I've really enjoyed this platform for us to exchange these things. When we talk about it, it also reminisces, and you feel like what you've done in the past. So thank you for this opportunity, and good luck with the webinar. I hope everybody stays safe. I would like to remind everyone it's not over. It's the state of endemic. So let's continue to be very careful, and let's just strive to be responsible to go back to the normal life. Thank you so much, Seema. Thank you so much, Mr. Neil Kumar. Thank you.
On this note, Niharika, I'd like to ask you to stay on if you can, and keep tuning in with us. We have another exciting event on Saturday, the 23rd of October, which is a Diwali in London event with the Mayor of London, in partnership with the Mayor of London, in partnership with Diwali in London. That's on the 23rd of October. And we have another upcoming Navratri event coming up on the 10th of October. So please do join in. And, we look forward to seeing you here again.
Definitely, Seema. Thank
To keep
you.
all of us inspired and keep your bubble of joy and stay blessed, stay well, stay safe, stay healthy.
Thank you. Thank you, Seema.
Namaste. Thank you very much, Niharika. Thank you so much. Well, wasn't that amazing and inspirational from Niharika Yadav, a woman of so many strengths, to share so much with us? Truly so amazing. Now, we have a very motivational person joining us, and she's from Hong Kong. So we've traveled to the Far East today. We went to Indonesia, and now we're traveling to Hong Kong. So our next guest speaker is the fearless tigress, as I call her, Louise Corbett, who believes in being fearlessly you. And she's the CEO and founder of Exceptional Existence. She's originally from Australia. Louise, the dynamic lady that she is, has lived and worked in Italy, Dubai, Singapore, and Hong Kong. And after 15 years in the corporate world, she set up her own business through Exceptional Existence. Louise works with individuals and organizations in two main areas: communication and coaching, from working with corporate leaders and individual entrepreneurs to help them identify their message, build their brand, and take them out into the world in a dynamic way. As I said, she's a very dynamic lady, on living life to its fullest, to their very best lives. Now, Louise is also a certified intuitive guide, a Reiki healer, an aromatherapist, a raw food chef. And in this session, this incredible lady will speak to us about the importance and barriers people often face in finding their authentic selves, with tactics to get more in touch with who you are and how you take more out into the world. Her handle is louise.exceptionalexistence.com, Exceptional Existence Coaching, and she has an Instagram handle as Live, Love, Matter, Dance. Yes, I have to share with you, this incredible lady is a fabulous salsa dancer. And I'd like to say global namaste, Louise. Welcome to Healing Our Earth.
Thank you so much, Seema. It's so great to be here with you. It's so wonderful to see you and just to join everyone here tonight.
I am seeing you after quite a while, and you're still so radiant and bubbly as ever. It's such a pleasure to have you here. And you start. I think I last met you when you left Hong Kong, and when you were leaving Hong Kong, and you went to Sydney, and you had a stint in Sydney, and then you came back to Hong Kong, and I think we bumped into each other.
Yes.
Yes. And I left. Yes, and then finally I learned that besides salsa dancing around, which you love to do,
I do.
And you've established this wonderful business, Exceptional Existence. You've been written about by several platforms, and you're teaching people how to live life to their fullest and their best, and you're motivating people, and the energy that you have is very, very magnetic. I have to say that. And it's so good to see you. And on behalf of the team at Healing Our Earth, I'm going to say thank you once again. I know it's late there in Hong Kong.
It is getting late, yes. On a
and
Sunday
you're up
night.
for us on a Sunday night with your Monday morning full of appointments, I'm sure, because we both lived in a city that never sleeps.
Absolutely.
Yeah. So tell me more. What inspired you and motivated you to step out of your corporate comfort zone, and head out to live life to its fullest through living exceptionally? Tell me more. Tell us more, because it's going to motivate us.
Oh, it'd be my pleasure, Seema. Thank you so much for the opportunity. So I started my own company a couple of years ago. And the reason why I did that was because I had 15 years experience in the corporate world across, as you mentioned, Dubai, Singapore, Australia, and Hong Kong. And I would say probably maybe 5 years into my move into Hong Kong, I was really excited about the opportunity to relocate from Singapore with my organization and to take on an Asia Pacific role in marketing communications. But about a year into that, I just started to see the world in a very different way. I didn't want to do what I was doing anymore, which was the last thing I wanted, because all I wanted to do, I sort of had this trajectory and I thought I knew exactly what I wanted to be and who I wanted to be in the world and where I wanted to get to. And that was very much in a corporate setting. But after a year of being in Hong Kong, I started to question that. And it caused me incredible discomfort. But at the same time, I decided my choice there was to go into the discomfort or to feel numb for the rest of my life. And I couldn't do that, even though the choice of leaving the corporate world and walking away from it really caused me a lot of fear. So I wouldn't say, and there may be some people out listening thinking I can relate to that. I didn't just get up and leave. It took me a long time to try and make myself comfortable with the situation I found myself in. I was writing notes to myself around the house, like, it's time to go, you've got to go. And I was trying everything I could to really feel comfortable in the situation. So when I finally left in 2019, I decided it was time to go out and find out a little bit more about who I was. Now, as you mentioned, Seema, I have several certifications, and that was really done with my spare time while I was in the corporate world. So if there are people out there listening who are in a corporate role and they think I can't leave, or there's something I've always wanted to do, but I've never been able to explore it, I always encourage my clients to really explore it while you're in a safe space. So if you've got annual leave, whatever you're doing with your spare time, if you do have spare time outside of family and other obligations, start to investigate who you are in a really safe place. So that's when I did my Reiki certification course, raw food chef course. I became an intuitive guide, a certified coach. And then with that, I had some more tools in my toolbox to go out into the world with, once I realized and decided I could no longer deny who I was, and I needed to break free of my situation and just go out and see the world. So that's what I did. And Seema, one thing that I didn't actually mention in my bio, because I wasn't too sure if it was relevant for the audience, is that I also do a lot around empowering women. That is particularly something I am particularly passionate about, and that is because I lost my mother 5 years ago, and so I set up Women Empowered in her honor. So that's the other thing that I do in Hong Kong now. We do events inside and outside of the corporate world, but also retreats, dance being one of them in the Philippines in 2019. And that's what I first did when I left the corporate world. So I did my first women's dance retreat. We flew into the Philippines, and every woman had her own Latin dance instructor. And that was really another thing where I was taking my passion out into the world. So it was something I really loved to do. It was something I started to do just because I enjoyed it so much. And then after a while, this is what I will talk a little bit about. When you do that, I really, really believe that the mantra for exceptional existence is that you are here to do something that no one else can. And if you don't do it, then it will never be done the way that you could have done it. And if you do take the time to find out what that is, then I believe that you will find abundance in all forms. I am a strong, strong believer of that. And that's why at Exceptional Existence, we really believe in every single individual and the fact that every individual has the ability to be great. But what that usually takes is really stopping and listening to yourself. And Seema, I would say I had this realization probably a month ago with one of my clients when I was telling them about my journey. And when I first started to feel incredible discomfort, it was actually after a big transformation in my life. So I was still in the corporate world. And what I started to do was meditate. So I started doing that every day for 15 minutes. And I have done that now for 8 years. And that is actually what changed my life. And why? Because usually we spend all of our day in the outside world, and we spend very little time on the inside world. And this is where all the magic happens, the manifestation, the creativity, the getting to know yourself. And if I went with you, Seema, for a coffee every day for 15 minutes, I'd get to know you pretty well. So if you can close the world out and go inside for 15 minutes a day, magic will fall on your lap.
I
Really.
totally swear by that because your best answers are available to you in silence.
Absolutely.
When you go within, that's where you get your best answers. Now, Louise, I remember meeting you. The first time I met you was at Jill Marshall's Happy New Me New Year's event. Do
I
you
remember
remember
that.
that?
Yes,
And
because I remember your cooking.
and you remember I conducted a meditation as well?
I do. I remember that was we moved a lot in that
And we
meditation.
did a dance, a Happy New Me dance with the
Right.
Shivoham. We did the Shivoham dance. You remember that?
I remember that
And
was 8 years ago, Seema.
8 years ago, absolutely. And I remember at that time itself, you were thinking of shifting out of the corporate world. I mean, you were jet setting all over the world. I remember I'd see photographs of you on a flight, going to Singapore, going here, going then. I said, oh my God, I can never get hold of this woman. She's always on the move. It took me 3 years to get you to come over home for lunch. Do you remember that? You
I
were
do.
so
I do.
busy, and with Crystal.
Yes,
I
exactly.
remember that. And you kept saying, that I really need to find, it was a calling. It really was an inner calling. You were searching for that right answer. And then you just chucked everything away and you moved to Sydney. And I was like, where is this woman, And oh, she's moved to Sydney. And I think we did connect. And you said, oh, I'm in Sydney and it's wonderful. And da 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 da. Da. And suddenly I found out you're back in Hong Kong and you've launched this wonderful business called Exceptional Existence, And of course, you were doing all these courses. I'm aware. I am aware of the intuitive Reiki. I learned later that you did the raw food chef and you launched these retreats, which you invited me to the retreat in Philippines. I remember, but I think my daughter was in the midst of her exams or something at that time, and I couldn't come. But you put photographs up of the retreat and all the raw food they were serving and everything, and I almost had a pang of jealousy in my heart. Like, oh my God, why wasn't I there? It was such an empowering event, and we had women from all over the world, right?
Correct. Yes.
It wasn't only Hong Kong. There were ladies who hopped on board, and it was a big, big event. I remember that. Now, that's when I realized, and then you were written about, and you were teaching people how to live, step out of their fear, of that zone of fear, and take that risk and live their life exceptionally. Because this is something that you have done with your own experience, and it's blossomed. And you have a sense of being whole and complete. So how would you tell for someone, for example, who is caught up, lots of people are caught up in the corporate sector or in the workforce doing things they don't want to do. It doesn't fulfill them. It doesn't give them that rasa or that nectar. How do you advocate or tell them, this is what you need to do? Because there's always fear of job security. There's always fear of, the monetary fear. There's fear that what if I can't, what if this happens? And now we're in a very challenging world. Things have changed. We have the pandemic. People are working from home. People are trying to hold on to jobs. We have friends who have lost jobs, lost loved ones. There's so much happening on so many avenues. There are mental health issues. I bring this up over and over again because it's a huge, huge issue. There are issues with domestic violence. Like I just had a very deep conversation with Niharika. I think you heard that. She was talking about domestic violence on the increase in Indonesia and how she's empowering her staff and members of the community by connecting with the government, to look for help. And, it's okay not to be okay. So she said something very powerful. It's okay not to be okay. Now you're in a corporate mindset, you're in a corporate job, and you're not okay. And we all know that I can speak for Hong Kong. The work pressure in the corporate section in Hong Kong is very high. We have companies implementing mindfulness and meditation and breath work and yoga, and then there are team building events. I mean, it's never ending in Hong Kong. And now all this isn't happening on the scale it was happening earlier on because of the pandemic. So how do you motivate, especially women, how there are a lot of women in the corporate sector in Hong Kong, in the banking sector, everywhere. How do you empower them and motivate them to step out of that zone, to get out of that fear and take a chance, and and take that risk so their life is more fulfilled, happier, more joyous, and more abundant in not only the monetary sense, in peace and harmony and fulfillment in all these aspects. How do you do it? I know you speak at a number of events, and
Yeah. So I think, Seema, I mean, I think that the one thing is, so often people talk about their situation, they don't talk about the total truth behind the journey. And that period that I went through when I was trying to figure out who I was and the incredible discomfort that I felt, it was a really hard time. And there might be people out there listening thinking, I know how that feels. I feel like I'm doing something, but this wasn't what I was supposed to be doing with my life, or I'm not reaching my full potential. I have all of these skills and abilities and I'm not putting them to use. And the problem is, I think as you continue to go through your life and you do very little with the gifts that you've been given, it starts to feel like grief in the physical body. Unrealized dreams manifest as feelings of grief in the physical body, which is why I also understand that a lot of people can't just walk away from their job. And before that Sydney period, Seema, I actually had 6 months of which I'm super grateful for now, in 2019, of just traveling. So I went to Bali for a month to live with us in a startup community, and I set up a platform for women. Then I went to Phuket for 3 weeks, Vietnam for 10 days, to America and the Dominican Republic to dance, and then back to Pai in the north of Thailand for a month, at which point I realized I'm not a hippie. And I thought maybe I was, but after a few too many fire ceremonies and drumming circles, I decided I needed to get back to the boardroom. And it's so interesting how you go through that journey, and you need to do that because it's a process of finding out who you are. And I think the other thing to really keep in mind is you are not the same person you were 10 years ago, nor will you be the same person in 10 years. So really be very sensitive to the fact that we are constantly changing, and that's okay as well. And I think sometimes in life, when things used to feed us no longer feed us, we feel like there's something wrong with us, but actually that's okay as well. So change is okay. I would say if there are people out there listening that find themselves in the corporate world and they feel like they're not finding their authentic self, but they also maybe are too afraid to leave, or perhaps the circumstances don't allow for them to leave, I would say there is no reason you can't start to investigate who you are from where you are. So really starting to ask yourself some questions. And I was thinking about this after we had a chat last night, Seema, really starting to ask yourself some questions, and some of them I've written down. So I would say things like, ask yourself, am I happy with my life? Do I feel happy? Feelings are so important. So often as children, we just follow our feelings. We want to play all night. We do until we pass out on the floor. Whereas adults are like, oh, I should leave the party early because I've got the meeting tomorrow. And children just think this playing feels fun. I'm going to keep going with this. And we should do more of that as adults, but we lose that because we get so in touch with and in tune with obligation that we forget how we feel, and we just hope that bad feelings will pass. But our feelings are like a compass. When you're doing something that you feel and you feel good doing it, do more of that, because that is the way that the universe tells you you're doing exactly what you should be doing right now. Do more of that. Is there something that you've always wanted to do? If you knew you couldn't fail, what would you do? If you didn't need an income, what would you do? How are you pushing yourself to grow and change? Because on the other side of that is great happiness, even though there's some discomfort in the growth and the change. Am I living the fullest version of myself in this life? How am I limiting thoughts getting in my way? That is huge. And I hope we have time to talk about that tonight as well. And what am I doing every day to get a little closer to my dreams? And I would say those questions are really powerful to sit down and just ask yourself. And the other thing that I would say, Seema, is in the process of taking these steps to leave the corporate world and to go and explore who I was, and then to come back in some capacity to the corporate world, because I work in that, I'm within the corporate world, but in my own consulting business. I would say so much discomfort. Days when I would sit and look out the window and think, what am I doing? But I felt more alive than I ever have. And I think the one thing no one can do for you is go through that incredible discomfort. But when you get to the other side of that, you are so incredibly proud of the journey. You feel so strong. You have learnt so much. And the only other thing that I would say on this point, Seema, is that when you are going through that incredible discomfort, but you're following your heart, and as you walk this path that you really probably can't see clearly, but as you take those steps, angels start falling on your path. All of these things seem to fall into place. People support you that you never thought would support you. Then at that point, you know that you're doing exactly what you should be doing, but no one can go through the incredible discomfort for you. That is your journey to take and to travel.
And you have to embrace it at that time. You
Not
can't fight it.
You
have to embrace it.
That's exactly what you have to do, Seema. That's exactly what you have to do.
It's there, and you have to deal with it, and it may cause pain, or it may cause suffering, or it's discomfort. Nobody likes comfort, and the discomfort is there for you to grow.
Absolutely.
It's for your own growth. I mean, we are all so attached to being comfortable, living in our bubble, being in a safe space, and the moment you're thrown out of it, you're like, oh, what's going on? But you say, okay, I accept what is happening with me right now, and I accept this is for my own personal growth, and you trust the process. And when you spoke of angels, I know you're very spiritual in your own right, and I do believe that there is an invisible hand above, looking after you. You just have to trust it, and that whatever we call invisible hand on the outside is actually your inner voice, which we don't tend to listen. We like shut it off and say, no, it's my imagination. It's, I'm fooling myself, or I'm just giving myself answers that aren't going to happen. But you have to trust that inner voice, because all of us embedded within us, we do have a sixth sense.
Absolutely.
We all do have this sixth sense. We have to know how to, again, trust it. I remember at Happy New Me, when I met you, you told me, I'm so sick of my corporate job. I want to get out of it. I remember
really
we had a long discussion, and you found and I find you very motivating in the context that you do take steps to look after yourself. Like you said, you explored meditation. You explored dancing. I think you do salsa and samba, if I'm not mistaken.
Salsa, bachata, and kizomba.
Yes, kizomba. That's right, because I saw pictures of you, and there's this great video on your Facebook handle, on your Facebook page, where you're doing this kizomba at the African Cafe in Hong Kong. Yeah. Amazing. Everybody, if you want to see Louise's video, you can go onto her Facebook page. She's dancing kizomba beautifully at the African Cafe. It's called the African Cafe, or what is, I forget the name.
I mean, there's a lot of dance videos. I've seen there's at the Madrid airport. There's the
oh yes,
that might have been the one with the Angolan, the Consul General of Angola.
Absolutely right. Yes,
Africa, I think
that was a beautiful dance you did, and I know you've always been very kind to yourself in that context, that you've taken time out to nourish yourself, and I know dance is your medium of expression and freedom. It's also meditation for you, and it enriches your life,
Yeah, it does seem. I think that actually I would say also because dance was something I always had in me, and every time I heard the music, I would come alive. I could feel my soul come alive, and I stopped myself from doing it because I was nervous. I thought, oh my God, I'm not good enough. Oh, that was terrible. And I decided one day, in honor of my mother, actually, who was unwell, and she loved dancing and she couldn't. And I thought to myself, the only reason I'm not dancing is because I don't believe in myself. And so at that point, I did it for her. I was dancing in her honor. And then what I realized is, after those years of Cuba, all that dancing all around, I had done it for me. But sometimes we need to dedicate, and I really encourage the listeners also, if there's something you've wanted to do for yourself, but you haven't, sometimes, unfortunately, ourselves aren't enough of a motivation or an inspiration. Unfortunately, it's the reality. So sometimes when you can dedicate something to somebody else and do it in their honor, it can give you that extra motivation to actually see it through. And then in the long run, you'll realize that you've done it for yourself. And I would say also, Seema, to that point, because and it doesn't matter what it is, It could be knitting. It could be whatever it is that brings you to life, whatever it is. And for those listeners out there that don't know what that is yet, maybe you don't feel like you know what that is. And with a lot of my clients and a lot of the women that I do events with, I ask them what it is that they love to do for themselves. And so often, especially the women, will cry. They'll start crying because they think for a minute and they can't think of anything. And then they realize how sad that is. So I would say it's never too late to find out what that is if the one thing isn't coming to your mind right now. But also I would really encourage you, if you don't know what it is, to go to your parents, if you still have them with you, and to say, what did I used to do as a child? What was the one thing you couldn't pull me away from? Because that is probably what it is that you need to be doing right now.
I think you've hit the nail on the head there. You really have. Go to your parents and ask them, what is it that you loved doing as a child? So very much like you, I love dancing. Whenever I'm stressed or anything, I'll just blast the music in the house and I'll dance to myself. And it's a form of expression. It's a form of freedom and a way of release too. It's a great way of release, dancing, And
So
I know
wonderful.
you lean very heavily towards salsa. Tell us more. How many years have you been salsa dancing now?
So I see it must be about, I can't believe it, but it's about 7, although I haven't really danced much in the last 2 years because of COVID. It's not really a COVID friendly activity.
No.
So I would say, yeah, when I decided to, it would have been actually, I know, 2015. So at that point, I was like, I had a serious conversation with myself and I said, no more, we're doing this. And so I went to Cuba for 2 weeks intensive class. Joined a program and I just danced every day and night. And when I came back, something was planted then that I couldn't stop. And so then since 2015 until about 2020, I basically just traveled the world. I couldn't get enough. I went everywhere, Spain. If there was a Congress in Asia, I would be leaving the office on a Friday after work and I would be at that Congress. No doubt. And I think also, Seema, the other thing that I say is that when you follow your heart and you do what you're so passionate about, it's not just about the dancing. It's not just about the knitting. It's not just about the cooking. Whatever it is that you love to do, I really believe that when you go and you explore more of that, then at that point, when you're doing that activity, you feel amazing. Your frequency is high. And it's a scientific fact that if you're on a certain frequency, you can only attract that frequency. So when you're on that high frequency, you're going to meet people in that environment that can change your life. And it's not just about the fact that they'll give you a good dance on the dance floor. They might have a business opportunity for you. They might teach you something that will change your life because you are putting yourself into a high frequency vibration environment. And so because of that, only magic can happen.
It's interesting you said that because, we're both Facebook friends, right? And you put up your photos and I'm always liking them or commenting on them. And recently I've been looking at your Facebook photographs and you are with, I could say, a group of women who are really vibrating on your frequency, who have something in common. They're very spiritual. They do believe in the angelic realm. They believe in the universe. Because I know them on a personal level, I can say this, and many of them are my friends, and we share one very, very special friend in common, you know that, Diane.
Yes.
And you know how spiritual she is, right?
She's wonderful.
She was with me in Africa. She came to Kenya.
Yes, she mentioned
some time
that.
with me. And I was just looking and I was saying, Louise is with this group of women and they all have one thing in common. They're all floating on the angelic realm. There's Kona again, and it's like I said, you attract that frequency. You are vibrating in that frequency. And when people of that same frequency come together, then dynamism happens, magic happens.
Absolutely.
That's where everything, Alexandria, everybody, all these things start falling into place, and you have shifted your frequency. And you made an effort to do it by doing what you love, by being passionate about your love, by, a lot of self-care as well, through the expression of dance, meditation, taking time out, traveling, holidaying, meditating, etc. You have shifted yourself and you've consciously done it for yourself, Louise. I know, because I knew where you were and where you are now. And and there's so much more. I mean, you have this glow. Before I'd see you, we would like burnt out with your corporate job. I'd bump into you on the escalators. You'd be like, first thing, oh, I'm so sick of my job. I need a change. I'm traveling on Friday. I'm going here. I'm doing that. But you took that conscious effort to step out of the comfort zone, be fearless, live your life exceptionally. And now, because you've done it, and you've tasted the nectar after it, you're able to show others how to do it. That is so motivational, and you hold their hands and you keep them motivated. Now, with your clients, you're working with, corporates and individuals and many people, in and around the world. I know your business is not only Hong Kong centric, but it's reaching out to people all globally. And that's the beauty of Hong Kong. Well, actually, the whole world now can reach out globally, but Hong Kong has been a great platform to reach out to people globally for a very, very long time. Now, you are working along their hours,
Yes.
with different time zones, which is something you probably did in your corporate job as well.
That's
You're setting up meetings, you're setting up one-to-ones, you're working with groups of people, and of course, in the pandemic, in this trying time, you're doing a lot of Zoom, etc. How do you hold their hand and keep them motivated through the process? Because fear always sets in at some point. Fear will always set in at some point. So how do you really give them that push and say, okay, no, you can do it, but these are not just mere words speaking. This is experience telling you, how do you do that?
So, Seema, I would say your point about, I did want to say a few things. Your point about self-care, that's so important. And I would actually also say this might also help some viewers out there. When I was actually coming back from one of my many dance holidays to go, or probably on a Sunday or a Monday that I'd taken off to go back into work the next day, I was watching a movie. And I was on a plane, and there was a quote on that movie, and it said, if in life you think you're lucky, you should probably stop and ask if you're happy.
Say that again, Louise, please.
If in life you think you're lucky, you should probably stop and ask if you're happy.
Very powerful.
And that was a really life-changing moment for me. And again, when I was coming back from a dance holiday. So at that point, I was like, that's exactly how I feel. I feel so lucky to be in this role. I feel so lucky to have the position that I have. I feel so lucky, but I'm not happy. And the reason why I couldn't leave, or it took me so long to leave, is because I felt lucky. And sometimes when we do feel like that, we tend to stay where we are. But the problem is also, Seema, something you'd also said, I think when we do that, and I see that a lot with my clients as well, so they won't do things. So, and when we don't, and I'd like the viewers to really tune into this emotion. So if there's something that you need to get done, or somewhere you need to go, you should go to, maybe you want to network more, maybe you want to make new friends, maybe you need to do something to grow your business, and you need to do it, and you should do it, but you don't. And when you just make that decision to not go to that event tonight, not do that thing this afternoon, there is a temporary moment of comfort, because it's like, oh, I don't have to do that anymore. But the problem is that is only short term. If you actually go out and do the thing that needs to be done so that you can bring the change into your life, then while there's a discomfort in making it happen, the feeling on the other side is incredible. It's growth. But if you don't do the thing and you have that momentary feeling of, oh, great, good, I don't have to go to that thing, I've given myself an out, in the long term, it's going to grate at you, whether you realize it consciously or subconsciously.
Very true. Very true. And unless you make yourself happy authentically, inwardly, no matter which words you use, no matter how powerful they are, you cannot transfer that energy to another person. You have to taste that happiness so you can spread that happiness.
Absolutely.
You have to you have to have been through the process of discomfort to be able to tell someone, look, to recognize the discomfort in another person and be able to shift them out. So you're a coach, right? And it's a job that requires a lot of skill.
Yep.
Skill,
Yep.
patience, and dedication and commitment.
Mm-hmm.
No, I know the person that you are. You're always so committed. If you say you're going to do something, you're going to do something. If you say you're coming over, you're coming over. If you say you can't make it, you can't make it. You don't mince your words. It is as it is.
Yeah.
I say this because I know you personally and we have a great bond together. So, now there are challenges where you will be in situations where you're shifting this person or this group and there's resistance and there are questions and oh, but I can't, and there are excuses.
Yeah.
There are always excuses. How do you deal with that?
Yeah.
And keep them motivated and lift them up and bring them to your frequency.
Yeah.
You're pulling someone down from there, up there.
Yes.
How do
So
you
it's
do that?
Yeah. So, wow, there's a lot in that, Seema. So I would say, firstly, the whole idea of self-care and self-love. So if you can see, I think you can kind of see that through some, like, there are certain patterns that somebody has that you like, well, they've got real self-confidence issues. But I think also just asking them to tell me about how they feel about certain situations. Perhaps they're not motivated to do certain things, but they know they want to achieve something. So it might be, I can think of a client who really wanted to get to a certain place by the end of the year in terms of her career. And this would have been in about March of this year. And I was like, okay, so you're really driven. That's great. You've got this 5-year plan and you can see until the end of December. Wonderful. So what are you actually doing about it? And there was no plan. So while she knew where she wanted to be, there were no steps she was taking to actually get there. And I think sometimes that's an indication of a block in your progress. So when you know where you want to be, but you don't do anything to take steps to get there, then it might be an indication that you're holding yourself back. Sometimes, generally, when people talk to me, there's a lot of questions. I ask a lot of questions, like, why do you think that? And and then I'll use the evidence that they've given me. That's usually an indication of not that. And then I'll ask them, so based on all of these things, why then would you assume this when all the evidence would indicate the contrary? So, and when people start to question why they're thinking, because the importance of doing that, the reason why it's so important is because when you question your thoughts, you then start to realize you create them. And when you realize you create them, you then realize you have the power to change them because you chose to think what you're thinking and you can choose to think something else.
Because thoughts are things. Thoughts are things.
Oh, they create everything. And Seema, the other thing is also this idea of self-care and self-love. So that is so incredibly important. There was a woman that I was listening to once who said, love yourself so much that you love others so fill your cup of love so much that you love others from your saucer. And there's another idea that I sort of came to in this, the idea of how can you expect someone to love you when you don't love yourself?
So important.
So these things are so important. And so generally with my clients, I really try to get them to meditate. Some of them pick it up straight away and they're like, I've done it. Others are like, yeah, I didn't get around to that. It's too hard. I can't do it. And I actually heard a quote the other day, which I thought was perfect. And it said, trying to meditate is the same thing as meditating. Because you need to do the trying bit and go through the discomfort and have the monkey mind bitten by 100, the drunken monkey bitten by 100 scorpions until you can get to a place of calm and silence. We've all gone through that. But so often when people can't, I see with my clients, when they say, oh, I tried that once, I can't do it. It's like, if I asked you to go to the gym with me and go over the other side of the room and lift 200 kilos, you also couldn't do that. And you'd have to work your way to it. The same with meditation. So there's certain things that I really encourage my clients to do. Meditation every day. Start with 5 minutes and then get up to 15. And then I give them certain tools and crutches because when I started, there was no Calm app or there was nothing. And then also the other thing is gratitude. So incredibly important. My day does not start without meditation, a gratitude journal, and I'll also read something. So I'm always reading something, just because if you do that 365 days with a couple of sleep-ins in between, then you will change your life. You will change your life. So what I really try to do, Seema, with that is if I see that they've got self-confidence issues, if I feel like they don't believe in themselves, say, for example, they're trying to get a promotion and they feel like they don't have a voice and they can't ask for it, then so important to start to get them to really look after themselves, because when they love themselves, they expect love and respect from others. And the last thing I'd say on that, Seema, is also just being super kind and understanding. So if they're not ready to have that conversation with their boss, I had a client that comes to mind, was trying to encourage her to have, she hadn't had a promotion in 5.5 years. She was clearly an asset for the organization. And every time we would come to the call and I'd say, are you ready? Are you ready to do this? She'd say, I'm not ready. I'm not ready. And then one day she came to the call and something had happened in her organization that made her feel unappreciated. And she just snapped and she's like, we're doing this. I'm doing this now. Right, I'm going to call my boss. I was like, wait, I think we need to plan this conversation. Let's just do this strategically. And she got it. She got it. And when she had that conversation with him, it went for 15 minutes. And he said, you deserve this. We haven't recognized you. It's been too long since we've recognized you. This will be done and it will be done by October. And she, in that moment, I said, you need to really feel this moment, because it's more than just about this moment. It's about the fact that you realized your worth and you went and did something about it, and you should be so proud, because it didn't matter that it took you 2 months to do it. You've done it and you should be so proud.
And she did it and she got results.
She did. She absolutely did. And you know what, Seema? If she didn't get results, that's okay too. But at least she used her voice. Because when we silence that, it has so many negative effects, that many of which we don't realize on a conscious level.
Because it gets stored within the body on a physical level.
And we're constantly telling, if we don't ask for the things that we want, even if we don't get them, but if we don't ask for the things that we want, then it's telling the universe we don't deserve those things.
Absolutely. I am so much on the same page with you. You know, when you spoke about meditation, now, you know, I follow a meditative school of thought as well. There are moments where I can meditate very deeply, and there are moments where it just doesn't happen. It doesn't mean that the meditation isn't happening. It is happening. Like you said, you have to, sometimes we want to reach a destination without going to the airport, without boarding the plane, without savoring the journey. We want to go bang into the destination. That's a shortcut.
Yes.
There's no sweetness in it, because you know what? It never fructifies. It never becomes magical and special. What you have to do is you have to go through the process, because it is through the process where you deepen your awareness and you learn.
Absolutely.
Don't you agree?
Yeah, and I would say that the only other thing that you had mentioned or sort of touched on that I think is also really important is the importance of setting boundaries.
Oh,
because that's
very
struggle with
important.
all the time. And I think so often people think that when we set boundaries, we are selfish in the act of that. But in actual fact, it's not selfish. It's looking after yourself, because if you look after yourself, then you can give so much back to others. And while setting boundaries can cause great discomfort to those around us, in the end, actually, it inspires them, because they learn how to do the same for themselves. And often that discomfort is based on the fact that they're unable to do that for themselves. And when you do that, that makes them feel uncomfortable.
Setting boundaries is actually respecting yourself, number one. Okay. And it's not selfish, because self-care is not selfish. Like you said, when you love yourself, you fill your cup. And when your cup is overflowing, only then can you give it to others.
Absolutely.
You know? And initially people will feel the discomfort, because there's a change in you. You're shifted and you're not in yes mode all the time, and you don't have to say no. You can say, it's not the right time now, perhaps later, so it's a more gentler approach. But once you've done that, and they get used to it, they will respect that.
Absolutely. Seema, there's a saying that I love, which says, use your no so your yes has meaning.
Oh, that's wonderful. Louise, you have to send all these to me.
With
They're
pleasure.
wonderful. They're wonderful. Use your so your yes has me very, very, very powerful. You have to, and it doesn't matter which environment you're in. It could be in the workforce, it could be with your friends, it could be with your family. A lot of times in families, and I speak this from my own experiences, spouses tend to take each other for granted and expect each other to be there unconditionally, irrespective of their jobs or what they're doing with at home. And when you say no, there's a reaction, but why? I mean, I need you to be there right now. So, you need to be skillful in communication as well and say, look, I understand that this needs to be done, but this is not the right moment because I'm preoccupied with something else. Perhaps we could do this a little later, and I assure you it'll be done.
Seema, I think communication,
So
it's one of those
important.
things. I remember I was at a retreat at Tao Garden in Chiang Mai, and there was a woman who was doing the night exercise classes, but she also does couples retreats. And I went up to her and I asked her what she sees as the greatest problem that couples face. And she said, it's one thing. But the problem is that by the time they come here, it's too late usually. And it's just that they stop communicating. And I think I see that. I do workshops. When I do workshops with women, we talk a lot about communication and the importance of using your words and allowing for your partner to understand and appreciate and just to know what it is that you need. Because so often, especially women, tend to not be clear on that. We assume that those around us know what we need, but we actually, if we could just sit down and be super clear about it, it would help everybody out, I'm sure. But the other thing that I see is with my clients in the workplace, it's not about how they do their job. It's not about their skill set. It's communication that is over and over again such a huge issue for people, communicating down to their teams and up to their management. It is something that I have not yet seen a client who doesn't have that issue. Some more than others, but it comes up again and again, Seema. It's everywhere. And I think the other part of my business is working with C-suite leaders to build them into thought leaders. And that's another form of that. All I do is communications with them. So it was what I did in my job, but now it's what I do across all aspects of my work. And it's everything. When you communicate, you tell the world when you communicate effectively, you tell the world who you are. And it is so incredibly important, but so often people don't do that. And when they don't, it's what I call, they get caught in the web. They get caught in the web and they get overwhelmed by other people's words and opinions, and they don't communicate themselves out of it in a really respectful way where both parties are respected, but at the same time, they are very clear about what they need and what they think is fair. They just get caught in a web. And when they're caught in the web, the frequency goes down and it's just a downward spiral from there.
And the body language changes as well.
Everything is affected.
Everything
Absolutely.
clamps up because there's no sense of freedom, because there's no sense of expression. You need to really express yourself fully, get the message out there respectfully and fully, so you have that freedom that it's off your chest. You've said what you had to say and it's over and done with. Now, how the other person reacts to it is really up to them. It's not your problem at the end of the day. It's about
Absolutely.
you.
And I think also when you communicate better, you actually become a better listener.
Oh, yes.
Because you allow other people the space to communicate as well.
And when you become a listener, then you provide space for others to listen to you, because they honor that. Now, in Asia, I won't say Hong Kong itself, in Asia, because we both have something in common, and that's the Far East and Hong Kong. But I'm going to take a very general view and say in Asia, there's this element of face. Okay, now in the position that you're in, dealing with so many people in so many sectors, it must be quite a challenge for you to break through that space of face, number one, because so people are so caught up with, sometimes people are saying yes, but inside they're saying no, and you don't know it. You know what I'm saying, right? We've lived in Asia, so we know, because it's disrespectful to say no. It's wrong to say no. All these elements are there. And then, you're trying to get them to be expressive and not have that element of face and break through it. Breaking barriers, as we say, barriers of social that are implemented socially, culturally, whatever. Now, your job is to break through those barriers, and get into that person and say, okay, I'm going to motivate you and I'm going to get you where I want to get you. This is my job and that's why you're here. How do you do that? I mean, how do you cope with those challenges? It gets frustration. We all think being a life coach and being a corporate coach is hunky-dory, it's easy. It's not. Because you want results.
Yeah.
It's a result-oriented profession. And you will only be fulfilled when you see those results, because that is what gives you true joy and bliss and happiness. You have all these blocks to work through, one through the other, and chip away, and it's hard work.
It absolutely is. It is. I think, yeah. I mean, there's a lot in that question too, Seema. I think with the face thing, I would say, looking at cultures, for some of the clients that kind of call in, so I do corporate coaching as well. So it's through a large multinational organization, and the staff just book in. So they'll come on screen, and I don't actually even know where they're dialing in from across Asia Pacific. So that's a really interesting experience. And I find that's often those that are like almost to the point where they'll dial in and they are so lost and so deflated. There's a lot of this expectation around what they should do for the family, the pressure family are putting on them to do certain things, to be in a certain place, to be in a certain place in their career, to be in a certain place in their relationships, to be married, and it just puts all of this incredible pressure on them. So what I find is that they are trying to please, they're so busy trying to please everybody else. And that really often comes from this subconscious programming that we have between the ages of 0 and 6. So that is such an incredibly powerful time for a child, but also one where that can be incredibly damaging. Yeah. And the problem is that often when I speak to women, they're like, oh my God, what did I do to my child during those years? Because I do a lot of work with women. So, but the thing is, it's not only what you did, it's not what you said, it's what your child absorbed. They're like a sponge. So they're looking around, they're interpreting their environment, they're seeing how people are acting, they're hearing what people are saying, and they grow, and they then build the expectations of themselves and their communities through that, which is why so often we have people that come from the same country acting in the same way. And I think, Seema, it's about understanding and being sensitive to those requirements for, different obligations and family things, and also, different communication styles. So if I've got somebody in one country that's looking to speak to their manager, it's probably going to be a very different conversation in Indonesia than it is in Australia. In Australia, they might even they might not even book an appointment. They might just walk into their manager's office. But in Indonesia, that may be a very different thing. So really being very culturally sensitive, but also encouraging that person. So say, for example, if they're in India and they haven't found a partner yet, and they feel like their life is over because they're getting so much pressure from the community, then that's okay. This is the world that they live in. But actually at that point, also just try to start to question their thoughts. And one of the things that's really helped with a lot of my clients during COVID is to say, for example, whatever situation you find yourself in now, there's a term that went out, and it's not my own term, so I can't take credit for it, but it's called languishing. And it's that feeling of not feeling super depressed, but also just not feeling really high on life. It's this kind of beige feeling. And the article, the person that wrote the article said, actually, we should be more worried about this because there's treatment for that end. And this is a great place to be. But who's looking after these people in the middle that are just kind of numb? So really looking at that whole idea of languishing, really looking at how they feel, and starting to just ask themselves, if in 10 years' time, where COVID hopefully will no longer be a thing, I look back at this time here in my life, how would I want to remember these moments that I've spent? Would it be worrying about my children at home in homeschooling environments? Would it be worrying about the fact that my business isn't going as well as it was, or it used to be in 2018, 2017? Would it be worrying about the fact that I don't have a husband yet and my family is giving me so much incredible pressure? Because in 10 years' time, everything's probably going to be okay. And why look back on this time as one of worry when you could look and celebrate, doing gratitude in the morning helps, all of the wonderful things that are happening in your life at this moment?
And having that gratitude journal, do you do it every morning and every night, or just every morning?
In the morning, I do gratitude, and there's I've got a full equation process. It's not just that you write individual words, it's like the whole process. And then also a process of projection to create the day to come. And then at night, that's when I visualize. So I sit down and do my visualization, so something that I want in my life. And I also then have a crystal that I hold on to, giving all my secrets away, aren't I? So I hold on to this crystal, and I hold it, and I think about the one most wonderful thing that happened to me in that day. And then on that frequency, I put my head on my pillow.
I know you're very holistic in your approach, Louise, because I know you on a personal level. I know you've studied Reiki. I know you delve deep into meditation. And I want to bring in the aromatherapy aspect now.
Yes.
Because we have discussed this and you're big on that. And I know you and I have discussed oils and we talked about belief and joy and purification and the frequencies of these oils. You know, we have the back flower remedies as well, which have certain frequencies. Each plant medicine does have its own frequency. Now I'm going into my area because, you know, I'm a holistic food cook and I work with a lot of Ayurvedic and Mayan and traditional Chinese in the realms of all this. But yes, aromatherapy, I know you're huge on that.
I am, Seema.
You
Yes.
are,
So,
yes. In fact, I think you got me some oils once.
this is my
You got me
confidence
some
one.
oils once. Am I right? Are you the one who got me the
Yes, I
one for
did.
pain?
I did.
Yes, yes. You
Yes.
sent me some oils. My husband was having some pains, and he said, "Oh, blah, 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 this is right for him." And I said, "All right, just order them for me." And you got them for me, and you got them sent over, and they did help incredibly. And you
Yes.
told me how to use them. So I'm amazed at the power of aromatherapy. Can you elaborate more on that and how you use it with your clients combined with meditation? Because I know you work with frequencies and you may ask someone to put stress away on or something or the other on if they're feeling stressed and take deep breaths. So I mean, can you elaborate more on that? Because all this all ties up. It's all interlinked, and you really are motivating everyone who's listening to this conversation to actually, take time out for yourself. Self-care. How do you self-care? You can meditate, you can go to the gym, you can do yoga, you can salsa dance, or you can also, just work your way to look after yourself through the frequencies of oils. There's so much one can do. I mean, this is something we can go on and on forever, right?
Absolutely, Seema. I mean, I think, there might be moments where this whole idea of getting up the wrong side of the bed and then something happens and then you're in traffic and then something. When you have those moments in your life, I would say, and sometimes it's like, oh God, that's gone wrong and now that's gone wrong and now I need to keep grinding. Stop whatever you're doing. Just stop and do something to raise your frequency. So smell a pure therapeutic grade essential oil, or put a song on that you love that raises your frequency. It's all frequency. Whatever you can do to lift your frequency, you need to do that. Don't keep grinding. So often we keep grinding and then the next thing happens and the next thing happens and the next thing. You've got to stop that. You've got to stop it. Get up and take 5 minutes or just meditate, breathe, do whatever you can to get yourself out of that funk, because otherwise the cycle won't break. So that's something I really encourage people to do. In terms of the essential oils journey, I use them for everything. So I make my own beauty and cleaning products. I use them for spiritual healing. Every morning, I don't walk out of my house without a 4 series protocol. And then I also use them for during my meditation. So before my meditation, and then also rose before bed. And the last thing I would say on that, Seema, is the one thing where I find them most powerful is with something I do called the aroma freedom technique, which actually uses subconscious programming, diving into the limiting beliefs in the mind. And we use scent to help unlock limiting beliefs in the brain, because scent, if those out there can think of something that your grandmother used to cook, when you smell that, you can immediately go back to your childhood. Or perhaps there's a scent that an ex-partner used to wear on a summer holiday. If you smell that again, you can remember those memories immediately. Scent has the ability to unlock the emotional brain. And so this is where I really find essential oils to be incredibly powerful, because we use a series of them to dive back into limiting beliefs that have been developed between the ages of 0 and 6 generally, and to revisit those moments so that we can rewrite those stories. Because so often people think that they don't want to look back at the past because the past is back there. The past isn't back there, it's in front of your face, and it affects every decision that you make. So you need to go back and rewrite that story so that you can live a different life.
Louise, this has been wonderful. You've given us so many techniques and you're so motivational, and I mean, everybody deserves to live their life exceptionally, and you're providing tools for us through exceptional existence. It's truly been very motivational, and I really want to thank you on behalf of the whole team and Mr. Neil Kumar at Healing Our Earth for coming on board, keeping yourself up at a late hour of this night in Hong Kong for us. I would like to say stay safe, stay blessed, and stay on. Yeah, and stay well, stay on. We have so much more coming with Dr. Hani Kalaria. I can say that. I'd like to thank you very much, Louise. Do stay on. Next week, on the 2nd of, next week, Sunday, we have a Navratri special event. And after that, the week after that, we have a Mayor in London event in partnership with Diwali in London, where we'll have the Diwali at Trafalgar Square event. We invite you all to join us. Yeah, and I'd like to take this opportunity to thank the founder and director and a great visionary, Mr. Neil Kumar, who set up this platform during the pandemic so everybody can move together, share love, peace, joy, happiness, and have a safe space to share what they're feeling. Do follow us on our Instagram, Twitter, and Facebook handles. We're on YouTube too. And now, Louise, thank you.
Thank you
Lovely to
so
see
much,
you.
Seema.
I'd like to introduce Dr. Hani Kalaria, who needs no introduction. She's a mind, body, soul coach and award-winning dancer. Okay, and she's a creative dance expert with over 35 years of experience in the field of art, culture, and entertainment. She's born into a Hindu family. Hani was guided by her mother to start reciting mantras and prayers from the age of 3. Her father has been regularly reciting a sacred Hindu text, the Hanuman Chalisa, for many years. In her spiritual quest and journey, Hani has been blessed to have traveled to India to not only learn Indian classical dance, but also to study and how to conduct yagnas, which are sacred fire ceremonies, by reciting powerful mantras. She's got an opportunity to get educated on the science behind these powerful prayers, how they cleanse, purify one's aura, spread peace, and offer positive benefits to the environment. Hani is going to take over now while I sign off and say a very warm global namaste and thank you. She's traveling to my country of birth with someone very dynamic, special, a lady who's touched many lives. I'm handing you all over to Hani.
Thank you so much. And a global namaste to you, dear Seema. And of course, the rest of our Healing Our Earth family who have tuned in are being completely inspired by all your wonderful guests who you've been discussing things with. What wonderful questions you were asking, Seema. I was having a chance to learn and also grow myself with these wonderful tips that Louise was sharing with, of course, the rest of the world out here. But before I go, Seema, I know that, you gave me such a wonderful introduction. I think I should do a bit of an introduction for you too, Seema.
Oh, yeah. Thank you.
Actually,
Thank
I wanted to just let the rest of the world know, of course, Seema Bhatia is one of our wonderful family members here on Healing Our Earth, an amazing host and an even more amazing soul, I should say. She's a beautiful soul. She was born and raised in Nairobi, Kenya, and her culinary interests developed at an early age, founded on a family food business. She extensively traveled in Africa, India, Southeast Asia, and that has allowed her to not only follow her culinary passion and grow her knowledge on the effects of food on the mind and body, but she has also explored several yogic schools of thought, which I think is very interesting because I'm also very interested in that area. And as a breath, water, and sound teacher with the esteemed Art of Living School of Thought, her philosophy is simple. You are what you eat. You become what you do, feel, and think. And that is absolutely spot on. Such short words, but so powerful. And watching your thought process, she believes, and of course, including immense self-care prescriptions, breath work, meditation, and of course, connecting with the realms of nature, she believes are the best tools to positively impact your mental and physical health. So what a wonderful, I can see that very wise Seema we have here. And combining all these techniques into a whole will lead one into a journey of greater well-being, allowing one to live their life to their fullest potential, she believes. Now, Seema has also successfully shared her skills and knowledge with corporates, individuals, all over the world for many years, especially in Hong Kong, Singapore, and she's now based in Oxford. Isn't that right, Seema? What a wonderful plethora of wonderful talents that you have, and the way you've been able to really transform lives through your knowledge. So Seema, how has it been today? Did you get a chance to celebrate the wonderful Mahatma Gandhiji's birthday yesterday?
Yes, it's actually my nephew's birthday as well. He shares the same day, so it's a very special day for us. And I didn't get to go down to London, but we did have a family call with him, so that was quite special. And I was really looking forward to today's session with, traveling to Indonesia with Niharika, and of course to my own Hong Kong with Louise. And now you are going to be traveling to my country of birth with an enigmatic, fearless, I call her a tigress, beautiful lady. And I'm so looking forward to your session. She's done so much good and she's touched so many lives. So I'm really looking forward to watching your session.
Me too. I'm super excited because we're going to travel all the way, fasten your seatbelts, get on the plane, and we're moving on to Kenya to meet this amazing woman, a very, very beautiful one too. Seema, thank you very much. And a global namaste to you. Do stay behind if you can and enjoy the rest of the afternoon. And of course, a very big global namaste once again to our wonderful Healing Our Earth audience members who I know have tuned in from many, many countries around the world. And thank you, as always, for always supporting us. We're growing, our family's growing each and every single day. And we are now moving on to Kenya, where we have this really beautiful woman called Pinky Galani, who's going to be speaking to us a little bit about self-love. Now, before I introduce her, let me first of all say global namaste. Hello, Pinky, are you there?
I am here. Namaste. Global namaste, as you say.
Global namaste. What a beautiful smile. It's like $1 million smile that you have.
Oh, wow. Thank you so much. As I've gotten older, I've got crow's feet, so I don't smile as much. But you guys have really made me smile today.
Look, I would say to you that the warmth comes through, through the aura. But before we move on and discuss a little bit about your wonderful topic called self-love, let me do a bit of an introduction to dear Pinky Galani. Now, Pinky Galani is from Kenya. And she's a trained media professional with over 15 years of media engagement as a radio and TV personality. She's also one of Kenya's most formidable public speakers and a regular on the TEDx stage. I love TEDx. It's one of my favorite platforms. And I love the speakers who go on there, very, very knowledgeable in their fields. Now, Pinky is currently a high-level influencer for UNHCR, championing for the Luku tribe, an initiative to support the livelihood of refugee women living in Kenya. In 2019, Pinky launched What Women Want, a community that gets together to empower each other by having relevant and real conversations on topics such as business, family and friends, finance, management, and much, much more. Now, What Women Want has held over 40 live events, which usually receive 50 to 100 guests per show. So Pinky has definitely been in this little business of changing many people's lives all over there. So Pinky, a big welcome once again to Healing Our Earth. We are so super excited to hear about what you have to share with our audience members about self-love and the topics that you really care about.
Thank you so, so much, honey. That was such a beautiful introduction, and what a beautiful name as well. I love that, honey. A lot of people ask me about my name, like Pinky. It is, as we know, but most of us I can see here are from Indian descent. So Pinky is a nickname within the Asian background, but I think that name was able to stick with me much longer because I became a brand and it was easier to say. My real name is actually Preeti, and as you know, that means love.
Wow, so beautiful. My sister was called Priti, and of course, we have some amazing high-profile women in this country called Priti Patel, who's actually helping to manage many of these policies in this country. But Preeti is a very beautiful name. Preet means love, as you mentioned. Yes, it's a lovely. And that's why now I told you, the aura that you have about you, such a warm personality. And tell me today, you've been doing such great work with women, especially in Kenya with the projects that you work on. What is it that you think is really, really important? What message do you think is really important for you to share with women who are listening right now out there?
So it will definitely be, based on the topic that I chose today, which is self-love. I think women across the globe, wherever they are, whatever space they are at present in their lives, is they need to understand how to love themselves. And honey, I'm just going to explain to you, and I'm sure you know this, because anybody who's been down this platform, down this journey. And I feel a lot of people on this platform have been, because they're so self-aware. Self-love is not something that I'm talking on a surface level, right? It's not looking at yourself in the mirror and thinking, oh, I'm so beautiful today. It's actually a lot more deeper than that. And going a lot more deeper within yourself means that you take a very, what's the word that I'm looking for? You take a journey that needs a lot of courage, because it means you need to sit down and face your demons. Now, there was a speaker earlier who was talking about, how scent can go back and change something that you programmed into your being as early as 0 to 6. So you can imagine, honey, how much as women we go through, right? And let's forget about going from 0. There is also, before you're born, there are traumas taken on as and as your mother was pregnant. There's generational trauma. There's so much that we can sit with, and I don't think we can get through all of this in the session we have here. But it's unwrapping, unpeeling, and really, really understanding who you are in order to love yourself.
It's very interesting because you mentioned about the peeling part, because it's like an onion, being peeled layer by layer by layer. When you think, right, I've come to the next layer, I'm here, then think, oh God, there's another layer there. So it's actually a journey of self-discovery, really, isn't it? It's an inner journey where you get to learn a bit more, and it's ongoing, I think, forever, all your life, isn't it?
When you compare it to an onion, it's really interesting because the pun over there is that you will definitely cry, and you should not be afraid of that, because once you are unraveling or unpeeling or discovering who you are and why you are the way you are, you will come across little wounds that need to be healed, and you will cry. And I always feel that this is a reason we are afraid to sit with ourselves and understand who we are, because we have been through so much, and we have to understand it better. And that means going through maybe something that you went through and having to relive it and crying it out and healing yourself through that. And that is when you understand that you can love yourself or fall in love with yourself. And it just doesn't happen overnight, as you know.
Absolutely. And this thing that you also mentioned about crying it out as well, sometimes the pain that you have to go through, because you have this energy that's got a charge. There's a charge there, there's a thought, there's some blockage in you, there is a charge there that you need to diffuse, because once you've diffused that charge, then it won't affect you as much as it did before. Plus you're a little bit more aware that there is a charge of this that's affecting your decisions or the way you feel or the way you act, etc. Is that right?
Indeed. I mean, I really feel that a lot of the times, and I hope I'm speaking the right language here, because I do feel that this will resonate when I say the universe gives you signs. So if you are not feeling like yourself, if you're feeling the word is meh, where you're just a bit blasé and a bit uncomfortable, this is when the universe is trying to tell you that you need to heal, those charges, if you will, those things that need your attention. And if you don't, they will manifest into something else that we know as dis-ease or disease, and a sickness. Yeah. So
it's a natural, actually, the natural feeling that we're meant to have is very blissful and joyful, which is a real natural feeling. So if you really went into a center of you, you will find that you'll always be pretty happy, pretty joyful, relaxed, satisfied with life, if you know that you're in a balanced state. But as soon as you start getting a little upset, annoyed, and there's frustration, resentment that's coming through, there is some things that need to be dealt with within you, that needs to be.
I wonder if we can, I don't know how many of us, because and like I said, this platform probably understands it better, but when you get deeper into your meditations, you understand it better and you're able to reach that point of bliss. However, I feel that we're all human beings, so there is the ego that comes in that doesn't fully allow you to just be blissful, because we do look around and we're like, oh wait, that's not right, or that, judge that, or take a piece of that and make it sit within you and hurt you, because I think we are our own worst enemies, and the way we talk to ourselves, our self-talk, is something that is so detrimental. I was reading something, it was a quote about when we listen to our inner critic, it's like drinking our own poison. And, the things that we say to ourselves, we'll never say to anyone else. So it's really being very aware of all the things that are happening internally in order for you to really show yourself love.
Absolutely. And of course, you would never be like that with your friend. So if you would never be mean, you would say, listen, I'm sure we'll be able to sort this out. Don't worry, things happen. There's something for us to understand, learn from, etc. Or whatever it is, you would help them to really understand. Whereas with you, you're saying, I've been so silly. How could I get myself involved? Why did I believe in this? And blah, blah, blah. You give the whole story that goes on in your own head. And as Napoleon Hill and many of these wonderful top motivational gurus have spoken about, personal development gurus, they say you are what you think. That is it. Your imagination is so powerful that if you start telling yourself these stories, you're actually going to start feeling it. Then those feelings are going to go into the negative actions.
That's it. And everything is energy. So once it starts with the thought, it has to manifest. So it will become something. Thoughts become things. So it's really being, again, aware of where you're sending your energy and where you're sending your thoughts, and where, and a bad feeling thought is, of course, going to become something negative in your life. So, and there is nothing wrong, that's another thing. This is how we have to learn to love ourselves, is be kind to ourselves. It's okay to have bad thoughts. It's okay to go through things that you feel, okay, let's give you the example. It's okay to put on a bit of weight. We judge ourselves so harshly, and oh my God, look at me, I'm fat and I'm this. And like you said, honey, that we would never be able to talk like this to somebody else, our friends. Can you ever call your friend fat? But
you can say, don't worry, you've been through a tough time, it's okay, it may be, so don't worry, maybe we can get you starting to maybe walk a little bit, let's get together. You encourage them, right? Yes. And you need to encourage yourself as well, to be able to and inspire yourself, motivate yourself to take right actions. And sometimes I believe, Pinky, that people, sometimes the motivation is not there, like the discipline or the motivation. When you need to do something for yourself, but you just don't do it. How do you find that with some of the women, that they know they have to do this, but they just can't get themselves to do it?
And that's the thing, that's that inner voice inside you that you need to really hone in on and make shut up. Pardon for me, pardon for saying that. But you really need to quiet that voice down, because it can get into you and sort of like, you know what you need to do that's right for you. You know that, eating well will make you feel better. Drinking more water will make you feel better. Getting up and meditating will make you feel better. Saying good things will make you feel better. But there is something inside of us. And like I said, we are, after all, just human beings. Okay, so we're just having a human experience. And this is why we don't need to judge ourselves too harshly. So that voice, it's in all of us. And we just need to quiet her down. We need to sort of just tell her, simmer down. And yeah, we get it. We're feeling a bit uncomfortable right now, but be on top of it and not let her always control what we're saying, doing, thinking, feeling.
You mentioned about meditation as well, because that's a really important area, because if you start meditating on a regular basis, you will find that your consciousness levels start rising. And as soon as your consciousness level starts rising, you will see things in a much clearer way. As soon as, normally, instead of you thinking this way, you'll start thinking more that way and finding many more solutions. So the meditation you mentioned was a very powerful method for people to be able to get a bit more clarity in their lives, and sitting quietly, their inner intuition, as we say, their inner guide or higher soul will guide them that this is the right thing to do, or here's a solution that you need to follow. But many people do not follow those little messages that they get within them either, right?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I mean, sometimes we do get those gut feelings. Sometimes we do have our intuition speaking to us. But again, that voice, and I always say that voice is very close to our ego, makes us doubt ourselves. So there's a lot of self-doubt. No, maybe that's my imagination. No, maybe my gut is not completely right. But that is absolutely our higher self, the universe, source energy, whatever you'd like to call it, speaking directly to us. And we are that powerful, we are that magical that we can connect directly. And it does take, a little bit of time, honey, just quietening down, silencing the mind a little bit. However, even when we try and do that, sometimes you're thinking, okay, I'm quiet now. My mind is quiet. Am I meditating? Is this a meditation? Am I breathing right? So, the mind.
The monkey mind.
Exactly.
The monkey mind. chatter.
But one thing that I found that's really helped me, because especially during, this last year, I found it very hard to quiet the mind, is breath work. And that that sort of just makes it go silent. And, I've just been finding different ways to sort of help myself heal myself, because that's very important. Nobody else is going to come and do it for us. We do have healers, we do have people who pray for us, etc., and they send good energy. But until the vibration is not correct within, until there's no alignment, until there's no peace inside, there's no huge shift that's going to have to happen. So we have to be able to help ourselves. And this is why I'm saying the meditation was not working for me. It was working fine up until, the whole world was turned upside down. But then I had to find a way to be able to say, all right, let's find a way where we can quiet this mind again. And breath work really came in and helped me there. Some people find journaling.
Is this pranayam? Is this pranayam that you're talking about? Or is it like is there a particular exercise that you tend to follow? Or is it generally any kind of breath work?
So there is the pranayam that I do, the anulom vilom. There is a series that I do over there. But there is somebody who I came across on YouTube. His name is Wim Hof. I don't know if you've heard of him. He's called the Iceman. He's the one who tells you about really controlling your breath so that you face your fears. And rather, what he says is one thing: don't worry about your fears come to you. Go and face them. And that way, you're looking at your fear and saying, okay, what are you going to do to me? And, if you have time, please go ahead and look for him on YouTube. He has a series of 3 rounds of breath, and it takes from 6 to 11 minutes. If you want it to be the 6 minutes, you can choose that. You can do the 11 minutes as well. Oh, and that's why I'm saying,
really, sorry, can you share that name again so that if our audience members haven't
sure, it's Wim, W-I-M, Hof, Hoff. And like I said, some people don't have the time to do a 30-minute meditation. So, because we're always in a rush. But I found once I do the Wim Hof meditation, my mind just goes completely quiet. And then I'm allowed to sort of sink into a meditation. So it's the Wim Hof breath, the
Very
3 round.
beautiful, very nice. So if people are listening out there, that's something they can definitely try, because some people say, oh, I don't have half an hour time, I don't have 20 minutes to sit around. Well,
Yes.
at least spend 5-6 minutes on yourself per day, because that should make a huge difference over a period of time. And it's like in anything in life that you have to do it repetitive, like there should be a repetition for it to be able to give you the value, right?
Consistency is key, honey.
Yes.
Always. And like what this it's like a shamanic breath that they're teaching you. So what it does is it also alkalizes your body. And anybody who's aware of health benefits, I know that's very good for you. So yeah, consistency is key. You said it right.
Yeah, absolutely. And this, from all the things that you mentioned about self-love, we talked about the fact that, there is a lot of struggle that goes on in your own mind, in your own heart. When there's issues, we make up stories in our heads. So when somebody says something, they haven't even said anything, and you think, I bet you she's meaning this, and I bet you she means that. You just make your own little stories up because of what you're feeling at that moment in time. So the powerful thing here, I believe, is also the perception of life and the world and the universe you live in is all being shaped by your thinking. If you think everybody's wonderful, everybody's great, everybody's out there to help you, you will start meeting people like that, and you'll start seeing that in everyone. And as soon as you start thinking, oh, I don't trust this, I don't trust that, oh, these people are out to get me, these people are, everything will start feeling like that again, because you're actually creating your own reality, right?
They say your perception of me is a reflection of you. So really what you think about, you bring about you, honey. So that's exactly what it is. So again, going back into the whole thing of being very aware of what you're thinking about and therefore bringing about. So if you expect people to not like you, well, the universe is very, very, it obliges every wish, and we don't understand that until we truly understand it, if you know what I mean. And it will deliver.
It's connected to the law of vibrations too, isn't it? Because whatever you're vibrating on, whatever frequency you're vibrating on, you're actually starting to, like a little magnet, tuning into that frequency of things in your world. So if you find that you're always full of love and full of laughter and full of joy and, trust and courage and whatever, you'll start meeting those kinds of opportunities, those kinds of people that you can hang out with. So you find peaceful people will always kind of get attracted to other peaceful people. Or you find that, animal lovers will get connected to other animal lovers. It's just like, you tend to attract. And if you're complaining all the time and there's things are just terrible in your life, you're suddenly talking to everybody else who has problems in their lives.
And you see, this is where self-love comes in, becoming so super aware of what you're actually saying, and stopping yourself from complaining or speaking negatively about someone. I mean, it's so easy to get involved in gossip. It's so easy. It's the easiest thing to do. But to be able to refrain from saying something callous or nasty about somebody, I mean, that's when you start showing yourself some discipline, some love. And another way of showing yourself love is keeping promises to yourself. So if you tell yourself, I'm not going to do this tomorrow, I'm not going to gossip about, XYZ, whether it's colleague or sister-in-law, mother-in-law, I'm not going to do that. Keep that promise to yourself and watch your world change.
Yeah, that's a very powerful one as well, because by you keeping promises to yourself, you also see the value of you. Because if you were talking to, let's say, an important person and you say, oh, we're meeting tomorrow, you're going to be there, right? And you think, well, I'm meeting Boris Johnson, or somebody like the Prime Minister, I better be there on time, right? But if it's you think, it's just me, it's not really important, right? So in a way,
go work out because, Although I promised myself I would do 30 minutes on the treadmill, it's not that important. Keep your promises to yourself.
To yourself, absolutely. And then when you really think about it, I know that as women as well, we go through various different issues. Let's say one of the issues is putting on weight, let's say. And then, people don't feel very confident afterwards, etc., but they don't go to the gym or they don't do any of the activities. And it took them probably 5 years to put on all that weight, bit at a time. So you can't expect that in 1 week you're going to lose it all, right? So they have to understand that, look at the way we're thinking, the way we are, the way we're being. That's all built up over a period of time with the kind of experiences you've had, the kind of memories you're storing, the kind of environment that you're living in. All those things are affecting you as a whole. And so you need to be able to understand that if this has been there for this many years, it's going to take a little while to understand, be a little bit more caring with yourself, be a bit more understanding. Is that true? Yeah. So you need to just like it takes you so many years to be where you are, it may take a little while to undo all this as well.
Exactly. And it goes back to one, keeping a promise to yourself, two, being consistent, and also three, being very kind in your words. So today you promised that you're going to go on a diet and you had a bar of chocolate. It's okay. Tomorrow's a different day. Just don't beat yourself up about it. Again, honey, talking about what we say to ourselves. I always say, talk to yourself like you were, 10 years old again, or a younger version of you, and be kind and compassionate. Because what would you tell your daughter if she came and said to you, oh mom, I didn't go to the gym today, or I had a big bar of chocolate when I told myself I'm going to go on a diet? What would you say? You wouldn't be like, oh, you're useless, you're rubbish, you're never going to lose this weight. You would never say that. So talk to yourself with a lot of kindness and compassion, and understand that it's okay. But again, just go back to keeping a promise to yourself, because I can't tell you the value that you feel once you've kept that promise to yourself, and you've seen it through. Suddenly you felt better within, and you've shown yourself, I love you and you're worth it, and we're going to do it.
Absolutely. And we also, when we come back to women again, women are also actually in charge of their families, because they're raising children, and they have a lot of things to get on with, unpaid people, I feel. Washing up and cooking and cleaning and looking after kids. And if you paid childcare and you've paid a chef and you paid a cleaner, people don't appreciate how much work these women do. But I really go out, but at the same time they're also role models, because they're bringing up the future generation as well. They're the ones who probably spend most of their times with the children, bringing them up, etc. So being very balanced yourself, being very encouraging with your words, etc., are also very important qualities to have to bring up a very secure, confident children. What do you say?
I think this is why self-love is so important. We must resolve our issues within ourselves so that we do not pass on our traumas to our children. There is a beautiful, I don't know, there is a debate on how to say his name. Is it Khalil Gibran or Khalil Gibran, the poet, who said our children come through us, but they are not for us. And this is what we have to understand as mothers. These children are not our mini-me's. So, you're molding the future generation, as you said, honey. We're sending them out into the world. We don't want to send out tormented, traumatized human beings who will now, be what the world is going to look like 10, 20 years from now. So this is why we must resolve our own issues and have enough love for ourselves to be able to say, okay, I'm going to completely heal myself, or heal myself to an extent that I am going to be able to step away from the person I birthed and understand that that person is a separate human being from me, and they have their own journey and they have their own lives, and I'm just but a guide.
Yes, yes. It's a very powerful thing, really, to feel this, because there are so many children who could have, who could maximize their true potential, but without the right setting, because they're a lot of the emotions are being offloaded on them, or the
Yes.
vibrations, as we say, which we're emanating, they're feeling them unconsciously, actually, without them realizing. But and then 10 years, 20 years later, you notice that, oh, they have certain habits which were similar to the parents, because it's been offloaded on them, right? So I really love listening to some of the personal development gurus and their children, how they bring them up, because they know the value of every single word, every single action that they do. The children are watching, learning, etc. So it's a very, very
Yes.
important. You're the first teachers, the first educators for your kids. So and Louise, I think, mentioned when she was speaking to Seema, the fact that you also mentioned that from the age of 0 to 6 years, and normally it's up to 7 years of age, whatever they're watching in the house, etc., they're already being programmed, of how to be, how the world is, how we need to behave, etc.
Absolutely. And I always say to my children, I wish my mom had taught me more, or had given me more, had told me to have more faith in myself. And please don't get me wrong, I'm not at all saying that I'm angry with my mother, or trying to put her down. She only did what she knew best. However, we have so much more information available now. We have communities like this where we can speak and engage and learn more. So we're able to pass that knowledge down. And I keep on instilling in my children that they are magic and they are capable of doing everything that they think that they want to do. But they need to be kind. Kindness is key. And I am also teaching them to love themselves. So while they're in school and having, whether it's a hormonal issue or an emotional issue or a friend's issue, the thing that I instill in my daughter, who's going through this right now, is that she is enough. She is enough within herself. And, she should love herself first, and then look for it outside, externally, whether it's friends or teachers, etc. So within herself, she should know that I am enough. And that's what I'm saying. Had I been taught this at a younger age, then maybe I would have made decisions differently. But it is my journey, and I accept it. Yes. And maybe, where I am now, we are going to teach the next generation.
Yes, and what you just said just now, you let them have their own journey, because we're all evolving here, really. There is never a time that you have to be perfect. I believe this. I believe that you don't ever have to be perfect, because at this moment in time, what what you've experienced, the resources you have available, the people and support you have available, you will do the best you can at that moment in time. And then as you grow, the more important thing is becoming aware and educating yourself, so that each situation that you're in, you're going to be able to maximize to bring out the best in that situation for yourself.
Indeed. And you are not the same person you were a year ago, 5 years ago, 10 years ago. And what we also have to do while we're on this journey of self-love is to love all the different versions of you that have brought you here. So as opposed to saying, oh, I wish I wasn't in that relationship that completely broke me and I didn't like who I was at that time. Love that person, love her or him or who that person used to be, because it has brought you to where you are today.
Very powerful, very, very powerful. Absolutely. And if you love yourself from all the things you've been through, as we say, if we appreciate the fact that we are on an evolving process, our journey on this earth is to do with evolving. As long as you're moving forward, you're in a place, there is a progression. It's if you're going backwards, then it's problems, right? Because if you get into a worse situation than before, and you instead of getting a more balanced and becoming more kinder and becoming more compassionate, you're getting worse, and you're getting more frustrated and jealous and envious and annoyed and angry. Then there's something not right? Because you're going backwards. So so I think as long as you can see that you're progressing forward, becoming a better person than what you were yesterday or the month before or the year before, you should be able to always appreciate yourself for who you are and what you are.
Indeed. And also, honey, just saying, even if you do sort of regress, that's okay as well. That's
Yes.
okay.
And
It's
not bringing the
thing
energy of that. Yes.
and also recognizing it, accepting it, and allowing yourself to pick yourself up and move forward again.
Absolutely.
Gently.
Yeah. What are your
Being
5
gentle.
top tips there, Pinky? Because, with the self-love, I know you talked about consistency and we talked about various different areas. What would you say are your top tips for self-love for people? You talked about breath work that you do. But if you had to literally have somebody that you were coaching and somebody came to you and said, oh, what do I bring into my life and what do I do for self-love? What are these various different methods I could implement in my life to move in that direction?
I think I think it will definitely sound repetitive because we have spoken about it, but I feel the first one is to recognize where you are and where you want to go, and being very, very honest with yourself. That's difficult. Sometimes we don't like being honest with ourselves. The second thing is sitting with your darkness and sitting with your demons. And this is uncomfortable. And this is where many of us sort of decide to give up. But this is where you get your breakthrough. And the third thing, sorry, my dog, I'm sorry.
See, even the dogs are saying we need a bit of breakthrough for ourselves. We need some coaching. We're dogs, but we also want to evolve.
So the third thing would be, keeping promises to yourself, and being kind to yourself if you don't. And like I said, tomorrow's a different day. Number 4 is watching how you speak to yourself, because that's really important. And the 5th thing that we've not spoken about is self-love equals self-respect, because I think once you respect yourself, you're able to, 1, draw boundaries, 2, understand that what you're consuming, whether watching, eating, friends around you, all these things, you respect yourself enough to say enough with the toxicity, enough with things that are not good enough, good for me. So number 5 will definitely be self-respect, because self-respect is when you're able to step into your power and fall in love with your entire being.
Wow, that is very powerful, Pinky. That is really powerful, that last one you mentioned, because self-respect, because some people say there's a bit of a fine line between ego and the self-respect. But I believe that, some people think, oh, you are being very selfish to think of yourself or to say this or to do that. But actually, sometimes you have self-respect as well, that no, that is going to be, I'm doing something wrong there, or I'm being in a position where I don't feel right doing this for that particular situation. So sometimes you have to have self-respect to say, no, that's not something I believe in. I don't value that. It's not part of my value system, and I'm not going to get involved in that. I'm sorry,
a lot of the things that we need to do, honey, is unlearn our conditioning, unlearn our education, our upbringing, because we even society, sort of everything, even when we're spending our money, everything is about pleasing other people, and we forget about ourselves, and we forget about that our feelings are valid, and we are also somebody, and we feel things, etc. So whether it's the guilt that comes in that you have to attend a wedding and the whole family is going to be there, and that there are people who you don't like, who are not good for your mental health, who are going to be there, and you have to just be able to say, no, I'm not going to be there. Let the guilt not take you through, oh, but auntie so-and-so is going to do this, and this cha-cha or that mama, and all of them are going to really judge you. Hold yourself still and in your space of love and say, I am doing what is best for you, and I owe nobody an explanation. So, it's that guilt
Absolutely.
as well. That
That's a very powerful word.
brought
What you just, sorry, I'm sorry that was a very powerful thing you just said. I don't owe anybody any explanation. I mean, that is a very powerful message.
Yes.
Because really, you don't have to justify yourself with your, when you make certain decisions. You don't have to go and explain things to everybody. Oh, I did it because of, because da, 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 da. You don't need to explain anything, because it's what you want to do, and you're allowed to do what you wish to do. You're a free spirit within you. Your soul is there only to evolve, to love, to care, to keep doing good for others. It's a humanitarian. Your soul is very humanitarian. It's our physical being that becomes me, with the ego things.
Exactly. So I always say, if you're not intentionally hurting someone, you have to look after your own space, and your mental health comes first, because this is how we're going to be able to be better moms, better daughters, better aunts, better wives, everything, even a better CEO, if that's where we are in our lives.
Absolutely.
If you are looking after your mental health and being able to draw your boundary and say, this is me and this is where I am. And the other thing that I want to say is, no is a complete answer, is a complete sentence. No is a complete sentence. So it goes back to that, I don't need to explain it. Would you like to come for the wedding? No, thank you. End of discussion.
So very assertive, in the way, because sometimes people, when they have a communication skills, it may be very passive, and sometimes it's very aggressive. And there is also assertive, just being, not going round and round in circles, and being able to tell people how it is. Yes, absolutely. Well, diplomats are normally different, because they'll go round, and then make sure you know this. But it's very important, actually. You're very right there. So tell me, Pinky, being a married woman, having children, how does having this kind of self-love and shaping yourself in this manner impact your relationships and people who are close to you? How do they appreciate who you are as a person? Because you have been able to go through this process of self-loving and caring for yourself too.
I'll just give you a little bit of a background as to why I was very purposeful on my journey on self-love. About 5.5 years ago, I physically watched my mother have a stroke. My mother has been my backbone for my entire life. She brought me up. I lost my father when I was 6 years old. We lost my brother. No, I'm really not saying this in order for, I just want you to have some context when I'm saying why I'm saying what I'm saying, and why I think it's important that we all fall in love with ourselves. Mom was a widow, and she gave herself just to everyone and everything. And I say, especially to me, when I had my kids, Mom, I need to come and live with you for 3 months. I need help with my kids. Sure, come over. Mom, I need to go for threading. And even this is me as a grown woman. Sure, I'll take you. Mom, I need to eat this. I want to do it. Always doing things for everyone. So this is how she was with me, but she was like this for everyone. And watching her, who I thought was a superhuman, having a very human experience, watching her in ICU, she's now aphasic, which means she cannot speak, and she's paralyzed. And having seen this most dynamic role model my entire life shrink into this, her personality is still very large, but shrink into this wheelchair, unable to move. I looked at her and I thought, I wish she had loved herself enough more to say no, to say, this bothers me and I don't like this, and this hurt me. And you know what, Pinky, I'm too busy for you today. You're the mom of these children. You look after them. I'm tired. I need to sleep. And this is why I feel like when it comes to my family, my husband, my kids, I don't want to end up where my mom is. So to be completely selfless, yes, it's beautiful to be able to do that. but you're forgetting who you are. And you are from, you are source energy. You are from God. And if God praises those who give, but they say charity begins at home. And your home is you, right? So you must be able to give yourself. And I really, it sounds awful, but I do not explain to my family. And if they feel uncomfortable that I need time for myself, or I am unable to do something for them, they have to understand where I'm coming from. And in regards to my children, I really pray that they are learning how to love themselves in order to live this life where they're able to draw boundaries. I was only able to draw these boundaries after Mom had her stroke. And I did them very purposefully, very intentionally. And I really, really stopped caring what other people were thinking.
Wow, that's because sometimes, when we go, it's in our challenges that we find the strength as well. It's things that we have to go through in life that makes you a stronger person, and also helps you to understand and clarify where your value system is. Because until that doesn't happen, it doesn't trigger you to in that point. So you're absolutely right, and you've been through an experience where you felt, oh, this is something terrible. Nobody else will understand it because I've been through it. They've never been through it, so they'll never understand it through my eyes. But I know this is important for me, and I know this is something I need to implement in my life. So that's a really fantastic thing, and it does take a lot of strength to do it. Otherwise, your life will still be the same if you don't. You have to make some changes, right?
And you see, I also had to find this within myself in regards to being a caregiver for Mom, because it's very difficult to watch, like I said, this dynamic woman become a person who's dependent. And, to be able to also sort of say, okay, I need to sort of disconnect from her journey. And I remember I was giving myself every weekend for 2 years. I was with her, and my friends had to call me over and say, look, your kids need you. Mom is on a different trajectory. Your kids are on a different trajectory, but your kids need you. So I had to be able to make that decision and not feel guilty about it. And that's it. It's a lot of inner work. That's what I'm saying. It's sitting with yourself, understanding yourself, unpeeling, as we go back to that, crying and really, really understanding who you are in order to be able to present yourself and offer yourself in your full authenticity, and therefore being a benefit to your community and everybody around you.
Absolutely. And very powerful things again you shared there. I have a very wonderful friend from Germany, and she mentioned to me that, look, women can be whoever they want to be. You don't have to be what people are expecting you to be. You just be who you want to be. And it doesn't mean that just because people expect you to be this way, that you can't try out something different because people expect it. You can be all the colors you wish to be in the world. You can be adventurous. You can be somebody who wants to go quietly and sit by yourself and do some meditation. You can be somebody who wants to try out some new hobbies. It's not a problem. You may be somebody who wants to perhaps, travel by yourself for a week because you feel you need a little time out for yourself. We have many colors. Women have many areas to them, but they feel, I can't do that. No, I shouldn't really do that. Or what would happen to the family if I went there? And there are these kinds of things that stop people being the full versions of who they are. And I really feel that if somebody was full and happier, you will have happier families, because they won't be hearing you being grumpy and arguing or, just complaining all the time, because they'll have this little happy person in their home who's always quite happy, right? And content. So I think by filling yourself up with the love and the joy and the lovely positive energy, only then you can give it to everybody else and share it. Is that right? I mean, we're coming to the end of our first interview, but if there's something you could maybe share on that area, dear Pinky.
I think you've actually summed it up so nicely. Is that, and it's a cliche, it's an old adage, it sounds really boring, but you cannot possibly pour from an empty cup. You can't. You can't. And whatever that cup is full of is what you're going to pour out. So you have to question yourself, what am I going to be offering to the world? And I think that is really all our life's purposes. What are we offering to this world? And I really feel that if we have a choice between are we offering good and are we offering bad, a lot of us want to offer good, because the world is round and karma is real. What goes around comes around, right? What you give out, you will give back. Yeah.
Well, whatever they say, isn't it? It's easy to if you just see it as everything you're sowing, you're going to be reaping later on. So
it is like cliche after cliche and cliche, but the reason that these resonate so much with me right now is because they are such truths. And, we've complicated our lives too much. We've gone into too many other things. Let's simplify a little bit and maybe we'll be happier.
Absolutely. And of course, with our dear Mahatma Gandhiji's birthday yesterday, this whole program is based on, inspiration and motivation. And also, he always talked about be the change that you wish to see in the world. So if you want to see happier people, more peaceful people, you need to be that yourself, right? Because it's no point us discussing this all the time, saying we should have a more peaceful world, we should have more this. Well, do you have peace within yourself? Do you have inner peace?
If you don't we have resolved it. We have figured life out.
Absolutely. So the inner peace I think is a really important thing before you start thinking about outer peace and peaceful families, then moving on to peaceful communities and moving on to the peaceful world. But it has to be a step at a time. And Gandhiji definitely put it all in a one little sentence, and I thought it was such a powerful teaching of his. So are there any particular final messages that you'd like to share with our wonderful audiences? Because I'm sure they're loving this. Your background is journalism, right? Your background is media. Can you tell us a little bit about, what do you do yourself, and how do you bring this wonderful qualities, the feminine qualities in all the work that you do?
Okay, so very quickly, I'll just let you know my background. As you said, honey, it's media, so radio, television, print media, which I did for a very long time, and then I sort of gave it a break as I tried to create my family. I had 4 miscarriages in between, my 2 babies. So I am rather a mom of 6, and I have fur babies as well. But right now, with the world the way it is, it's a digital world. So there's so many platforms. There's TikTok, there's Instagram, there's YouTube, there's Facebook. I believe Seema spoke about how many, this platform is, how many apps you're on. So it's just using those, because that's a form of media, right? Social media. It's using those platforms now to spread the word of women empowerment, self-love, and just good energy, because I don't think we have enough of it.
Absolutely. I mean, what wonderful way to utilize the platforms that are available, to not just utilize, because a lot of people, of course, that we have nothing against that. Some people love, I did this and I did this and I went for this restaurant, we did this. But to use that platform to go and make a huge transformation in other people's lives, I mean, that's such a great use of the platform. I mean, we have Seema here as well. I mean, she's amazing as well. Let me see if I can get her in there. Hello, Seema. Have you been listening to our little conversation here?
I have, yes. And Pinky, I've been following you for a couple of years now. And we've been communicating. I never get to see you when I'm in Nairobi because life just gobbles me up when I'm there. And I think on my next trip, we really need to meet. We've discussed everything from recipes to meditation to what you do and how you've touched so many lives. You are so inspirational and motivational, Pinky. At such a young age, you've achieved so much. I've watched your journey. I knew your late brother. He was a sweetheart. And your mom, of course. We share a very special story, by the way, honey, and I'm going to share this.
Oh, please do.
It's something very close to my heart. Our home, my dad's lucky home, we bought from Pinky's grandmother.
Oh,
Did you know
wow.
that?
You know.
Yes.
Did you know that, Pinky? Oh my God, there's all these connections around the world, right? So you're living in a home at this moment which used to belong to Pinky's grandparents.
Well, we moved away from that home, but I spent many happy childhood playing in the gardens in that home in Second Parklands and on the balconies. And your grandmother was Leela Dosaj, right?
Yes, that's my
Yes.
mom's mom.
Your mom's mom, yes. And so, and our parents knew each other. Our parents knew each other. So very inspirational
So
with
there's
what
a
women
lovely
want.
connection. Yeah. Seema,
What-
tell me, what did you find about Pinky that you find very inspirational? You mentioned that she's very inspirational. What is the things that you love about
Our
Pinky?
emphasis on self-love and self-care. So powerful, so important. Now, for a girl who wears so many hats like Pinky, she's with the UNHCR and she's a very recognized personality in Kenya. She runs a show called What Women Want Kenya. And I've been following that as well. And she speaks to all these inspirational women in all different positions. And she brings the best out of people. Let me tell you, you have a knack for it, Pinky, to bring the best out of people, sweetie. And
It's so,
She sounds like you, dear Seema.
yeah.
You're
I
just
like
the
to
same.
say this. I have to say this. We Kenyans are special.
Well, I'm a Malawian, by the way. Just wanted to let you know. I'm from
All
Africa
of us from
too.
no,
So you've got another
everyone is
African here.
special. Everyone is special, but Kenya is very special in our hearts because it's home, and of course, as is Malawi. So I'd say Africa has a heartbeat that touches everyone's soul.
Absolutely. No, that's true. No, thank you, Seema, so much. And of course, Pinky,
Thank
I'm
you.
very shortly, we're going to move on to our next guest, Ritu Sharma. But, I just wanted to say, if you have any last questions, Seema, to share with Pinky before we say a goodbye. And I just wanted to maybe share one thing with Pinky. We're also working on a wonderful organization that we're setting up with some other hosts, the Healing Our Earth hosts, all women. It's a women organization called Divine Goddesses. And we would love to, in the future, get you involved in something like that. Of course, with Seema, too.
Of course.
Yes.
No
we look
questions
forward-
asked. I'm there.
Women power. but thank you so much, Pinky. Any final messages before we move on to Ritu Sharma?
Pinky,
For
thank
me,
you.
oh, sorry. Thank you, Seema. Thank you very much. I just very quickly want to say thank you to this platform. Thank you, Seema. And thank you, honey. That was a beautiful conversation. You did you made it so easy for me to just speak to you. So I'm so grateful.
You're a great person to speak to, and so much that I could. I'm sure if I had 3 hours, I'd be still taking more out from you. Such a good conversationalist, which is great. But thank you again, Pinky, and we'd like to wish you from the whole of the Healing Our Earth team, from myself, Seema, and of course all the rest of the people here, a very the best wishes, for the work you're doing. And we really hope that you continue transforming lives of women around the world. And of course, passing on your wonderful golden nuggets and the wisdom and the knowledge to help women become a bit more loving and learn about a bit more about self-love too, so they can become the best versions of themselves. So thank you for that, Pinky. You have a wonderful day. Do join us again one of the days in the future at the Healing Our Earth. And you're now
Yes.
part of our family.
I'm so happy that I am. Thank you.
Thank you. And a global namaste to you. And thank you, Seema ji, as well, for joining us here. That was great. Please do stay behind. We're going to keep asking you to come back on again if possible. We're moving on to Ritu Sharma. Now, Ritu ji, a big global namaste to you. Well, who do we have Ritu ji here?
Hello, hi, honey. Namaste to everyone. Global, respectful, warm namaste to everybody. Thank you for
global
welcoming me.
namaste to you too. And of course, we have you. Before we move on, I just would love to do a bit of an introduction, with the wonderful work that you do as well, and a little bit of your background. I know that you're from the UK, Ritu, and you always talk about achieving happiness, which I am really so super excited to hear more about. But before we move on and speak to Rituji, let's have a little chat, and then let me give you a little presentation and a little bit of an introduction about who Ritu Sharma is. Now, Ritu Sharma is a woman empowerment ambassador. She's a professional speaker and trainer and educator, and twice Amazon-based selling author. Amazing. I'm going to have to go and read those books. Now, originally from Amritsar, Punjab, she's a UK qualified teacher, and she's also been residing in the United Kingdom for the last 17 years, working on shaping the future of generations, like many, many future generations. That's what she does. As a guru, as a teacher, they have a very, very big responsibility of shaping our future generation. Now, Ritu has been a university topper in a master, and she has a master's in English. She's a famous author of her book called Rich Man's Poor Daughter. Oh, that reminds me of Rich Man, Poor Man. But Rich Man's Poor Daughter, she says, and has co-authored 2 other global book projects called Book of Inspiration for Women, by Women, and Resilient Voices, with a motto to empower the self and others. She's an anthologist, and her most recent anthology was The New Woman. It hit Amazon best-selling rank 2. So we've got a real proper best-selling lady here. She's amazing. Ritu also founded and heads a community organization called Kaushalya UK, which is dedicated to empowering women across the world. She also works on staging projects, events, seminars, speaking events, and of course workshops, which are organized by this particular organization to support and uplift women. She has been working constantly to bring positive changes in the lives of women and empowering them. And she says that her 2 daughters are an inspiration behind all her work. Ooh, we'll have to find out a little bit more about this. And Ritu Sharma finally has been awarded multiple international awards for her humanitarian work as well as for her business. Oh my God, super talented. And I wanted to read the whole book about you, but I thought that should be enough, right, Rituji? And a big global namaste once again to you. Hello, are you enjoying your special Sunday?
Absolutely loving it. Thank you so much. Super excited to be here. Very pleased, honey. Thank you so much. And what a sweet name, honey.
Oh, thank you.
What a sweet voice and demeanor as well. I mean, I've been watching you speak to Pinky, and fantastic, absolutely fabulous.
Thank you so much.
To you as well. I want to thank Neil for inviting me over, and Deepa for the introduction. It's been a pleasure. I have been here once and I absolutely loved it. And I was thrilled when I was asked the second time, this time, to be here again. So can I just say before I move on that Pinky, I absolutely loved what you were talking about. And self-love is a huge part of happiness. Once you understand that I'd say that is the beginning. That's the first step of, achieving happiness. And whatever she said, I think it's absolutely fantastic, very relevant, very valid, and absolutely, I think we've been placed really next. The order that, you guys have put, like Pinky first talking about self-love, me moving on to happiness. I think this works out perfect. So thank you for that as well.
Oh, that's a really nice thing. Well, Pinky is definitely very inspirational there. I know that. She's a wonderful woman. And I know that you're equally inspirational with all the work that you've been doing. So we would be really, really interested to find out a little bit more about what you have to share with us today.
Wonderful. So I have a little presentation here to share. I hope it's okay for me to just get on with that. And
oh yes, of course, yes. And of course, just to remind everybody, Ritu is a multi-talented young woman. She's an author. She's won many awards. She's a teacher. And as you know, that she also runs the women's organization where she inspires and uplifts women. So there's a lot behind what this woman is all about. So let's find out a bit more about what she has to say about achieving happiness. All yours, dear Rituji.
Thank you so much, honey. Thank you so much. So achieving happiness, guys, because that is the ultimate goal. That is what we are all wanting to achieve. That is what we are here to find. All the work we do, anything we do and say, any steps we take in our life, if you ask anybody around you, what is it that you'd like? How would you want to be? Whatever they say, it's going to boil down to one thing, and that is being happy. All of us want to be happy. All of us strive to be happy. And therefore, I think, personally, I believe this is the thing that we should be talking about. And it is not a straight line journey, if you know. It's got layers, and self-love is definitely a big one of it. So this is just a little bit about, Honey's already very kindly said a lot of nice things about me. And here I have just a few pictures to say who I am. But this is not the whole picture. And the reason I've started my presentation talk with this slide is not to show off that how great I am and what wonderful achievements I've had. Yes, I'm very proud of it. I'm very grateful to God for giving me everything that He has showered me with, all the love, all the achievements, all the stepping stones. It's all great. It's all wonderful. However, the reason I share this with you is to make a statement that this is not where I started. This is not my starting line. This is where I am today. So I have been through quite dips in my life, quite a few downs, ups definitely, but quite a few downs as well. And if I just sum it in one sentence, I can do it by saying that I have experienced gender-based discrimination. I have experienced DV. I have experienced emotional abuse. I have been homeless, a single parent, and I have been financially distraught and quite lost emotionally, mentally, and spiritually, and seriously suicidal twice. Now, the reason I'm saying this for your information is for you to know that I speak from lived experience rather than from knowledge from books. Knowledge from books is great, and everyone should go and get it. And this book of mine that is in front of you, rather two books that are in front of you, both of them have lived stories of lived experiences within them. And they are powerful to share. And I would encourage anyone who has a story, which is all of us, to go and, of course, accept it, acknowledge it, and when ready, share it out, because that's empowering. So this happiness is not a goal. It is a goal, but we can't experience it as a goal. We can experience it as a journey. We've got to take one step after the other to experience it. So happiness is a journey, and it's not the destination. It is the destination within the journey, if that makes any sense. And I loved how Pinky said every third sentence, cliche. It is cliche, but we love it. And that's fact as well, by the way. So true happiness comes from a life of meaning, of doing what is worth doing. And again, I speak from experience, as if when I was spiritually, mentally, and emotionally lost, one thing that I understood from my lived experience was that the firm form of true happiness comes to you, is actually offered to you on a platter when you choose to do something that is related to service of humanity. When you choose to step up and say, okay, this thing is way bigger than what I am, who I am, but I'm going to choose this, right? I'm going to do this. And this Kushila UK here is my purpose of doing, of being, let's say. So I found myself and I found my perfect true happiness when I understood this bottom line, that true happiness comes from not serving yourself. You will be served when you serve others regardless, but it shouldn't be the goal. The goal should be, the purpose should be, the idea should be to serve others. And that is exactly what Aristotle is saying. And we will talk about this in a little more while as well. So happy people. We all want to be happy. So the research shows that the happier people live longer lives, and they have lesser disabilities. They enjoy their jobs more. They have rich and fulfilling social lives. So, you know, as eventually we grow up, we want to keep our energies, and we want to hold on to our energies and not just let it drain into people who we don't like or love, or who are not serving us in a constructive manner. But having a rich and fulfilling social lives, being with people who boost your energies, being around people who are positive, who are like-minded, who will be able to listen to and understand you, and vice versa. You'd be able to listen to and understand them as well. So this is what the research says, that happier people have a fulfilling social lives. And that might be just very small social episodes, not long ones. The choice is yours. So, sorry, let's talk about circumstances. So 8 to 15% of our happiness comes from our circumstances. So the basic needs, once they are met, bringing wealth and accumulating wealth does not increase happiness. This is a massive one. As we all know, we live in a very material world these days, and hey ho, I'm not saying that we've got to love poverty or lack mentality, but what I'm saying is we've got to feel satisfied once our basic needs are met, and then anything that comes to us after that, it's a gift that the universe has given us. But that should not be the focus. We must not focus on accumulating wealth, because that is going to mar our happiness. Having a good marriage is related to happiness. When I say marriage, I mean companionship, the partnership, whatever it is that somebody has, meaningful friendships as well. Happy people are more social. Moderate ill health does not bring them happiness, but severe unhealth illnesses do. Educated people are slightly happier, maybe because they are well-read, or they have this opportunity of educating themselves further, which most educated people tend to do. Climate, race, and gender do not affect level of happiness. Now, it's circumstances we're talking about. Again, it comes down to who you have surrounded with. Apart from this factor, the climate that you're in, because you will see many British people complaining many a times, and we are really, really bad at that. Oh, English weather, oh, British weather. This is this, and this is dark, and this is gloomy. If you had that streak of happiness within you, if you knew what actual true happiness is, the outside factors effect would be minimized. Religious people are somewhat happier than non-religious people, and that is because religion also opens doors for spiritual growth, and that is what human race yearns for. We want to grow, and once we know that we are here, we are spiritual beings passing through a physical experience, we understand that attachment is poisonous, it's toxic, and so we learn to grow. So religion, in a way, although personally I'm not a religious person, but I'd like to think that I'm a spiritual person, and I yearn to grow and learn better spiritually as well, to find out where I need to be and how I can get there. The underlying key is to empower yourself. Once you're empowered, you start to feel that things are in your control. And as human beings, the way our minds, hearts, souls work, we want to have control of experiences we are having in this lifetime. Empowering yourself is really, really important. And that can be very personal as well. Empowering yourself, for some people, might just mean getting really well educated. For somebody else, it might mean having excellent communication skills. For somebody else, it might mean being the best of, a cook. And it could be all very personal again, but empower yourself. Find out what is it that would make you feel empowered as a person, as a human being. Dig into that and go get it. Voluntary happiness, 40% of happiness is within our hands, and we can see how we can generate it, and we can make it bigger and better. So secrets of happiness, I'm sure you've heard about these many a times. We're just summing them up here, that the past does not determine the future. The future is open to possibilities. And I'm sure Pinky mentioned that as well, that yesterday was one day, but today is the next day. So yesterday does not have to continue into today, especially if it's not been that great, especially if it's not been positive, especially if it's not served the purpose. We can just leave that behind, see today as the next new possibility, very fresh, and we can pick ourselves from here, today, the now. Be grateful, forgive and forget. We're going to talk a little bit more about these things. Be optimistic, engage in activities that make you happy. Take the time to savor happy times. Now, I'm going to take a little pause here and talk about this. Taking time to savor the happy times. Sometimes you're in such an auto mode that we continue to do things, and I'll put up my hand and say I have been guilty of this for years, until I was stopped and told by one of my coaches that the reason I feel that I have to keep going and I feel tired and exhausted is because I don't take time to celebrate my successes. And it's only then that I personally understood that why do I feel the need to carry on? One thing after the other, one achievement after another, and then even then feel that I have not done enough. And that is because I was not taking breaks to celebrate the little tiny successes that were coming to me, the little achievements I was doing on my way. And therefore, it's really important to amplify that happiness. We've got to celebrate ourselves every now and then. Take the time to enjoy the present moment, absolutely vital. Build more flow into your life. Flow is the state of gratification we feel when totally absorbed in an activity that matches our strengths. It's very impregnated sentence this is, and I definitely would like to talk about this in a minute. So there are 12 happiness activities I decided I want to share with you. And here this is. Expressing gratitude. When you're thankful, when you're grateful, and you're thankful for anything and everything that is bestowed upon you by the universe, by God, it's like an echo effect. When you say thank you, when you say, oh, thank you, God, thank you, universe, thank you, the higher being, thank you. It's beautiful what you've given me. I absolutely appreciate it. And what goes on is when we are living our lives, especially what I understood is from, when you're young adults to when you're fully grown adults, by the time you hit your 35, 40, between 35 and 40, you go through quite a few things that will shape you as a person, that will shape your value system, that will shape your purpose. Most of the most important things will be shaped between these years. And that is because you're out to experience what life is about. And yes, life is meant to throw challenges at you. Life is meant to give you lemons, and you decide what you want to do with it. But when life gives you lemons, it's then that we also need to say, thank you for giving me this. And I'll tell you that because when life gives you lemons, it's actually asking you to be innovative. It's actually giving you an opportunity to tap into your untapped potential and see what is the lesson in there. What can I learn from this situation where I've got nothing else but lemons? Maybe you don't even have a knife, so you don't know how you can make lemonade out of it. But that is the beauty of expressing gratitude, because when you send out a vibe of gratitude, thankfulness, it will come back to you, and it will bring more things to you, more situations, more experiences to you that you will be grateful for. And hand on my heart, I just want to add, I talk from lived experience. So gratitude is just a sense of wonder, thankfulness, appreciation. So these are all the words that come with gratitude, and this is what it is about. Antidote for negative emotions such as envy, avarice, hostility, worry, and irritation. So whenever now, you have to train your mind. I'm not saying it's possible to just get into a state of gratitude all of a sudden. You can, but you have to train your mind so you don't lose this sense of gratitude, sense of thankfulness as and when the next adventure/challenge hits you. So there's a little exercise if you'd like to practice this for yourself. So 5 things in your life that you're grateful for. Start with yourself. Let's practice some self-love. Start with yourself. Yes, your breath is a blessing in itself. You're breathing, you're living, your health is definitely a big blessing. And believe me, when you start to get older, you appreciate that even more, right? So it could be anything. It could be children, it could be a pet, it could be a house. It could be the money you have in the bank that you're going to pay your bills with, buy food with. It could be anything. It could be your partner. It could be your parents. It could be your siblings. It could be your friends. And when you start looking into this, you will see there are not just 5 things that you're grateful for. And I promise you that when you actually get into that energy of finding reasons to be thankful for, you will find hundreds of reasons to be thankful for. And then you'll see what a miracle your own personal life is. You might not have appreciated it to that level up till now. Try and do this. Keep a gratitude journal. This works. Every week, list at least 5 things for which you're grateful, or simply take some time to contemplate why you're so grateful. There might not be anything new happening for now, but there might be a continuity of things. Try and have a look. Make it a Thanksgiving tradition. Why is it important? It is absolutely, thoroughly important, I'd say. Because when you meet people, and I again talk from personal experience, guys, when you meet people and you tell them first or in between, somewhere in the conversation, that you are grateful for that person, genuinely, when you tell them, even if they've done something little for you, they will see your genuinity and they'd appreciate it. And they'd be grateful for you as well then. And these are all the things, building social bonds, encouraging moral behavior, getting rid of negative emotions. Comparisons are definitely happiness killers. They're murderers. Do not compare yourself to anyone. And hedonistic adaptation is when the last point helps avoid hedonistic adaptation. That is when somebody thinks that they have to be happy all the time, that they shouldn't feel anything wrong, negative, something that pulls them down, no triggers. And that is unrealistic. Let's establish for once and for all that happiness is a state of mind, and it's meant to go up and it's meant to go down, and then it's your responsibility to pick it back up. And the earlier you can do it, the better for you. The more practices you do to be more happy, the better it will be for you, because the time period for unhappiness then becomes shorter. Optimism. Where would we be without optimism? Positive thinking. So growth mindset is absolutely vital, very mandatory here. When we are looking at happiness, we want to feel being important, being acknowledged. We want to feel important. As human beings, we want to be important. Let's accept that fact. We all want to be important to, especially to people who are close to us, who are important to us. And then if it can go outside that circle, that's great as well. Growth mindset helps you see how you can move forward in that path. Intelligence increased and acquired new knowledge. When you have a growth mindset, you're constantly looking to see how you can grow personally, how you can develop your personal skills, how you can become a better human being. And I know many people who are very bent on becoming spiritually better, which is very high order, but it's great, right? So keep looking for opportunities, keep looking around yourself. Where can I go to tap into knowledge, information that can help me grow personally or professionally, that can help me become a happier person, that can help me become a better human being? Fixed mindset is something like intelligence is fixed at birth, and so I am who I am, and I've not been able to achieve anything up till now, or I have achieved what I needed to achieve up till now, and now I don't need to go any further. Bad idea. Increased effort does not lead to success. Roadblocks are an excuse to be absent. So fixed mindset will have that kind of things going on, which we want to avoid. This is a great exercise we can do to remind ourselves of how we can have a positive mindset, how we can have an optimistic approach to our own personal growth. What are the 3 things that went well last week? It's a great exercise. If you look back, reflect, evaluate, learn from your lessons, it is an ongoing growth process. So that's that. So this is what you do while you're looking at what 3 things went well. And the reason we do this is because when things have not gone very well, we tend to focus more on things that have not gone well. And again, that is how the human mind works. Pain teaches us lessons that we don't forget. So we need to focus on positive and not the negative. Avoid comparison, because comparing to somebody else, and I've always said this, that comparison should only happen if that person is an identical replica of you. If you were born on the same day, at the same time, in the same year, same parents, exactly the same everything, and then you had the same starting line, you were given exactly the same opportunities, you were exactly given the same hurdles, you had the same challenges, then maybe you can make comparisons. But I'd say you can't even make comparisons then, because you are not identical to anybody in this world. One thing that you'd take about a given scenario, somebody else is going to think of that in a totally different light. And I only personally understood this a few years ago. And I would want to add here that this is the reason we become judgmental of our peers. This is the reason we look at people around us and we tend to judge them as human beings, and they tend to judge us in return as well. And that is because we fail to understand that we're not meant to be same. We are not same people. We're not exactly same people. We all have a different perceptions. We all have different experiences. We all have different thought processes. We are all at a place in our own personal journeys. So there cannot be a comparison at all there. So, and there is a consequence when we do that. So it increases our sadness, brings negative thinking in, impairs the ability to solve problems. Because when we're looking at ourselves from somebody else's judgment, we're not going to make good decisions. Let's face it. Oh, I can't do this because people are going to say this. Let's try and avoid that, or at least mild it down as much possibly as we can. It interferes with your concentration and decreases motivation. So this is what social comparison is. And what you can do is you can try and stop overthinking. What I personally use for myself is when this thought starts to interfere with my thinking, I just tell myself, it's all good, it's their interpretation of what I'm doing. I know that my intentions are good. And whatever it is between me and the God, and me and the Creator and God. And whatever I get in return, that's going to be my reward, be it good, bad, whatever it is, that would be my lesson, my reward for it. So whatever people have to say, they can continue to say that or feel that about it, but that's their perception. It's got nothing to do with me. And I promise you, it has nothing to do with you at all. When you decide to do something, you've evaluated your situation, you've come to a decision totally neutrally, and you know that that is the right decision for you, just you. Go ahead with it. And when it turns out to be right, people are going to come back and appreciate you. Acts of kindness, absolutely important for happiness. We are happy when we have an opportunity to share whatever we can with other people, when we can be kind to them. That gives us a feeling, a sense of greatness. And that is, again, very human to feel. We are meant to be kind to each other. We're meant to be serving each other. And it's also because we view others positively, then we feel empathy for them and be kind to them then. We can connect with them better. We can appreciate our own good, whatever we have, we're thankful. That makes us feel thankful for that. It leads to positive consequences, and we feel good about ourselves that, oh, I could help that person. Isn't that wonderful? And again, as it was said earlier in the previous presentation, that it is a round world, what goes around comes around, and that is exactly what I'd like to reiterate here as well. So if you're kind to others, you feel good about yourself, and then you put it out in the universe, and the universe knows that it has to return that favor to you. It can come in its own time, it can come in its own form, shape, size, whatever it is, it will come back. And again, I talk from personal experience. So do whatever little you can do, whenever you can do. You can make it a regular practice. You can put it in your calendar. You can do it as and when it feels right for yourself. Nurture social relationships. And that is important. And I just want to put a disclaimer here that when we say social relationships, it does not have to be blood family, right? Families, again, come in all forms, shapes, and sizes. And Disney has not done us much favor by showing us happily ever afters or a very particular form of a family. But what we need to accept is that in today's world, in today's very changeable world and changing fast world, there are all sorts of social relationships, there are all sorts of families. Friends are wonderful families. And take time to go out with them, be with them, have fun with them, laugh. Develop strategies for coping. And don't, again, overthink about it. Do not feel that you have to have strategies in place for coping, but having something to fall back on is great. So your coping strategy might be just listening to music, or it possibly could be just taking a walk, or it could be just retail therapy. Some people love it when they go out and buy stuff, especially when they're not feeling very right within themselves. It could be anything. It could be a simple act. You could just pick the phone up and speak to one of your friends. That's a coping strategy. So nothing complicated. We don't need to overthink about it. But see what works for yourself. Grit is important. You know, when you have this resilience of, oh, I want to do this and I will do this no matter what, especially if it's something constructive, especially if it's there to serve a bigger purpose, especially when you know you need to do whatever that is. Grit is key to that. Hurdles, challenges, adversities will come your way, especially if you're trying to do something bigger than yourself. Hold on to your intention of good. Hold on to your idea of happiness. If that project, that plan, that activity, whatever it is that you plan to do, if that is going to bring happiness to yourself, and if that's going to bring happiness to others as well, I'd say hold on to that, be stubborn, be resilient, and carry on with the work. And as the results start pouring in, it does become easier for you. Then you can bring your happiness. And once you have achieved something that is bigger than you or even started it, I promise you that brings loads and loads of happiness to you. This is the most important part of this whole talk. Forgiveness. Whatever problems you have in your life, whatever grudges, baggage you're carrying on with you, there is only and only one answer to that, and that is forgiveness. And forgive me for saying this. I definitely know it is not easy to do, and I definitely know that it's not easy to do, even more so when those people are still around you and they're continuing to do what caused problems in the first place. However, when you forgive, you don't forgive for them, you forgive for yourself. Practice of forgiveness is really, really important, because when you forgive yourself first for being naive, for not knowing what it was, and whatever mistakes we have made. Again, mistakes are a great way of learning. And when we are hurt through those mistakes, we are in pain through those mistakes. They are the biggest, always well-learned lessons that come to us. Forgive yourself first for making any mistakes, for trusting somebody who was not trustworthy, for doing something that did not stand with your values, for anything that you might have done and you're not so proud of. Forgive yourself for that. That is really, really important. And from there on, go on to forgive one person at a time. It's important, it's difficult, but what I'm saying is that it is possible. And when you have been able to do that, or when even you've started to do that, you will realize that you were carrying this weight of grudges and baggage, whatever it is, for no reason. That they will be them. You can't change them, you can't control anyone, but what you can do is you can work on yourself to become a happier person. Flow activities. Flow is simply being in the moment. It is what it is kind of a thing. Again, talking about forgiveness, talking about kindness, serving purpose, being in a space of love, compassion, kindness. Flow is what it all takes. Right now, is the fact of who is the fact about my existence. What it is now is what it is. I am not my past. I don't know what the future holds, but what I am now, I can make best use of that to be calm, to be peaceful, to be happy within myself. And the key to creating flow is to establish a balance between skills and challenges, and you can always upgrade your skills. And once you learn to do that, the challenges become easier. Flow and grit are related. You can only keep going forward when you accept, yes, the challenges are there, everything's there, but I have to keep going, right? It is what it is. It's a beautiful phrase. I don't know whoever discovered that, whoever said it the first time. I want to bow down to that person. It is what it is. It is exactly what it is. And I'm going to go forward. Yes, you don't like it or whatever not. Or I have all this baggage. Yes, I have it. Accept it. Acknowledge it. Become aware of it. And see what actions you can take to turn that around, to change it for yourself. Celebrate yourself. Celebrate every little success that comes to you. Enjoy yourself. Have fun. Have lots and lots of fun. I try and tell my children that there is no goal to this life, right? Yes, you've got to be educated. You'll grow up. You'll find a job. You'll have a house. You'll have partners. You'll have children. But focus on having fun. Have joy in your life. Whatever gives you joy, do that. Things that bring smile to your face. It could be painting, it could be dancing. I absolutely love Bhangra dancing, and for years I could not do that because I come from a social strata where it's not considered very honorable for girls to dance. And now, any given chance, I'm up on the dance floor, and you can see me in almost all of the events that I put up, that I'm dancing at the end of the event, so wherever it is possible. So get up and do what makes you happy. If it's painting, if it's singing, learn a new skill. What is it that would make you happy personally? Ask yourself. You'll get the answer. Listen to the answer and do that. And once you start on that, don't forget, tell yourself, well done. You're great. You're doing a fab job of it. That is happiness. So there it is. Commit to your goals, and they don't have to be something fancy. They don't have to be huge. They can be anything. Having a goal is good because it's good for your well-being. When you know you're trying to do something, and it could be very much for your own personal growth, for your own business, or it could be something bigger for the community. You might want to go out and serve a particular strand of community, particular part of community. For example, my work is all around women, and so sorry, I chose to serve women through my experiences. Whatever I've learned, I wanted to share it out to them. So maybe we can create happier women through that. Maybe it will change a few lives. It's not, if not hundreds and thousands, even if it's tens, even if it's one, it still is worth the while. So when you're committed to your goal, you have a life of purpose. And when you have life of purpose, you don't have time for feeling bad or sad about yourself or your past. Yes, you may still feel it. And I'm going to be very open here, and I'm going to be very honest here. And I'm going to say this, that after almost 10 years of personal work that I've done on myself, of self-development, of personal growth, professional growth, I still get times when I feel really down and low about my past experiences, and I sit down and I give myself time to feel bad about that and experience that pain. But then the ultimate thing is, it is what it is. I tell myself that, and I get up and I show my gratitude to the universe for giving me whatever it has given me, and for choosing me for this life of purpose. And I get back on my track, and I get back on my road of happiness. And that is that. So spirituality, as I said, religion opens our doors to spirituality. If we're religious, prayer is a beautiful means of bringing that calmness and peace to yourself. So see if you want to read what religion tells you, whatever it is that you believe in. If you want to do some spiritual practices, meditation, mindfulness meditation does magic. It does wonders. And platforms like this bring wonderful people together where they share all these beautiful practices and experiences and show people how we can become better human beings. This is one big deal. Take care of your body, because the body is the medium through which we can do everything that we are supposed to do on this planet, whatever that is. So looking after yourself is a great way of being happy, of creating that sense of happiness. Happiness is possible, guys. That's the message that is this whole thing is about. It is possible. It can look and feel difficult at times, even impossible at times when you're facing really hard times. But remember, nothing lasts forever. Another beautiful mantra that can bring you happiness is, this too shall pass. Everything passes. So our life is like crescent troughs. Like we go up, we come down, we go up, we come down. And our mind needs to be trained to see the good in the bad. Good in the good and good in the bad as well. Positive and negative. And then we need to train our mind to see possibilities when we're not going through very good phases. What's the lesson in that? So you have to believe that you can do this. And remember, no one controls your happiness, only you do. And once you realize that, once you get to believe that, it's going to be a beautiful journey for yourself. So that is my presentation for you. Thank you so much.
That was wonderful, Ritu. And also, going through such a large subject, such an in-depth subject in such a short time, well done.
Thank you.
Great summary as well. I picked up certain things. Actually, whilst I was thinking and watching, listening to this presentation, I was thinking about what about all those people, who are going through challenges in life, like real deep challenges. For example, just recently, of course, we've had the cyclone Shaheen taking place in the Gulf region. And, there are so many people, who have been affected by this particular cyclone. So I just wondered, how do we, when tough things happen such as this, whilst I'm saying this, of course, I'd like to pray for all those people who are out there in that region. And I'm sure every single person in the Healing Our Earth team here and the audience members are sending, their prayers to this particular region. But what would you say? How do we deal with real tough situations to keep this happiness?
Yeah, situations like that are totally they're huge, obviously, and they're totally beyond, we can't comprehend them. We don't want to think about them. They're natural disasters, let's say. But even the man-made disasters, like the one that was recent in Afghanistan, right? Even that kind of disasters, and nobody wants to face them. Let's be honest. I would not want to be in Afghanistan when that was happening. I don't want to be in the Gulf when a cyclone came. I don't want to be anywhere close to them. Nobody wants to be close to them. But if that hits, of course, as human beings, we're not going to see positive in it. Let's be honest, we won't, right? We will focus on the loss. And that goes the same for our day-to-day challenges as well. We do not focus on what is the learning in that. We focus on, oh, that was taken away from me during this time. And I am so sad right now, and I'm so hurt and upset. So the resilient people who'll come out of that storm or that situation, that dire situation, they will find a way of creating a better, happier life for themselves. And that is the only way of looking at it, right? There is no answer to this, to be honest. So they're too huge for a human.
So sorry, it was a tough question there, but I just thought, there's so many people go through this. Just Absolutely. A little question, just that there are tough things that people go through. And just to understand, that I see that happiness is something that comes from within, as Absolutely. You know, it's a state of Absolutely. Mind. So even if you're in a situation like that, it's like, well, at least our home is safe. At least our family's okay. At least, like you would find something positive in every situation to uplift your mind so that you can deal with the situation in a more resilient manner.
Absolutely.
rather than, oh my God, it's the end of the world and that's it. Because you can never become solutions focused in that state of mind.
You can't, no.
Yes.
In normal day-to-day life, if you have a challenge, if you've lost somebody, or if there's career or something, or if there's something else socially happening, we can look at it, oh, this will get better. But in that kind of situation where it does seem like it's the end of the world, we might not even live to see tomorrow. That is really, really difficult. And
yeah, I've got a little mantra, like when all these challenges take place in all our lives, and I think to myself, oh yes, the universe is training me to become a spiritual warrior.
That
So
is a beautiful way of
things.
looking at it. That is a beautiful, I totally agree with that. I totally agree with that.
Yeah, so when you go ups and downs, always think that there is something that you're being trained for, to become more resilient, to become a little bit more wise, to gain some experiences that you can help other people with. And if you go through any tough situations, which may be emotionally, like a roller coaster type of a situation, you will understand other people's emotions a lot better too. Because
absolutely, and that's why I don't fail to say ever, whenever given a chance, I don't refrain from sharing my story. I'm not ashamed of how it went. Yes, it was DV. Yes, it was financial breakdown. It was so. I was homeless. Mental health issues. So I don't refrain from sharing it, because we need to normalize this, right? Many a times happiness kind of is challenged. Our personal happiness is challenged because, oh, everybody else seems fine, so is it me? And for many years, personally, honey, I used to think that, is it me? So am I such a misfit that I can't be happy because everybody else seems fine? So you tell yourself that you're the bad person, you're the wrong fit in here, so you shouldn't even be here. And I think we need to tell our younger generation that it's okay. You're different, it's okay. You don't feel like everybody else, it's okay. You don't feel like accepting the norm, it's okay, And it's wonderful that we bring in all these things into our education system. The progress is slow, and it's unfortunate that it's taken so long for the change to appear, but I'm still grateful that it is happening now.
Yes,
mindfulness has been introduced into schools, mental health
you mean to say the mental health issues, you mean, or of how to deal with those things in schools? Is that what you mean?
What I mean is instilling within the younger generation that it's okay, that you don't have to be like everybody else.
Right. Yeah, you can be unique. You can be yourself. You can feel what you want to feel.
You can be absolutely weird and wonderful. That's fine.
Yeah, that's a very good, powerful way to help children feel comfortable within themselves. A little bit of the self-love comes there as well, of what we were talking about. And of course, what you say, sometimes I have another issue where it's the opposite. Everybody says, you're always happy. Is there something wrong with you? I have a completely opposite issue to deal with, in life. And I'm thinking, well, yes, I have to kind of maybe look at things a bit more seriously in life, maybe. I'm not sure. But yeah.
That's a wonderful issue to have. That's a beautiful issue to have. Well done.
Yeah, I think happiness is I do think it's a state that comes in within you, and it's not very easy for somebody to take you out of that state once you understand and learn how to be in that state. And it's a method of thinking. It's a style of thinking in life, and ensuring that everything that you're dealing with in life has a positive interpretation.
Absolutely, somehow. And it's like fine-tuning your mind to that vibration. That, of course, we're human beings. We're meant to be with other people. We're meant to feel about what others have said in reaction to that or for them. And that's absolutely human, and we should not deny that. I'm not saying that, whatever people do outside of you, it shouldn't affect you. Well, it will affect you. What you have to do is train your mind to minimize that effect, be it good or bad. If people are complimenting you and your self-worth comes from that, that's dangerous as well. Right? Yes. So your happiness is not in anyone's hands. You've got to train your mind to believe that you're fine, you're good enough. Self-love comes in here, self-worth comes in here. Practice that. And then, when something happens on the outside, you feel like reacting. Okay, even if you do react, that's human. But hold yourself and say, is it worth the reaction? Yes.
Yes, absolutely. And you mentioned about the appreciation. There are a lot of people who may feel that they're not appreciated. Of course, it doesn't take much to appreciate somebody. You just have to say, well done, thank you, blah, blah, blah. Just a few little words which cost you nothing.
Yeah,
but
absolutely.
But people don't do that, unfortunately. You know, they don't
fine.
use this. But the person on the receiving end, you just mentioned as well, the ones who feel unappreciated, for example. I also say sometimes, I don't know if this works for people outside there, but you know, if you feel that there is a connection with the spiritual higher energies and they're watching whatever you do, then you don't need a special well done from anybody, because you know there's a special connection with the higher universal force who's watching everything that's going on, who's witnessing everything that's going on. So
absolutely. And that would need training your mind as well, because as social beings, we do thrive on acknowledgement. We want to be acknowledged as human beings. We want people around us, you know, our parents, our siblings, our friends, to tell us how proud they are of what we're doing. And personally, I was yearning for that for years and years, right? And recently something happened and somebody said to me, and it's somebody who's been absent for years, and they came back and said, a relative, elder one, I'm proud of you, Ritu. And honest to God, I didn't feel anything. And I thought that was an achievement.
That's beautiful. But what you said is actually right, because even kids and young people, acknowledgement brings out the best in someone.
Yeah. For kids, it should be done. Can I just say, for kids, please do as much acknowledgement and appreciation you can do for children. Boost their confidence. Say, oh, they're fantastic, they're fabulous, yeah, they're the best people on this world. And they are. To help them bring the best out in themselves. But for adults, it's a kind of a different story, as you say.
Yes, but right from children and a young anybody, like if you had somebody like staff members working for a corporate organization, just by giving them a thank you, to say thank you for doing this great work, or you stayed behind and did this fantastic project, or just saying thank you for acknowledging their wonderful work, or this top results that they received, you know, like sales or targets or so. Just little things like that will encourage them to do more. The more you leave people and don't notice the good things that they're doing, the less they're inclined to do it later on, you know, because you don't get encouragement. So I find that having good communication skills with people, if you keep finding some nice positive things within the discussion and bring those out every now and again, will keep uplifting people's self-worth.
Absolutely.
And I think that's a nice thing to do for people in a very honest way. You know, any sincere thing that you can see in someone, just mention it, because it costs nothing. And with this happiness, you've had these wonderful books that you've had, you've written, which have been absolutely amazing. And you mentioned the one which was the Rich Dad's Poor Daughter. What was all that about? Where did that title come from?
The title came from total lack of self-love for the first 37 years of my life, honey. And although my parents were resourceful, and you know, I come from a well-off, rich family from Amritsar in India, I felt very deprived. And when I got to the age of 37 and I looked back and I was trying to find reasons for why that happened. And at 37, age 37, again, I was in a really difficult down situation where I was almost homeless. I had two young children who were totally my responsibility. I was financially kind of not very stable, and going through divorce, etc., etc. I mean, think of it, anything you can think of, you know, he was there.
Oh dear, poor thing. I know it's happened. I don't know how this happens, but when something happens, it
all happens together.
It comes in lots of like stacks up, right? Not one at a time. It's like everything comes at once.
Trouble was born a twin, as they say, right? It was like quadruples this time. Anyway, so when I looked back and I thought, you know, why is this happening to me? And, you know, and I always use this phrase that when you hit the rock bottom, you can't go any further down. You can either stay there or you can choose to get back up. And thanks to God, I'm really grateful that God chose for me to get up and get back up. And, you know, not just for myself, but also equip me with the opportunities to be able to serve other women now. And can I just make a disclaimer, guys, that I'm not anti-men at all, okay? So I work with and for women, but I'm not anti-men. I totally understand men's important in our lives, and, you know, they are very important.
In everything we do, there's always Shiv Shakti. We always talk about Shiv Shakti. We talk about yin yang. We talk about male female energies. Everything needs both energies, you know, to work well, you know, in life, etc.
And it's just a matter of chance that I happened to experience, you know, with the male energy. I didn't have many good experiences by that age, and therefore I kind of became anti-men for a little while. But then I realized it's not just women who go through these challenges. Men face these challenges, similar challenges as well. And it's not a matter of a man or a woman, it's a matter of a human being, dealing with another human being, and that's how it goes. So the title,
or a soul, as we say, because a soul is not a male or a female, right? That you could be in a male body in previous life, then a female. So if you look at it as a soul, then it won't really matter. Yes,
absolutely. So therefore, the title "Rich Man's Poor Daughter," because I felt that although I was very resourceful and my surroundings were really good, rich, I felt really poor because I felt deprived. And that again comes down to not being acknowledged at a younger age and not being appreciated for the talents I had, but being labeled a problem child because I was good at theatre and absolutely loved it. And there are lots of stories, and I thought I want to write that down because especially in Asian culture, honey, and you'd agree with me, we kind of tend to brush it under the carpet rather than talk about it openly. And when I realized that so many women go through this, similar journeys that I've been on, and people were even saying so much so that people would say to me, "What is so special about your story? It's the story of any other Asian girl." I think that's a slap across her face, really tight slap. I mean, if that is the case, why aren't we changing the narrative? Why aren't we getting up and doing something to create a different story so that if somebody pops up and say, "This has happened to me," we should be ashamed of that. Why is it such a common thing in our culture? So I wrote it down because I wanted to say that, hey, it is still happening, right? I'm an educated woman, looking really confident and as if I've got everything under control. I'm employed, I'm earning my own money, I'm financially independent, I'm a mother, I have a house, I drive, I'm good. But on the outside, inside the narrative is still the same. Inside, I'm still the second citizen. Inside, I still have very limited rights. Inside, I can't voice my opinions. And it's, my parents, bless them, they educated me to the best quality. I was sent to the best colleges and universities. And I'm so grateful to God for that. I'm so grateful to my father for that. But it was almost as if they gave me a mind and they restricted me from using it. That is frustrating.
All right. So whatever you have shared is, of course, all the experiences you've been through, understanding that this is a similar kind of a human interest area that most people go through. And
Absolutely.
You wanted to ensure that, people are actually aware of this, and you're trying to eliminate that this should not be the case. People should be happier people.
That's why I mentioned it's a lived experience. Yes, it's all in the book, but it's possible, guys. You can create your own reality. You can turn the narrative around. You can be happy. You just have to start with the journey.
Oh, let me introduce you to another happy person, right? Let me introduce you to dear Seema. Hello, dear Seema ji. How are we again? I know that you have this wonderful background in personal development as well yourself. What did you feel about what Ritu has spoken about with her? The beautiful presentation she's done with her happiness, with lots of wonderful tips and advice and good exercises, as well as what she had to say about her book.
Well, I think her book is going to be very powerful to read, and I'm looking forward to it. Is it available on Amazon?
It was, Seema. It's been taken down recently because I'm going to relaunch it in January 2022. And the reason is because it was Rich Man's Poor Daughter who's turned rich now. So we're going to relaunch it with the next parts of the journey, including the happier part as well, saying that it is possible. So it will be available very soon.
Is it a different title, or have you kept the same title?
So I'm going to share. This is the first time I'm going to share this, by the way. So the title is going to be the same. What we're going to do is we're going to cross poor and we're going to write rich next to it. So it was poor, but that was wrong. It's Rich Man's Rich Daughter.
Very nice. Sorry, Seema, please go ahead.
Rituji, you've had a very powerful journey and one of great transformation. I would say after having gone through all that you have been through, reaching, like you said, you can hit rock bottom. And when you've hit rock bottom, you can't even go down further because you're at the end, right, of the tunnel. So the only way there is, what I found very inspirational was what you said, the only way is up.
Yeah,
you can either choose to stay rock bottom. Yeah, none of us want to do that. and the only way is up. And you talked about implementing several techniques. I'm quite big on meditation. You know, we had a very motivational speaker today from Hong Kong, Louise Corbett, and she spoke about her journey. You know, it's of course a different journey. How she, and I know her personally, so she was caught up in this corporate job, and every time I would see her, she'd say, I'd bump into her on the escalator. We lived in a similar area, and I'd say, "Hey, Louise, how are you?" I'm so tired. I'm exhausted. You know, this job is, taking the living daylights out of me. And it was very empowering to hear her, how she said how she shifted, you know, out of her fears of being in the corporate world, and how she took time off, and, she just traveled and danced and alleviated herself and brought herself to a whole new level, where she today is teaching people how to live with exceptional existence, living life to their fullest potential. Now, what you've had to say with your presentation and everything is happiness. Happiness, I believe, is actually our birthright. As babies, we're born happy. We're gurgling, we're carefree. It's all these layers that are implemented on us, through our social structures, through culture. Now you grew up in Amritsar, a city I'm very familiar with. And you spoke of your dad giving you a fantastic education, and this is something I find that's very prominent in India, that nothing personal. We will educate our daughters, we will teach them how to be independent, but yet the social structure, it has changed incredibly now.
Thanks, God,
The social structure will implement, that, you must be a homemaker, and it doesn't matter if you've had an education. I'm just generally, I'm not speaking, I'm speaking about many years ago. You have to do this. If you're a woman, you can't have a voice. You must be submissive. You shouldn't be able to express yourself. Now,
Durga Ma wasn't like that. Goddess Durga ji. Kali Ma wasn't like that. There's a lot of energy there.
Wonderful that
that's
you
what I
mentioned that.
tell. That's what I tell a lot of people. I say, you worship the Devi as a goddess. And you do everything, as the Kundalini energy, or as the all-pervasive Chitti Shakti of the universe. But yet you have these double standards. Now, I may be a bit of a feminist in my own right. I'm not against men. I think men are very essential in our life, like you very rightfully said. But at the same time,
very soon we're going to have Dhruv ji, right? So he'll probably have his own side here. But yeah, carry on, Seema.
Everybody has to have a voice. And everybody has to have a voice. Everybody has to, like Pinky said, have self-respect. Everybody has to implement the tools that you spoke of, the powerful tools that you presented, to bring yourself out of your state of misery or unhappiness and shift yourself towards a happier state of mind. And it begins with you.
Wow. I love that, Seema. And I also love that it's happiness is everybody's right. Everybody has a right to be happy. And if somebody tries to take that away or try to limit it as well, that's also very wrong, when people do it by purpose sometimes around you, because they cannot see you happy, unfortunately.
So one more very valuable point I want to bring in, because I think all the men are out there saying, she's a bit of a feminist. As you said that, happiness is essential for not only women, but it's also there for men. I truly do believe that the emotions we feel as women, men feel the same. And I actually feel that men are taught by society to bottle it up.
Absolutely.
Not to express. So finding happiness for them is actually an even harder challenge.
Well, I'm really glad we got a little discussion with this happiness thing. Thank you, Ritu. You've created this happiness monster within little Seema. She's got this amazing wealth of talent, like knowledge and so much wisdom that she loves sharing, and I love that as well. Thank you so much, Seema ji. I love listening to you every time you come back with these wonderful things. And Ritu as well. Thank you so much, to really share this wonderful presentation. It was so wonderful to see all the lovely tips. We hope to see you, of course, again joining us. And thank you and congratulations, for this wonderful journey you have been through, and through the experience, helping to transform other people and passing on all the wonderful lessons you have learned so that others do not have to go through that same thing as well. So I really, really appreciate that. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
And a global namaste to you. And please do stay tuned in if you'd like. We've got this wonderful Dhruvji joining us, Dhruv Chatralia, who's going to be joining us. And you will find him absolutely fascinating. We talked about the feminine side. Now we're going to talk a bit more about the spiritual side, which includes both the male and the feminine, of course. So, which will be great. Global namaste to you, Dhruvji.
Global namaste to you too, Honeyji, and namaste to all our viewers as well. And thank you for the kind introduction. Always such
I haven't even introduced you yet, so I'm going to do a quick little introduction before we go straight into our discussions. So here you see our dear Dhruv Chatralia. He's from the UK. He's a really amazing yoga teacher, spiritual master. He actually is an author of an amazingly 21 books on Hinduism, and he has given over 325 public talks of over 350 hours between them on spirituality, which includes topics on the Bhagavad Gita, Hanuman Chalisa, Ramayana, Srimad Bhagavat, Sri Suktam, Devi Mahatmaya, the Upanishads, the Vedas, the yoga, meditation, and so many other wonderful related subjects, which were watched in over 161 countries around the world. Amazing. And Dhruvji has also was included, if you're not aware of this, was included in Her Majesty the Queen's 2020 New Year Honours List for the award of a BEM for voluntary service to Hinduism and also developing young people. And this talk today will cover simple teachings of inspiration through yoga that every person can practice and apply to enjoy peace of mind, freedom from stress, a healthy body, mental clarity, and of course, a multiplied intellectual capacity and capability, improved performance at work, and of course, a very important point, improved relationships and inner well-being. So you're doing so much, Dhruvji. It's amazing. Congratulate you for all the really amazing work you're doing.
Thank you so much, Honeyji, and absolutely delighted to be here and to have that opportunity to speak with you all. Thank my brother Neilbai and all the organizers for bringing back together so many like-minded individuals. So as you said, I'm going to be speaking about a topic very close to my heart, which is how to inspire your life through yoga.
May I ask, before, you were tuned in just now listening to us, or females talking about the world of happiness. Yes. Before we move on to your presentation, what did you feel? Was there any comments from your side that you'd like to share, perhaps?
Yes, it was a really interesting comments made on obviously the topic of happiness, and it's linked to inspiration because we have two words. We have inspiration and we have aspiration. So inspiration comes from the outside. We need someone to motivate us, someone to drive us, someone to pick us up. There's something even deeper than that, which is aspiration, which comes from within. No one can empower you. No one can inspire you as much as your own self. When you're fallen down, no one can pick you up like your own self. And so inspiration is something that comes from the outside, but aspiration is something that comes from the inside. And that is very much linked to yoga. And also on the theme of the women's empowerment, I'm going to actually touch on that in my presentation. So that's very fitting. And it's really interesting when you study the history of the feminist movement in the West. It all started because of when colonialism happened, when Indian scriptures and so on being transported to the West, they saw the concept of the divine feminine, as you said, Ma Durga, Ma Lakshmi. And when they saw the divine on that pedestal, which is completely unknown in the West, they began seeing that as a source of inspiration. So the entire feminist movement in the West was inspired by the female forms in India. And if you look at the Indian culture in ancient times, the women had a very prominent part to play. When you look at the first hymns of the Vedas, they were written by female sages. They were great female warriors like Rani Durgavati, many others as well. So there was always a prominent role to play in our life, and you see it in modern times as well. If you look at the the ISRO, which is the Indian Space Research Organization, which sent the kind of the space shuttle to Mars within a fraction of the cost of NASA. It was traditional Indian women who had designed that project. And I'm so proud, firstly, of being an Indian, but also so proud to see women at the forefront of that project. So it's about reviving this great ancient culture, which has been clouded by thousands of years of colonization, where we kind of had to force the women back into the homes. But it's now time to bring this divine feminine out, and to see the divine feminine not just in the females, but also in men as well, which was the topic that was touched, because it's not just about the male and the female, but it's about feminine values and male values, which are, the male values are very dominant in the world right now, survival of the fittest, but it's also important to have the feminine values, seeing the beauty and the art in everything. And we're obviously encouraged to become engineers and doctors and so on, but also important to have the feminine sources of education and achievement as well. For example, the arts and many, many more, which is applicable to men as well as women. So that balance in yoga, when you go to the level of the Manamaya Kosha, which is the level of the mental sheath, the balance of the feminine and the masculine is a very, very important thing. And it's a very important in the path of yoga. And yeah, as I said, it's not about the victimization. It's about the empowerment and the aspiration that comes from within. But I do see our society moving towards that kind of balance. It's a problem, obviously, kind of world over, but the Indian history and the Indian civilization provides a great deal of inspiration. And it's a matter of looking to what the sources and the great scriptures say, and what has been clouded in the last 1,000 years, and a decolonization process.
Yeah, absolutely. Wow, that was a really good deep one there. With lots of information, and really nice one, good information there. I mean, I also see that sometimes it's also about just understanding, you know, like we understand the elements. We talk about the 5 elements in the world, right, in the universe, but we then also have the elements of the male energy and the female energy. And sometimes it's all about communication as well, or understanding that, and to appreciate that there are different qualities that are there. Yes. And the more, you know, the more understanding you are with these things, the easier it would be. Oh, by the way, yeah, that's the other thing. We're talking about Durga Ma at the moment. So we must remind everybody that there is a special Navratri special on 10th of October, which is next Sunday, that you're going to absolutely love. So do make sure you join us from 2 p.m. onwards, as always, as Sunday. Navaratri is coming up, so it'll be a great little event for you. Then on the 23rd of October, we have Diwali on the Square, which is an event that you just do not want to miss. It's just an amazing event. It's one of the most popular events, and you need to be there to enjoy and have fun during Diwali. Great time to celebrate as well. And it's being organized by the Diwali in London team there, so which is great. And of course, in partnership with the Mayor of London and both DIL, which is Diwali in London team. So we really look forward to seeing you there. I'm sorry we came back with we thought we'll think about Durga Ji, you know, because of Navratri. Nav Durga Ji. Yes. So today, Dhruv, what are you going to be sharing with us? What will you be sharing?
Yes, so Om Namah Shivaya and Jai Ma Durga, and very, very fitting when you're talking about the female and the spirituality. When you have talking about Ma Durga, it's very, very important, and it shows us, I guess, how much we rever the divine feminine as well as the divine masculine. And it's a very spiritual time, because if you look at it in India, it's immediately after the monsoon season, where the environment is very placid and very, very exuberant, and emotions run high. And when your emotions get deified, they become bhakti. So it's my favorite time of the year, and very fitting that we started on the theme of the divine feminine. So yeah,
yes, there is a lot of goddesses in like you mentioned, in the East, who are very highly regarded, who are very powerful too. Yes, as we say, today is about inspiration and motivation. And we find that there are many teachings that come from, like, let's say, Ma Durga, or, you know, we talk about the Nav Durga, the different qualities, or we talk about, of course, gods like Shivji, Lord Vishnu, because this is a area of your speciality. You've written 21 books on this area. So you must have a wealth of knowledge that you're going to share with us today. So I'm going to give the platform to you, Dhruvji, for you to share whatever you wish to share, and I'm all ears here.
Thank you, Haniji. And yeah, so obviously the topic of today's sessions we'll be having in terms of inspiration, motivation, I'm going to link it to yoga, to talk about a topic very close to my heart. So yoga comes from the root Sanskrit word yuj, which means to join or to unite with the divine. And that process of self-realization of yoga comes through the 8 steps, which we call the first steps are the yamas, which are the 5 things we observe in our interactions with the outer world, which is satya, seeing the reality as it is, aparigraha, non-possessiveness, asteya, non-stealing, brahmacharya, which is non-excessiveness, and ahimsa, which means non-violence. Then the second stage of yoga is the niyams, which are the 5 things we observe within ourselves, being shaucha, cleanliness, santosh, contentment, swadhyay, self-study, and ishwar pranidhan, which is devotion or surrender to the divine. Then third, yoga is commonly known because of the physical postures in the West, which are asanas, but it's just a small part of yoga. Then you have 4th, pranayam, breath control. 5th, pratyahara, which is turning our mind and senses inwards. Then 6th, dharana, concentration. 7th, dhyan, meditation. And then finally, samadhi, 8th, self-realization. So I'm going to focus more today on one of these, which is santosh, of one of the early stages of the niyams, which means contentment. So it's because of contact we have with our senses, or with their objects, that we have what we call pleasure and pain. We spoke about happiness. So ice cream, for example, we've just had our summer, is an object, and the tongue is a sense. So as soon as ice cream touches the tongue, we have the feeling of pleasure. So this objective happiness comes from illusions. So ultimately, the things that the sense make contact with is matter, and this gives us pain and pleasures. So if we see a beautiful flower, our eyes make contact with it and we get pleasure. We see a beautiful person and we're happy. We see a not so beautiful person and we're not so happy. What are these things? They're illusions. How? Because only the senses know them. When it's winter, then the heat feels pleasurable, so we put the heater on. But when hot weather comes after a few months, we don't need that heat, but we need it to be cold. So there was a time when heat felt good and another time when coolness felt good. When you drink a hot cup of tea in the winter, we like it a lot. But when that weather is warm, then we need a glass of ice cold water, nimbu pani. Would we like that cold drink in the cold weather? No, because at that time, it doesn't give you happiness, but in the summer it does. And the things that we don't like when it's heat, we like when it's cold. So that's an illusion. And you can put all pleasures under that definition. They're all transient. Kabirji's written a very nice doha, Ja din ne jiv janmaya, kabuna paya sukh, dali dali me fira pate pate duk, which means that he tried to collect the fruits of pleasures in the basket. But when he looked, he could only find the leaves of pain in them. So it's human nature that whenever pleasures come, they leave behind pain. Because of illusion, pleasures become manifest and go. They never stay because they're transient. And there's 3 reasons for this. The first is the law of diminishing returns, which can be found in economics language. So when the mango season starts in Gujarat, we drink Kerina Ras, mango juice. It first tastes like nectar, but the pleasure that comes from the first bowl of mango juice can't be found in the second. And the pleasure from the second bowl of mango juice can't be found in the third. And by the time you have your 4th one, you've had enough, or you may have a 5th one. But if someone offers you the 6th, then you say no. The first bowl of Kerina Ras was like nectar, but why are you now saying no? You should keep saying yes if you liked it the first time. This is the law of diminishing returns. This happens in relation to pleasures, but also in relation to pains. So when a person gets used to sadness, then they can't go without it. When they get the next sad moment, he doesn't feel sad. So when compared with the previous sad moments, this seems nothing. There was a person by the name of Katralal, and he got some new shoes. They were new shoes, so they were tight, and he was getting shoe bite. They were hurting him so much that he struggled to walk to work. So the receptionist at the office asked him, have you bought small shoes? He replied that I don't know, but they definitely hurt. So the receptionist asked, why don't you change them or get them molded? Why are you tolerating this pain? Katralal said, there's a reason for this. When I wear these shoes for a day and go home and take them off, The scream I let out from the pain drowns out the shouting of my wife. So he does not feel thing when he's shouting, when she's shouting and nagging. On many occasions, a person wants sadness. After several sad moments, the pain of sadness goes away. This is the first thing, the law of diminishing averages. Second, in order to tolerate pleasure and pain, one must be prepared to have these feelings. Only then can these pleasures and pains born from illusion make contact with the senses. If delicious and nice food is made, but you're not hungry, then can that delicious and nice food give you pleasures? No. We say in Gujarati that bhuk no bare rotlo, ane na mare rotlo. If one is hungry, then even a dry roti will be sweet to him. But if he's not hungry, then even well-prepared delicious dishes are useless to him. So is there really pleasure in that thing? One needs to be prepared to have that feeling. So it's not just necessary that one is prepared internally to enjoy them every time pleasures come. Sometimes a thing will come and we feel pleasure and sometimes we won't. I use the example for food, but similar examples can be found for all the senses. One time we enjoy watching a TV program, other times we don't. If we're in certain moods, then we enjoy watching certain films. When people are in love, then they may enjoy watching sad films or they keep playing sad songs on their music player like Devdas. But when they're happy and someone plays a sad film or sad song, then they tell them to turn off. So you must be prepared to have these feelings for your eyes, your ears, and so on. Thirdly, all these different bodies cannot give the same pleasure every time. Dunde dunde matiri binna. 3 phases in this sentence are important. Different bodies, same pleasure every time. This keeps changing. If there's a fruit basket and there's some banana with some bad skin, we can't eat them as they've gone soft. But once we throw them away, we're happy. The bees will have a party. So the very thing that makes us happy when we throw it away has made others happy when they got it. The object is one, and therefore it's an illusion. Fair enough, we accept that contacts of the senses with the objects leads to pleasure and pain. These pleasures and pains are illusion and they're transient. So the scriptures explain pleasure and pain very well. Alukam vidyam sukam pratilokam vidyam dukam. If we like something, it gives us pleasure. And if we find something unfavorable, it gives us pain. Another scriptures explain it very well as well. Pratikaro upatayate sukamati paryasityajana. When we're worried about something or in trouble, and we're saved from that worry or trouble, then one thinks that that gives one pleasure. So imagine if a person's thirsty and starts crying out, I'm thirsty, I'm thirsty. If you go and give him a glass of water, he'll drink the water and say, thank you, you've given me a pleasure. We gave him water and he said that we gave him pleasure. Therefore, we put a label on that water that it gives us happiness. If another person's drowning in the water, then can we say that he's drowning in pleasure? No, we can't say this. So for the thirsty person, the water was a thing of pleasure. But for the drowning person, the water was a thing of pain. This means that water can give us neither pleasure or pain because both of these things come as a result of our relationship with water. If you generalize this, then no item gives us pleasure or pain, as both of these things depend on our relationship with the thing. If we take it even further, then no person gives us pleasure and pain, as both of these things depend on our relationship with a person. If one person gives us a pleasure, then we can't go even a day without speaking to that person. When another person gets pain from that person, he won't even want to go near that person. So in the same way, a person that we do not like may be like the best thing in the world to someone else. Therefore, people give us neither pleasure nor pain because both of these things depend on our relationship with the person. If pleasure and pain do not come from a thing or person, but because of our relationships with them, then who decides those relations? The mind decides those relations. They're because of the mind. Therefore, can we train the mind so it gets only pleasure from all of these things, people, and situations? For this, the yogis give us an answer, onsit to moti choge, meaning the mind can be like a bird that keeps up picking up precious stones of pleasure. So Sri Krishna in the Bhagavad Gita gives us this training where it says, Tam titiksha bharata. He says that these pleasures and pains come and go, but you learn to endure them. This is the ultimate remedy. You must face them. When you're happy, don't go running around like a lunatic. And when you're sad, Don't put your hand over your eyes and start crying. Learn to face them. How much can you change outside circumstances? People try to become happy by changing outside circumstances. After I get this, I'll be happy. My husband or wife is like this, and only if he or she changes, I'll be happy. This means your happiness is in somebody else's hands, and your happiness is in the outside. Your happiness is controlled by someone else with a remote control, and the buttons he or she presses will make you happy or sad. When can somebody else change? If someone changes, then the third or fourth person may not change. What guarantee is there? A person that tries to be happy after trying to change other people can never be happy. Therefore, whatever outside circumstances are like, face them and learn to endure them. This is what Sri Krishna teaches us. If you have the power and the ability to ensure that there'll be nothing to worry about in your life, when you have cold and heat, then it makes a big difference to us. If the temperature drops 25 degrees to 20 degrees, then we start wearing shawls and sweaters. But when the temperature goes up to 30 degrees, 31 degrees, 32 degrees, then we start turning the air conditioner on. Our range is very small. But when we see a farmer laboring on a farm, then even if it's 10 degrees, he still labors in the farm wearing very little clothes. When the temperature goes up to 40 degrees, it doesn't matter to him if he's sweating a lot. He carries on laboring. His range is so large because he has learned to endure these. In the same way, whatever opposite feelings arise from the senses' contacts with objects, the person must learn to tolerate these. However much the person learns to increase this range of endurance, the person will be that much calmer, stable, and happier. And Shri Krishna tells us to learn to endure these. It's only a relative thing that one person has more pleasure or pain. If we're happy, we think that there's more pleasure in the world. And if we're sad, we think there's more pain in the world. Both pleasures and pains are similar things. The Supreme Lord has put me in a field where I meet a range of people, from those who have high status in society with plenty of possessions to the common person. I get to meet all types of people, and they come and sit with me to tell me their stories. After listening to these stories, I was thinking that I've reached a conclusion that sad people in this world are really not as sad as happy people are. Because sad people only have a little sadness, whereas happy people have a lot of sadness. Metaphysically, pleasure and pain are the same, but we need to look at them relatively. The metaphysical view is that the scale of pain and pleasures is always the same. Whoever has two pains in his life will always have two pleasures in life. And be careful, because whoever has 100 pleasures in their life will always have 100 pains in their life. We may not be able to see it, but they're keeping it in their minds. The scale always remains the same. For example, we see a homeless person sleeping on a bench outside the shop who spends the whole day lifting benches, or when the shop closes at night, he goes and sleeps on a bench in the evening. We may look at him from across the street, have pity on him and think, he must be so unhappy. He doesn't have a house. He has no bed. He has no blanket. He has no pillow, and he sleeps on the street. But as soon as that man goes to sleep on the bench, he has a very nice deep sleep. The owner of the shop comes at 8 a.m. and tells him to wake up so he can open the shop. Only then does he wake up. That man has no bed to sleep, but you'll never see any sleepiness in his eyes. On the other hand, you see a person with a nice big house, a well-furnished bedroom, a nice car outside, air conditioning, all the luxuries. But unlike the homeless man on the street, he'll always have the sleepiness in his eyes. What is more necessary in life, a bed or sleep? The first man doesn't have a bed, but he does have sleep, whereas the second man has a bed, but he doesn't have sleep. The latter has to have a sleeping pill in order to fall asleep. So when happiness comes, then some sadness also comes with it. When sadness comes, then also some happiness comes with it. When you feel pain, then you have no worries. Secondly, the whole world can see a sad person's pain. The whole world can see his pain, and he's able to tell the world he's sad. The world even feels sorry for him and gives him sympathy because he's sad. But who can see the sadness of a happy person? Not only that, but when a happy person goes and tells the world that he's sad, then the whole world laughs at him, saying, you have so much and you're still sad? No one is even prepared to listen to his story or feel sorry for him. No one can sympathize with him. Who can he go to tell his story? He's got everything that he wanted, and now he's sad. A happy person has a greater sadness than a sad person. On top of that, the sad person always has a wish. I am sad today, but tomorrow I will be happy. or I have no money today, and tomorrow I'll get money. I'll work hard and earn money. The happy person has no such wish because he's got everything he needs, yet he is still unhappy. Therefore, when a happy person gets sadness, he feels suffocated. Therefore, these are the people that really need our pity. When one has all the possessions in the world but still gets depressed, then this is very understandable according to modern psychologists, because nobody's able to understand their sadness. There's only one person, Bhagwan is saying in the Gita that pleasure and pain are the same, and that the patient person does not ask for pleasures or pain from Bhagwan, because the majority of us go to Bhagwan and ask for pleasures. Remember that when these pleasures come, the pain will also come with it. All the pains that we have in our lives have come as a result of pleasures, because none of us wish to open the door to sadness. When sadness comes knocking, we ask, who is it? He replies, it's sadness. Will you open the door? You'll immediately go and say no. But if happiness comes to the door, then you'll gladly open the door to welcome it. But when it comes to sadness, then sadness always comes with it. Pain is a shadow of pleasure, and you cannot say to any person, come in, but please leave your shadow outside. When you let a person in, then the shadow will also come in. When good things come into your life, other things may or may not come, but a sense of insecurity will always come. When you get £1 million, then the fear of losing it will come. When you achieve high status in society, then a fear of losing that status will come. Other things may or may not come, but this pain always comes. The fear of losing something. And this pain comes with every pleasure. When a son or daughter gets born, then the fears come. Will they stay alive? Will they grow up? Will they be healthy? Will they study well? Will they serve me? Will they get spoiled? Will they leave me? Whenever pain comes, then the fear of losing it comes as well. When many pleasures come, then you're always thinking, will I lose this? Will I lose that? The person always gets pleasure sinks like this, and eventually comes to the state of mind of, will I last? This is the biggest pain. If I feel that I'm great because I have high status, these followers, talks, and these possessions, then if they go, will I last or not? Because people have this fear, and it's a deep fear in everybody's mind. A patient person is someone that has learned to endure pleasure and pain. He knows that pleasures are like the sunshine and they come and go, and pains are like the shade that they come and go. Both sunshine and the shade come during the day and go away at night. In the same way, both pleasures and pain keep coming and going. They don't make a difference to the patient person, because he knows he is the Atma, not the body or the mind. So the point is, the pleasures and pains are felt by the body and therefore an illusion, and so they're also transient. I'm not the body, I am the Atma. I do not come and go, but I stay. And in my experience of staying in the body, I have seen so many pleasures and pains come and go. When the sun rises, then we don't try to start dancing. And when the sun sets, then we don't start crying. This is because we know that as soon as the sun rises, then it's also going to set. And when the sun sets, we know it's going to rise again. In the same way, the patient person knows that when pleasures come, they will go. And when pains come, they will also go. Chakra panti, riva gachati, vibra panti, meaning just like a discus is turning, this is how we get pleasures, pains, and they keep coming and going. He who understands this is a patient person and attains liberation. Everyone else is either attached to pleasures or pains. Some people even have attachments to pain. A person may even start identifying himself with these pains and saying, this is my pain, this is how he feels. A great yogi shows this to us when he went to a town and everybody came to him saying that they were sad and the other person was happier than them. The yogi called everyone in the town together, told them, look, I have a great amount of wisdom, and through that wisdom, I'll make all your sadness go away. If you see someone who is happier than you, then just start living your lives like they do. Forget everything about your pleasures and pains and take somebody else's pleasures and pains. Let us do this. Everybody write their pleasures and pains on a piece of paper, fold it up and write your name on the cover. So you show that these are your pleasures and pains. Everybody do this and leave your pieces of paper on the table. Everyone put their pleasures and pains on the paper, folded it up, wrote their names on the cover and put the paper on the table. The great yogi told them to go and sit down. He chanted mantras for 10 minutes and told them, chants are complete. Now each of you go to the table one by one. And if you feel that another person's life is better than yours and you want to live a life like they do, pick up their cover and their pleasures and pains will become yours. Pick up whoever's covers you want. Each of them came to the table one by one, stood there, thought about it, read everyone's names, and ended up taking their own papers and going back. This is because they thought another person's pains did not seem so bad from the outside. What if they actually happened to us? Instead of that, at least I'm used to my own pains. Whoever understands this and sees pleasures and pains is fit for eternal life. It is because patience that a person gets inner strength. If there's a small flame and the wind blows on it, then it'll get blown out, as it will not be able to handle the wind. But if the flame gets brighter and bigger every time, then the wind blows, it'll become a forest fire. Then will the wind be able to blow it? Now, however much the wind blows, the fire will not get blown up. In fact, it will grow bigger and bigger. The wind will serve and help the flame by increasing it. In the same way, if there's an inexperienced human being that does not know how to endure pleasures and pains, then if the single pleasure or pain comes, he'll be moved. But once he gets patience and learns to endure, then he'll become like the forest fire. Then if any transient pleasures and pains come, he will not be moved. Not only that, he improves with every pleasure and pain that he gets and comes out with the strength to help other people by advising them to attain endurance themselves. Also important in contentment is being freed from worries. Our scriptures say, Chinta, Chitta, Samasti, Bindu, Matra, Vishishta, meaning worry is like a funeral pyre. In fact, worry is even worse than a funeral pyre, because the funeral pyre burns our bodies after we die. But what happens? The worry burns our bodies while we're alive. Worry burns us deep inside. The person who is freed from worries can experience the immortality of the Atma and the solar plexus. When these worries are left in life, there is no fire burning in us. You may think that it's easy for me to sit here and tell you to get rid of your worries, but how can we be free from worries? Great yogis have shown us the way. The first way is to learn to forget, and only then will you be freed from worry. The more things you remember, the more things you worry. The root reason why we worry is because we remember everything. For example, I raised my sister's son, I financed his education, I sent him abroad to study, he got married to a girl there, and he doesn't even ask me or tell me about it. The oldest sister here is worried because she remembered all she did in the past for her nephew. She has completed the responsibilities, so she should forget them now. Forget about it and throw it down the well. Those who forget can be freed from worries. Do you ever see a small child worrying? Do you ever see a 2-year-old child putting his head down in deep worry? Another word for a child is buklu, meaning one who forgets. It just forgets. That is why the child never worries. You may observe when two child neighbors fight, they cry, they pull each other's hair and say they'll never talk to each other again. 10 minutes later, the children completely forget about the fight and start playing again. They're forgotten in just 10 minutes. They start playing together again. On the other hand, if the mothers got into a fight over the children, then that fight would go on for 10 years because children forget, but their mothers never forget. Worries come because we do not forget, so forget about it. This is the first way, learn to forget. Remember, this is not being childish, but childlike. Anyone can be childish, even a 50-year-old person. Be like a child, as children are innocent and forget about things. They go back to the garden and forget about it. That is why they are freed from worry. Worry is worry. Great personalities have defined a worry as a thought without an action. When a thought is followed by an action, then it's planning. They're not saying no to planning, but to worrying. The second way to become free from worry is to accept the reality and the facts. The majority of us cannot accept the reality and the facts, and that is why we worry. There is a true story of an incident that took place 50 years ago. There's a woman of the age of 34 living in a town who became a widow. Her husband died and she had 3 daughters. For any woman in that situation, it would have been like the sky had fallen on her head. What could she do? She had no education or qualifications. Where could she go? Her husband was just an ordinary man, and he did not leave behind a large bank balance. All the savings he had left were lost in his medicines and operations to try to cure his illness. The people in the community told her that we have wealthy people in Ahmedabad, Kolkata, so on. You can go to them and they'll give you some money. This should be enough to last you your whole life. But this woman decided, that I will not hold out my hand to beg to anyone. Secondly, she accepted the fact that her husband had died, and therefore, however much she would cry, her husband would never come back. She wondered what she would do. The divine always gives everyone at least one talent. The woman had the talent that she cooked very delicious food. She lived in a small town, so she left that place and moved to a big city nearby. She started a kitchen in a house with a restaurant service. I'm talking about the old restaurants, not the new ones. There was like a big hotel, not like a big hotel, but like a restaurant where people come in certain situations. For example, their spouses could not cook on that particular day or they're out of town. So she would feed them. Eventually, the publicity and fame of a restaurant grew so much that the spouses that did not come before started to come as well as the spouses because the food was so delicious. Before, she had to get vegetables from the market, cook them, prepare them, and feed all the guests all on their own because her daughters were very young. But eventually, her daughters grew up and started helping her, and her customers kept growing. She saved the money and kept growing a business. Eventually, she started a tiffin service. Her daughters got older, and she married them off to good families in very nice ways with a head held high. She also gave her daughters some of her wealth. The woman is still there, and if any other woman falls in the same situation, she stands by them, tells them the story, and helps them. Not only that, but she also has her own spices in the stores because now she has employees working at her restaurants. She's become very famous in India. All this took time, around 30 years. What if she gave up and started crying, feeling sorry for herself 50 years ago? What if she kept complaining about the situation of being alone with 3 children and no money, education, or qualifications? She would have spent her whole life crying. Instead, she accepted the facts, and look what happened. Because she took actions, not only did she have no time to worry, but she completely changed her situation around. The person that accepts realities has no reason to worry. Thirdly, think of today. Live in today, and there'll be no worries. The great thinker Ruskin kept a paperweight at his desk saying today. Someone asked him why he had this, and he said, I live in today. There are no worries in today. People either worry about the past or the future, but there's no worries in today because today is where we can make our efforts. The person who's worrying about the past or the future is wasting his time today and hindering himself in the future. If you are looking to London but talking to Tokyo, you won't be able to see the thing in front of you. This is the state you put yourself in. Fair enough, you learn from the experience in your past, so use them to help you in the present that will shape your future in the correct way. Live in today. Fourthly, manage your time and you will not get worried. Your time is a tool that you must use. People will worry that when they're in a hurry and thinking that they haven't got enough time, what if they had planned in advance how their time would be allocated? Then they would not have to worry. People that worry when they're 60 do so because they feel that they did not use their time properly during their lives. Our scriptures say, Dharmata kama sama beva sivya, meaning give your duty, your work, and your worldly enjoyments the same amount of priority. If you have 24 hours a day, give 6 hours to Dharma, 6 hours to Artha, the making money, 6 hours to whatever business you have to do, and then sleep for the 6 hours. In this way, your 24 hours will go just like that, and you get peace in your life. Only 6 hours to earn money? Our employers have put us on duty to 8 hours between 9 to 5. We can't work for 6 hours, so we need 2 hours more. Where we get it, because our day is only 24 hours, so we can't sleep for 2 hours less, and we can't cut down 2 hours of our other work, so we cut down 2 hours of our dharma. Even when the 6 hours we allocate to sleeping don't go properly, the doctor tells us that we should get a minimum of 8 hours sleep a night, and we don't get enough sleep. We have dark circles around our eyes, so we need 8 hours. So where we'll get those 2 hours from? We take those 2 hours from dharma as well. Even in those remaining 2 hours, there's no dharma, and we see the results of what happens in our lives. We are worried and depressed for 24 hours because there is no proper time management. We don't realize this at the beginning, but we realize it when we turn 40, 50, or 60. And when we worry about it, then the situation is same. There is no time left to do it, because when compared to how much time we have lived so far, there is not that much time left to live. Then what if this person had effectively managed their time from the beginning? There would be no worries. Fair enough, you may say that I'm trying to promote dharma, but even if you want to earn wealth and possessions, you still need to allocate time to it. Rather than worrying about whether or not you win the lottery, you have to give time. Whatever you want to achieve in life, you have to allocate your time to action towards achieving it. Otherwise, you get worried because you took no actions to achieve it. So manage your time properly. Fifth, peace of mind comes from accepting the worst possible thing that can happen. When you're doing a piece of work, then you think about what could be the worst that could happen and be prepared for it before starting your work. I'm not discouraging you, but preparing you. When a mountaineer is about to climb a mountain, then he decides at the beginning that he wishes to reach the top. He makes the decision at the bottom that he wishes to reach the top, but he also has to accept in his mind that he may fall, and he's ready for that. He knows that if he falls, then his bones will break. He is prepared, then begins. I'm not saying he should start climbing with that fear of falling, but he has to climb accepting the fact that he may fall. In society today, people have developed weak minds because they're not prepared to accept the worst that can happen. From a young age, a child gets painted a rosy picture that will earn a lot of money and great things happens if he studies hard. If one thing does not go the way the child wants, then his whole life will turn upside down. This is because the picture that was painted has been broken. Shri Krishna understands this well, and therefore he tells Arjun in the Gita to fight. Atvo prapsi swargam vitva mokshe mahi, meaning the worst possible consequence of this war is that you'll get killed and you'll go to Swarg. And what is the best possible thing that will happen? Shri Krishna says this next, Jitata mokshe mahi, meaning you win the war. So a person must be prepared. Sixth, confusion is the main cause of worry. Because the mind is confused, all these worries come. A confused mind is the most worried mind. The majority of people keep bringing worries in the mind and do nothing else. There's a very nice story in Greek mythology. In a town, there was a plague and people kept falling to their deaths like dominoes. Thousands of people died. A saint went to the devils because in Greek mythology, they had different powers. For example, if something good happened, it was done by God. And if something bad happened, it was done by the devil, and asked, why have you brought this plague where so many people are dying? The devil said, I had an order from my boss to only kill 5,000 people and I can't do anything about it. So the saint said, but 12,000 people have died. Why did this happen? The devil said that 5,000 people died from the plague, but the rest died because of worry about what might happen to them if they caught the plague, which is very relevant in today's times. People book worries by thinking in advance, this might happen, this might happen. If someone in a social circle gets a heart attack, age 42, they might find that 2 weeks later, the brother's friend who was 42 also had a heart attack. Then a few years later, he found out the shopkeeper in the town, age 42, had a heart attack. When 3 or 4 people die, then they may also have this worry because they're also 42. So as soon as they get some pain, they'll start screaming, heart attack, and call the emergency ambulance. The ambulance takes them to the hospital where they're kept for 2 days and a doctor releases them saying it's just a cold. So the very people that came to the hospital in ambulance go home walking. Seventh, a person who has no goal in life gets worried. You need a goal in life. For example, I have to achieve this. Then there'll be no time to worry. A weak person worries. You always have to keep in mind engaged in some constructive activity. An empty mind is a devil's workshop. Finally, those who have faith in the divine never get worried. One must have faith in the divine. A small child crossing the road, holding his mother's hand, has no worries because the mother is holding on to him. The mother is watching the traffic because she just looks at the nice, because he just looks at the nice cars. So the mother is looking after him. Just like that, the person who has faith in the divine never gets worried. The person who overcomes worries through these methods experiences the immortality of the Atma. The rest of us, we just kind of read, but don't take advantage of learning these teachings, still have that flame inside that burns them up. Pleasures are the water that makes us wet inside. When we get a flu because of the waters of pleasures, then the divine gives us the injection of sadness. But the person that goes beyond the pleasure and pain can never be wetted inside. This is what the Atma is like. It's immovable. And so in order to treat pleasure and pain as the same, we have to first understand what pleasure and pain mean. What are the causes for pleasures and pain? If we want to get rid of causes, then we can see pleasures and pain the same. Let us understand the reasons for pain first. Durjanam prataram mande sajanam tadanam taram. The first reason for pain is self-absorption. Man creates pain himself. Great thinkers have said that there are 3 kinds of self-absorption. The first is the sinner. The man creates pain for himself. He has an image that I am like this. And this image keeps telling him about his limitations. Such a person can never be happy. He'll always be sad. Let's say that someone makes a decision that he wants to be a millionaire. he will then start thinking, I have not even made thousands yet. How can this person be happy? Every person has this image of themselves, but that image is so blown up that they feel far inferior in comparison. The difference between the reality and image make one unhappy. This is the difference between the image and the reality. So it's a good to have a slightly large image in order to have a direction, but people have this blown up image. They only have thousands and they want to become a millionaire overnight, and therefore they become unhappy. Therefore, the Gita has shown us progressive idealism. You have to keep moving slowly. The second type of self-absorption is narcissism. Narcissism means praising yourself and wishing others praise you. This person gets sad. How far can people praise you and bow down to you? This doesn't happen all the time, and therefore these people get unhappy. As soon as someone criticizes them, they won't be able to bear it. They'll get sad. The third is megalomaniacs. This is in the field of psychology. There are people that prefer it if people fear them than if people love them. They don't care if people love them as long as they fear them. In old times, the image of the father in the house was that megalomaniac. The fathers of 60 years ago would come back home at 7 p.m. The child is playing with his toys and not studying. If someone tells that child, watch out, your father is coming, then the child feels as if it's death himself coming. The child will get scared. And as soon as the father comes in the house, the child will fall quiet and won't do anything. These people will prefer if someone fears them than if they love them. They will never be happy. There is a reason for sadness. He seeks to be powerful rather than to be loved. The second reason for pain is competition and struggle. In order to reach a goal, some competition is necessary, but sometimes one becomes so competitive that it becomes part of the rat race and has to keep running. He doesn't know where he wants to go, but just keeps running. This is a reason for sadness. You see people who are struggling all the time. What are they struggling for? One is out to earn money because of competition, even though they have a house, plenty of food, plenty of security and savings. It is sometimes the only reason that people earn money. Why? Because you have one car and the other person has two cars. So you want two cars. One car is enough to do all the necessities, but they still want another car. Once he gets a second car, then the person he's competing with changes and now wants three cars. After that, he sees someone with an imported car. He keeps running and running, and you have to reach this goal. But the reason is important. You need a bigger purpose for your life, not just one. Many people are running like this. There was one occasion where a yogi was traveling on a fast train many years ago. It was going through a tunnel and about to speed up. There was a person standing next to him by the door, and he did not know that the train was so fast that he had just jumped in. The train did not stop at one of the stops he expected and just went past. The train sped up as soon as he went past that stop. It didn't stop at that stop either. He just asked and people told him it's a fast train. He was thinking all the things he could do in his head. He probably took the slow train every day and realized that all trains slow down as they go past any stop. So he went and stood by the door. As the train came to the next stop and slowed down, as the signal came on, he grabbed his bags and jumped out onto the platform from the moving train. If you jump out of a moving train, then you have to run with it on a platform, otherwise you fall. So he was running with the train. The people in the carriage behind thought that he had fallen off the train, and so they grabbed his arms and pulled him back on the train. By that time, the platform had finished as the train sped up. At that time, the yogi thought that this happens to all of us. This is what happens in our lives. We decide that we've had enough on the train because we've earned enough money and may have run a lot. So we jump off the train and we have to end up running with the train. And while we're running, someone grabs us back onto the train. In the end, we can never jump off this train and go all the way to the central terminal. Competition is needed, and we're not saying no to that. Well, one should know that this is otherwise a reason for pain. The third reason for pain is excitement and boredom, because where there's excitement, then boredom definitely comes with it. As a simple example, when there's a super hit film in the cinema, between 3 p.m. and 6 p.m., everyone sits outside the cinema hall before the film starts. People have tried really hard to get the tickets, and you can see the excitement on their faces. Come back, do any jobs you have to, and then come back and stand outside the cinema hall 6 p.m. when the film finishes. You'll see such down and tired faces, as if someone had locked them inside the cinema. Why? They were so happy and excited to see the film. They went inside to entertain themselves, right? Then they should be happy when they come out. Yet they come out tired. 5 friends had planned for 3 days to play bridge on a Sunday. They're so excited when the planning was taking place. We're going to play bridge. Come on time and don't come late. Then there's that excitement. When the bridge game starts, there's still excitement. After playing up to 4 hours, they get bored of playing bridge and throw their cards away and then go. This excitement and boredom is a cause of unhappiness. Envy is a fourth reason for sadness. Remember that everyone has their own circles of envy. They don't envy everyone because they have their own circumference for this. Their envy is based on the people that they know. Imagine there's two women beggars sitting opposite each other on the steps at the entrance of a temple. They have their own circle of envy. If a woman goes to the temple wearing a 5,000 pound sari, then the beggars don't have an intense need for it, and they may just look at it. They're content with their worn and torn saris. But if you give one beggar 200 pounds and the second 50 pounds, then the second beggar will envy the first beggar, because the first beggar is in the second beggar's circle of envy. She have no envy of the woman's 5,000 pound sari or even the 10,000 pounds she has in her purse, but she's envious that the beggar next to her got 150 pounds more than her. Similarly, the woman with the 5,000 pound sari is not affected if someone gives the two beggars whatever amount of money. She doesn't even look how much money the beggars have in their box. But if another woman comes with a smell of amazing perfume that she liked but couldn't afford, then she'll think, wow, what a perfume, because the other woman is in a circle of envy. Even if she could not afford it but did not have it, then she'll become envious. I have not got it, but she has. Therefore, every person lives in their own circle of envy. We need to get outside the circle of envy, and slowly we must keep thinking that every time, why am I being envious? The bigger your circle of envy, the more unhappy you'll be. The smaller your circle of envy, the less unhappy you'll be. It's a rule in the world that the closer someone is to you, then the more you'll envy them. I often say in this world, it's very easy to be sad when looking at someone else's pain. You can easily get sad on seeing another person's pain. If you're walking down the street and you see a homeless person, then you'll get sad on seeing this. You don't even know that the person is, and you haven't met him, but you still get sad. But it's very hard, my friends, to be happy at someone else's happiness. In fact, the closer the person is to you, the more difficult it is. This is a circle of envy is a cause of pain. And so just wrapping up the talk there. There's a lot more I can talk about this subject, but if you would like to learn more about the work we do in teaching of our yoga and the Hindu scriptures, our website's at www.gitaclass.org, GITACLASS.org. And we have 34 WhatsApp groups. So if you'd like to join them, just message +44 7904 720 516. And we will continue our wonderful work that we're doing. So thank you, Honey G, and good to see you, Sharon, and welcome.
Thank you very much. That was really, really amazing. A really, really in-depth discussion and in-depth teachings. So much teachings and such amazing, I think, practical tips that people can really, really benefit from. Well done for that. Thank you for sharing. I found one or two things that I thought I wanted to ask before I ask my dear, wonderful Healing Our Earth host members as well to maybe join me. But there was a couple of questions I had. You talked about which I thought was very beautiful, not being childish, but being childlike.
Yes.
So that, you can just enjoy life in a very childlike manner rather than, of course, childish manner. Yes. I like that point that you mentioned, because I think many people nowadays take things too seriously.
Yes.
And for that seriousness, they tend to lack a bit of fun in their lives. They take things not so lightheartedly. Everything's quite serious. As soon as somebody says something, it's like, oh, you said this, you meant this to me. You tried to put me down. You tried to do this. It's like they make a big fuss out of something. So that's one thing I noticed. Second thing I realized is about the time management. I think the time management side was a very good point, because nothing in this life really, once the time is gone, is gone. It's the most valuable, precious, we say commodity, but really, that you would have and that you can own, even more than money, dollars, whatever. So I think that's a really very strong point, that the time, if you utilize it properly in your life, it can definitely bring a lot of good results for you, because you're utilizing your time very efficiently, which is really good. And keep working. So I think that was it. And final thing I thought you said was really important was the confused mind. there's some, if you have confused mind, if you don't have clarity, who you are, what do you want in life, what does this mean? Or I'm in a situation, I don't know what to do, whatever it is, wherever there's confusion, it's definitely going to create a lot of stress and take away a lot of the happiness. So what is one question for you? So when if there was a lot of confusion, what does the Vedas or the spiritual scriptures teach people on how to find right solutions and to remain balanced? What is that?
Absolutely, honey, and thank you very much for summarizing some really key points for the talk. And yeah, I think the main solution is that like when you have an empty mind without a purpose, without a cause, it can go anywhere and it can become confused. And they say an empty mind is like it's like a horse. If a horse is not fed anything, it'll pick up whatever's on the street. So you have to feed your mind with you create like habit, like when you have with your muscles. When you go to the gym, your muscles are very saggy, but as soon as you go to the gym, your muscles get stronger. So you've got to work and train your mind by making it learn to increase your range of tolerance. Like I gave the example of the farmer, not to get upset when it's too hot or too cold, and not to get upset when a person says something. You have to operate by design rather than default. When you operate by default, no matter what happens, someone says on the outside, you look lovely, you'll feel good. But if someone says if one person looks fat, that person will feel awful about it. So the key thing is to operate by design rather than default. And also it's a sense of confidence, inner confidence that a person has. There's two types of confidence. It's one that's built on the way that people on the outside react to you. A person may try to convey that they're confident by making other people feel lower than them. But there's an even more deeper form of confidence, which comes without a fear of loss or gain, which comes from a sense of gratitude, and which comes from a good knowledge of who you are. And when you have that confidence, it's more difficult than the former, but it's more unflappable because it's your own. It belongs to you, and it's not caused by other people kind of praising you or criticizing you in order for it to exist. And that is why it's more permanent, lasting. And this is the kind of person who walks very lightly on the earth, doesn't try to take from others, but gives to others. And that is a much more powerful confidence to have. And also having a sense of who we are, our purpose on this earth, which is becoming more and more, people are becoming more conscious of it during coronavirus, and how we're degrading the environment, our purpose in this world, how women have been degraded historically as well. These various things come from the same cause, which is a lack of consciousness and connection with the world around us and the reason why we're here. As we become more connected and conscious of that, then we're more in rhythm and sync with the universe. And as a result of that, we fulfill our purpose. A tree has a straight purpose of just to grow because it has its sense of direction, but it's always human beings that are going in lots of different directions. And if you see the caterpillar, when it turns into a butterfly, it follows that same molding and that same purpose. If we look at the cells in our body, they're fulfilling that same purpose. You've got thousands and millions of cells in our bodies fulfilling that purpose because they know what they have to do. But it's always humans that are in the middle ground and confused. And we do this by practicing yoga and being connected. Yoga means yuj, which means to join the individual with the universe, the divine. And when we're joined with the divine, it completely it covers us in our totality, in our bodies and our minds, where there's no space for anything else. And we fulfill that purpose of dharma, which is the universal, not man-made law, but universal law. So that's the reason.
Absolutely. I can see there's so much passion there, that you have for the subject, and also, so much knowledge that you love to share with the world. And we're actually very grateful because people can actually transform lives just through just one statement that they can, something that hits them, like one mentor would teach you many things, but one thing, a lesson will always stick with you for life. And yes, as soon as you implement it, your whole life transforms because of that one statement. So there are many beautiful nuggets that we can take out, from these lovely gems. So I have my wonderful sister, my Healing Our Earth sisters here. I have Sharon Rose, all the way from USA, who's just joining us here. And of course, Seema Ji is also going to be joining us just now. She's right there. But hello, I just want to say global namaste to Sharon. Hello.
Global namaste to all of you. It's a pleasure to be here.
You look gorgeous, my dear. I just had to say that. That lovely hat of yours.
Thank you.
It's a pure American, right?
Well, the weather has changed here in the mountains. And so I'm dressed a little more appropriately for the cooler weather.
Very beautiful, very beautiful. Now, I hope you were listening to Dhruvji's wonderful discussion that he was going through, and a wonderful presentation. Were there any questions from your side that you may wish to ask? Or as I always say, would you like to interrogate Dhruvji while he's here?
What's going to happen to me?
I found it.
Well, it's always the first time.
Fascinating, and it really brought up some thoughts that I've learned from the Tibetan Buddhist tradition. There's a concept called one taste. I don't know if you've heard of that, but it's where you are so deep into your intrinsic awareness, into your source awareness, into the enlightened aspect of who you are, that if you're, as the experience I had, I was walking down the street in New Delhi and I was contemplating this concept. And so I saw these beautiful flowers, and then I saw a garbage dump. And so I'm thinking like, oh, how can I not get attached to beauty and the senses of the flower or the garbage dump? How do I stay completely centered and perceive around me from that place?
Yes.
So I'm asking you that question. How can one do this in practice, in reality, in their life?
Okay. And it's a really good question, by the way, very, very good question that Chan just asked. And to add to it as well, which is similar line as well, we're also taught that when you walk down the road, you should be looking at the flowers, you should be smelling the fragrances, you should be, appreciating what's around you and being very highly aware, and being in the present moment. So again, what you're teaching and what we're taught, how does that connect?
Yes.
And what are your thoughts on that?
Absolutely. When you see all these things around you, you're trained in a way to like certain things and not like other things. If you look at a good example within the ancient Indian tradition, you look at Shiva, and when you meditate on Shiva, everything that seems to be inauspicious in this world, like the cemeteries, he lives in the cemeteries. If you look at his friends, they're all the ghosts and goblins. And he wears the necklace of skulls, and it's absolutely incredible. Like everything that we see as inauspicious is auspicious to him, because he has mastered that duality of this world. No matter how rich and wealthy a person is, no matter kind of what happens in his life, there will always be this sense of duality of pain and pleasure, victory and defeat. This will always be there. And there's a really, really perfect example that is given. A person who has attained this excellence of yoga, that sees this complete equanimity in our culture. His name was Janak, and he was the father of Sita in the Ramayana. And his guru was someone whose name was Yagnavalkya. And he described him as a perfect yogi in all sense of the word, because whatever Janak did, he was given the utmost importance by Yagnavalkya, his teacher, and no student got as much respect that Janak did. All the pupils and the monks said that they're left behind the material world and everything else behind, but Janak was a king that lived in the palace of gold with soft bed and servants. They asked that how can someone living with so many riches and possessions could be given greater importance with them? They wondered, how can he be called a yogi and not them? And the guru told them he'd explain it to them one day. And there was an event where Janak was sitting with other pupils. The news came that the entire kingdom of his was burning. Yagnavalkya continued the ceremony, and Janak continued to listen silently and calmly. So all the other peoples that called themselves yogis kept thinking that his kingdom is burning, his kingdom is burning. After 15 minutes, further news brought up that all the peoples given houses were being burnt. They all got up and ran around thinking their houses are burnt, their possessions will get burnt. As the guru continued speaking, they all ran. After 15 more minutes, the news came that there was a fire in the king's place. The king continued seated and it was extremely calm. When the other peoples came back and asked Janak whether he wanted to go, his palace was on fire, he gave the reply that the town of Mithila, my kingdom, is burning, but nothing of mine is burning. This is how detached he was, how much of a yogi he was. And it comes from understanding that behind these facades of the body, behind these facades of the mind, everything within us is connected. The same divinity that is in you is in me. And when we see that same divinity as in you, as in me, that same divinity is in an animal, that same divinity is in a plant. It was only in the ancient Vedic traditions that we saw that plants are living, and that discovery was made by science in the last 100 years. We keep the Tulsi basil plants in the house. We water it daily. We have a very strong connection with that. My grandmother used to feed pigeons and squirrels in the garden. There was a strong connection between
I do that
beings.
too.
Yes.
I do that every single morning. These squirrels have become part of the family. They just come to the window and go click, 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 click. They think they think, come on, give us some roti, some little rotis. They think they're part of the family.
It's a beautiful connection we have, because we see that there's no difference between us and those birds and those animals. And when you have that unity of yoga, where there's no divisions which are created by the mind, then you see the equanimity in everything. And the other method I gave is to tolerance. Learn to tolerate pleasures and pains. And so your range of tolerance becomes bigger and your mind becomes more equanimous.
Absolutely. Oh my God, that's amazing. Thank you for that. We got Seema as well. I thought, we'll continue the interrogation side as well. She has some amazing questions, because she has this wonderful, Seema, hello, my dear. Are we there?
Hi, honey. Yes, I'm very much here. Dhruv,
back again with that lovely soft voice. I love her voice. It's so soft and she's so gentle. And I find her completely opposite to me. I'm like full of this, energy thing, and she's so soft and very peaceful. So, dear Seema, I was going to say, we've been listening to dear Dhruvji speaking about all these different topics, and we were also talking about happiness today. Is there any question that you may have that we could ask Dhruvji from your side, connected to happiness and maybe the spiritual knowledge that he talks about?
First, I want to say thank you to Dhruvji for all these nuggets of wisdom, very deep knowledge. I think, as you said, it's such an auspicious occasion, Gandhiji's birthday, and all these nuggets of wisdom flowing to us. I do practice the spiritual school of thought known as the art of living, right? And one thing they teach us is that they say, when you are born, the first breath you take is you breathe in, and the last breath you take is you breathe out. And the period between that in breath and that out breath is what we call life. Yeah. And in this span of life, a nugget of wisdom passed down to me by my father, he said, who was a late doctor of medicine, he said, in the olden days, a normal human being would live to the age of 50, 55. So if you round it up to roughly 400 days in a year, and you multiply that by 50, life is only 20,000 days.
Yes.
It gives you something to ponder about, doesn't it? Of course, with medicine and, a proper diet and the way life is changing, we live a much longer life. But in that period of life, what we need to do is enrich that life, right? And how to enrich that life? You spoke of all these nuggets of wisdom, of yoga, everything, emptying the mind, becoming hollow and empty, Why are we given this human birth? Why are we given this human body? They say, Manushya janam 50,000 janmon ke baad milti hai. You get this birth after 50,000 years. We perhaps were that same squirrel who comes into honey's garden, or the ant that Jainism tells us not to step on. Where our life cycle starts from. We've been through all these births. And what is the purpose of this birth? The purpose of this birth is to meet the Creator. To merge into yourself. And you spoke of yoga, you spoke of meditation, you gave us all this wisdom. It's a whole package that we have to incorporate and bring within ourselves so we can shed ourselves of all these layers. We need to take the spirit. Honey, you very powerfully spoke at one of our sessions about the spiritual bath. We have to take us, just like we wash our body every day, we have to wash our soul. And now, so more than ever, because we have all this digital stuff in front of us, we've got Instagram, TikTok, and our mind is actually imbibing these impressions, and they do get stored within us as samskaras. We have past birth samskaras, or past birth impressions. We have past birth vasanas, but we are adding to it. So how can we wipe the slate clean? Hit the delete button.
Yes.
Clean ourselves up. Yoga, yes. Meditation, yes. Kirtan, I just say sadhana, seva, satsang.
Yes. Yes.
These three elements are so important,
What an
And
important
speaking of
question.
I want to say something very special. When you speak of seva, I read a really beautiful story about Gandhiji, who says, be the change you want to be. There was this little boy who loved sugar, and his mother took him to Gandhiji. He took it, and she said, Gandhiji, my son loves sugar and it's not good for him. What should I do? And he said, don't ask any questions. Come back to me in 2 weeks. So she returned in 2 weeks, and she asked him, she said, why did you ask me to come back to you in 2 weeks? For my son, to stop his sugar habit. He said, how can I ask your son not to have sugar? When I'm taking sugar, I have to first give up that sugar to be able to prescribe that prescription to your son. So really what he did was he gave up sugar so that he could then give that little boy knowledge on how to give up that sugar. So be the change you want to see in the world. We all want to see unity. This platform is all about love. It's all about healing. It's all about bringing people together. It's all about going deeper within, vibrating. Every single speaker today has spoken on one common factor: gratitude. We vibrate so much on what we don't have, but do we actually sit down and say, what we have? And sometimes when you look at yourself, look at the poor person on the street, and then you can reflect and say, okay, how much more do I have than them?
Yes.
And so there are all these nugget of wisdoms, but I feel, we have to combine it in a whole package. There's not only one single journey. It's not only yoga, it's not only meditation, it's sadhana. Seva, such a powerful tool to happiness, giving back to society. As Healing Our Earth is doing, giving back, bringing all these nuggets of wisdom every Sunday, looking after the needy, feeding the squirrels, feeding the pigeons, looking after stray dogs. There's so much we need to do, and there's so much more that can be done in this world.
Absolutely, Seema. Thank you. Yes, that was really lovely, and lovely Gandhiji story as well. I always say that that's a really wonderful example of how Gandhiji was actually the great role model to literally follow whatever his principles were. He was the one who actually was the role model for it as well, not just speaking about these. Yes.
Lord Krishna said, if you can't offer me anything, at least offer me a leaf. On that note, I'd like to say that, we've had a horrendous cyclone that's hit the Gulf region. So collectively, let's, offer a prayer for that region, for everyone in that region, for all those whose lives have been affected, and also during this pandemic, for all those who are suffering. Let's collectively just sit together and send out that energy to heal and uplift. That's what
absolutely, Seemaji. Thank you so much. That's so wonderful. Actually, yes, we got Cyclone Shaheen, in the Gulf region, and a lot of people have been affected by that. So Seemaji is absolutely right that we need to perhaps send our well wishes, our positive thoughts, prayers to that region, so we can, just pray that everybody's safe. and everybody's looked after in the best way possible in that region. And of course, with the COVID-19 that we talk about, this is a reason Healing Our Earth platform was set up last year. We're on probably 100th or so event now. What event are we on today, Asima?
97th. Three more
Wow.
to go till we hit 100.
It'll be our century, 100th, yeah, century. Dhruvji, Sharon, Lakshmi. Yes, we're going to have 100 very soon in 3 weeks' time that we'll be celebrating. But what I mean to say is that we were set up for this COVID because at the end of the day, our aim is to just spread love, joy, happiness, unity that Dhruvji spoke about, and how we one family. And that's the real aim, is just to ensure that everybody's well-being is we connect to people's well-being, encourage people's well-being, uplift mankind, humanity, and do as much good work as possible as a team here. And the audience, all of you guys are very, very important for us, because it's thanks to you that we're here and we keep coming back every single week. So please continue supporting us. Share on your social media. We've got Twitter, we've got Facebook, we've got YouTube, we've got Instagram. Please share that with all your friends and family. If you could just support us, we can get these messages out to many more people with your support. So coming back to this, we've got Lakshmiji who's just joined us here as well for our little panel discussions. Dhruvji, your interrogation continues.
Okay.
So yes, we're going to have Sharon and Seemaji coming back in again, but Lakshmiji, hello, global namaste to you.
Global namaste.
And I know that you mentioned that Lal Bahadur Shastri Ji's birthday was also yesterday. And of course, Mahatma Gandhi Ji's birthday was yesterday. We all celebrated that. I'm a great fan of his work. So Lakshmi Ji, I'm sure you were listening to what Dhruv Ji had to say. We were talking about the topic of happiness, personal growth, inspiration, spiritual teachings, of course. Are there any questions that you may have or any message that you wish to share?
Dhruv ji, I know him for quite some time. We've been, I was attending his program. We've attended several programs together. So I'm really fascinated that he at this young age has taken up this Ramayana and Mahabharata stories, reading them and explaining it. And then he runs those classes also, which is really, really good for a lawyer, whose profession is law, but yet he's concentrating on the spiritual aspect of our Hinduism. So, which I always appreciated. I would also request Dhruv ji to extend, what your knowledge and whatever you are doing, including in the law, to the general public as well, so that others will also benefit by your knowledge and your efforts.
Yes.
This is my humble request to you.
Yes.
Wow, so beautiful. You always have very beautiful things, and you always see the beauty in others. You always see the best in everyone else, Lakshmi Ji, which shows what a wonderful grand soul you are yourself, what an enlightened being you are as a person, as a soul. And continuously you do great work too. And you see all the wonderful work other people are doing, along the way, which is really great. So keep up your good work too, Lakshmi Ji, whilst you're encouraging people like Dhruv Ji, who is doing amazing. So it's like Gandhi Ji, he used to be a lawyer too, right, Dhruv Ji?
Exactly
you're
right.
following his footsteps, right?
Yes, I've got some many kind of standing on the shoulder of many great giants. It's really fascinating when you look at law, why law was created. It was created for ensuring justice. So it has a very deep spiritual connection with it in the Indian culture. When we kind of we had very few laws actually in ancient India, because people were so much in alignment with Dharma, because they practiced yoga, that there didn't need to be any laws at all. It's only because human beings have swerved away from those laws from Dharma, that we've had to create these laws. It's really good examples that are given, that if someone's driving after a party, let's say at 2 o'clock in the morning, nobody's watching, and there's a traffic light turning red. If nobody's watching, there's no cameras, will that person stop at the traffic light? And in most cases, yes, because the person, that opportunist, is still there. But when that opportunist goes away and we're in alignment with Dharma, when even nobody's watching us, then there's no need for these laws. So these laws are created because there was this distance from Dharma. And I have a very strong passion for justice, and that's why I became a lawyer. So it's also a passion of mine alongside the law. And when you look at the ancient, not so much ancient, but in the last few centuries, when you have many great lawyers, they're very devout religious people, because laws are very connected with you have universal laws, and you have the laws for men as well, and women. So it's a very strong connection between the law and religion, and I'd like to honor that connection.
Absolutely. And I think it's wonderful because my spiritual Guruji, he was always saying that, lawyers, accountants, politicians, police, these are very important people in our society. They're doing such great work. And, if they do regular meditation and they do regular spiritual practices, you will find that we will have a very strong society. Yes. Because their contribution is very, very important, for society, to keep everything in the right order. So it's very, very nice. Thank you so much. Actually, we wanted to go into a short, maybe a meditation to finish off our day for today. And of course, Seemaji, Sharon, and Lakshmiji, if there's any more points that we would like to maybe share as we are talking at the moment, Seemaji. We can't hear you.
I just learned two very special team members of ours have landed in the UK, Saivani Shambhu and her dad, Anil. So on behalf of our founder, Mr. Neil Kumar, and our whole team, we welcome you to the UK. Lots of love. And we're so looking forward to hearing from you next week,
Absolutely.
Wonderful. Very warm welcome.
Yes, and our wonderful Saivani, and here there's a little photo of them as well arriving. So we just wanted to say that we are watching you, we are listening, and we have all the latest news of what's going on with our family members, all the way from there. So thank you for that, Seemaji. Thank you. We were now going to do a short meditation shortly. Sharon and Seema, perhaps Lakshmiji always loves doing these meditations. I know Mitaji is also always very interested in doing these meditations. So I just wondered if each one of us wanted to do a short meditation each. Would you be interested to perhaps, share something, Seema, Sharon, for yourself as well? Dhruvji, would you like to maybe share a little bit of a meditation, short meditation?
Sure.
If we can do maybe 5 minutes of a short meditation to support and just try out different meditations. It depends on whatever people are interested in, no problems. If Mitaji wants to join us here, then maybe she can join us with the meditation, and we can ask Lakshmiji and Mitaji how they felt at the end of it all, of how they enjoyed the session. So could we have perhaps, Sharon, would you like to maybe go first with a nice short meditation?
Yes, I'd like to do one from the Taoist tradition, from the Qigong, and this is a moving meditation. So it's an embodied meditation. And so we'll begin, we're sitting. So we'll begin just by going deeply inside, sense in our hearts, breathe into our hearts. And then let go. You can shake it out. Shake out all your troubles, all your worries, all your fears, all your confusions. Just let it all go. And feel your feet deep. Really feel them touching the earth, the floor, wherever you are. Feel here, we're out in beautiful nature today. So feel your feet really making contact. And then from the center of the earth, you're going to feel this golden light, the light of Dharma, the light of grace, the light of gratitude, the light of beauty, the light of vitality, the light of chi, the healing light of life force energy. Feel that coming up from the center of the earth into your feet, spreading through your feet, up through your calves and your knees, and into your thighs, and then into your pelvis and up your central channel of your body. Feel it rising up, all the way up to the top of your head, and then making this fountain of golden light all around you, protecting you, enlivening you. And then we're going to bring our arms down and scoop up the chi, the life force of the earth itself, from the earth, and bring it into our hearts. And feel the heart resonate with this luscious, living light. And then we're going to keep going and open ourselves, open our arms, open to the sky. And then bring the light of the stars, the light of the universe, the light of that clear, open sky, back down again into our hearts. And from that place, feel that light flow through all the channels, the nadis from coming out from the heart, filling us once again with that vitality, that grace, that light, that beauty, that love, that universal love. And then from that place, we open our arms and we send that love out to all beings, all sentient beings in the universe.
Got into that. Relaxed. It feels great to relax like that, isn't it? Thank you so much, Sharon. Thank you for a beautiful, relaxing session there.
I'm sitting here in such gorgeous nature. It's autumn and the leaves are changing. And I just want to express to you all, you know, in the United States right now, there's such confusion. And for me, as a sensitive human being, to be able to be a part of healing our earth, it is the high point of my week to be with you all, to be with people who really have the depth and the knowledge and the experience to understand that there's more to life than just all this, what we're getting in the media and all the fear-based programming. I'm so grateful to be with you, Neil Kumar.
And we're so grateful to have you too, dear Sharon. We are very grateful to have a beautiful soul like you as part of our family. And we are, of course, always very grateful to Neil Kumar, the creator, originator of this wonderful platform, who has brought so many souls together for us. You know, we all look forward to our Sunday. This is our highlight as well for the week, where we can connect with other like-minded people like yourself. And of course, like Dhruvji, Simaji, Lakshmiji, all the rest of the people who are here as well. Thank you, Sharon. That was beautiful. Thank you so much. We're going to move on to our dear Simaji. Simaji, perhaps, you know, you'd like to do a nice little 5-minute short meditation for people to just feel a nice little relaxation state of some sort.
So we have two options. I could either do a small breathwork technique, which will allow the one to go into a deeper state of meditation. It energizes your body. Or I can play one of my meditations, which is called Prakash, which I have on YouTube, which is an illuminating meditation. What would you prefer?
Oh, well, I'll ask everybody else. I mean, whatever they like. Dhruvji, what do you think we should go for? Let's ask Dhruvji. Dhruvji, which one? Breath work, or should we go for this illuminating one?
Seema, can you avoid the YouTube? We are not licensed for copyright.
Right.
Just please go for the breath work. Thank you. Over and out.
Right,
Okay,
there you
thank you.
go. You know
Okay.
that our Neil G loves the breath work. Here we go.
Okay, so let's center ourselves in Namaskara.
Thank you.
It's a yogic pose to actually balance the left and right hemispheres of the brain. And throwing our arms up with the breath of joy. Let's take a deep breath in. As Sharon said, sunshine and stars and happiness. And as we breathe out, we just give ourselves a little hug of love. And just rock yourselves from left to right. Just like a baby's in their mother's arms. Let's all sit comfortably and easily with our eyes closed. Let's take a deep breath in. And slowly breathe out. Another deep, long breath in. And let go. What we're going to do is we're going to bring our hands in a fist position gently by our shoulders. And we're going to do a coffee breath. This is a breath that energizes you. So it's known as Bhastrika. So let's take a deep, long breath in. And breathe out long. One more transition, deep, long breath in. Filling up your belly fully and completely, and breathe out long. Drawing your belly in to touch your spine. And what we're going to do is we're going to do 15 of these. We're going to throw our hands up into the air in bellows breath. So just watch me. Breathe in. Now, if you've got high blood pressure, it's recommended that you do this with less intensity. So let's begin. Breathe in. 3, 4, exhale. And relax, palms facing the ceiling. Gently observe all the sensations within your body. Relax. Get ready for the next stage of bellows breath. Hands in a loosed fist. Hands by your shoulders, elbows relaxed. Take a deep, long breath in. And slowly breathe out. Another deep, long breath in. And let go. And begin. Breathe in. Out. 3. Inhale, exhale. Inhale, exhale. 6. Palms resting on your thighs, facing upwards. Relax and observe the sensations within your body. Let's get ready for the last and final stage of Bhastrika Pranayama. Hands in a loose fist by your shoulders, elbows relaxed. Let's take a deep, long breath in and slowly breathe out. One more transition breath in and let go. Breathe. 2, 3. In 4. In 5. In 6. Inhale, exhale. Inhale, exhale. Inhale, exhale. Inhale, exhale. 10. And relax, palms on your thighs, facing the ceiling. Relax your body and observe all the sensations within the body. Very slowly and gently rub your palms together, creating some friction and some heat. You may slowly place them on your eyes. And in your own time, taking your own time, as and when you feel whole and complete, you may very slowly and very gently you may open your eyes. Good.
Thank you very much, dear Seema. What beautiful. Energized us. It's actually energized and gave a bit of life into us. and it's such a good way, isn't it, to bring to put in prana, like life force in your body, which is very good for healing purpose as well. So
It's breath.
Yes.
It's a breathwork technique we use in the art of living very often, and we call it the coffee breath. So whenever you're tired and you know you've got a heavy workload, it's a very nice breathwork that hardly takes a few minutes that you can just sit down and do in your office chair, and it wakes you up. We call it the coffee breath. It's better than a cup of coffee, really.
Yeah, right, everybody. Instead of having a coffee when you're at work, you need to go in a corner and do one of these wonderful breaths, the punch breath, right? I'm going to call it like the little punch breath, which is brilliant. Seema, thank you so much, as always, with your beautiful, wonderful meditations. And now that you've been relaxed by Sharon's wonderful meditation, and now you've also been re-energized by Seema's wonderful breath and meditation, we're going to move on to try out Dhruvji's meditation. So here are your taster meditation sessions, and later on we're going to have to ask our dear Lakshmiji and Mitaji which were what they're feeling and how they're enjoying this process. So Dhruvji, all yours, please. If you could do a short 5-6 minute meditation, that would be wonderful. Thank you.
Sure, Om Namah Shivaya. Doing a traditional scriptural meditation, which is dhyan, which was one of the steps of the yoga which we spoke about, of the 8 limbs of Ashtanga yoga. So it begins by closing your eyes. If you try to look around when meditating, it's detrimental. So if you get distracted, then you bring yourself back into dhyan meditation. This may happen the first few times you practice it, so just try to be with it. And if thoughts come to your head, then think about where those thoughts are coming from and then stop them, and you'll be able to bring yourself back into dhyan. And when you're trying to concentrate your mind the first time, the most important thing to do is to focus on the senses, like the sounds you can hear, the feelings you can feel in the present, because they bring your mind in the present moment. So first of all, begin by breathing out all the air in your body 3 times in a row with 3 fast exhalations. So 3 fast exhalations first. And then once you've done those 3 fast exhalations, take slow and deep breaths. Normally when you do the meditation, you do them for 5 to 7 minutes, but that's approximately the timing. It's just to set the rhythm of your breathing. You do it for 5 to 7 minutes, but today you can just start doing it. Take slow and deep breaths. They say we have a set number of breaths in our lives. So the more you slow down your breathing, the longer you live. The animals that live the longest, like the tortoises, they have the slowest amount of breathing. And the animals that have the fastest breathing, for example, the lions and so on, they have the shortest lives. So slow down your breathing. As human beings, we can control your breath. So as your breath is becoming slow and deep, make your breathing even deeper, and slow down your breathing more. Make it deeper and make it slower. And keep doing deep breathing. Be with yourself. Push out that thought. When thoughts come to your mind, we have obviously a course which shows you how to do that, but to remove these thoughts from your mind and bring your mind back to remain steady on the divine. For example, you can say out sounds such as swaha loud, and it will push out that thought. And while you meditate, atmana atmane, in your own self, see your own self. Nirvikalpo nirkala rupa vibhura vibhagya savatya sarvinadam sadame sartam. I'm always balanced. I have no thoughts. I have no selfish will. I have no options. Sachidanand rupam shivoham shivoham. I am existence, wisdom, and bliss. I am Shiva. I am Shiva. And you remember the Mahavakyas, the great utterances from the Upanishads. Aham Brahmasmi. I am the divine. This is the great thing in Vedic culture. We don't regard ourselves different from God. We are God. We are the divinity. Just like a droplet of water has been separated from the puddle. There's no difference. The material world is not mine, and I am not of the material world. The divine is mine, and I am the divine's. I am part of Shiva. You are Shiva. You are the divine. Experience every touch and every moment of the breath coming in for your body. So you feel the air in your abdomen and continue to deep breathe. So feel the coolness of the air that you breathe into your body and experience the warmth of the air that you breathe out of your body. So continue to be with yourself. By slowing down your breath, clarity arises in your body. So feel the relaxation. Be with yourself. Go into yourself when you breathe. Dive deep into yourself. And after, normally when you do 5 to 7 minutes of this, then you start observing a flame, a divine flame at your navel point. It's a beautiful divine flame, giving out a lot of light at the navel point. So right in the middle of that navel point and in the heart, there is a solar plexus. Make the divine flame steady at the solar plexus and feel this divine light within you, and keep making your breath slower and deeper. Slowly and slowly feel this divine flame coming upwards towards your heart chakra, which is not in your heart region. It's slightly away from your heart region, but you'll know it in your meditation. The divine flame is in the heart region. Feel this illumination in your heart. Antargoa, the inner cave or the inner space of your heart, as the Upanishads describe. This is our real self. This is our swarup, our form. So feel the divine light of the divine flame shining everywhere in the space around your heart. And pray that, dear the divine, may our feelings of the heart be pure. May our emotions be pure. Slowly and slowly feel this divine flame progressing upwards towards your throat chakra. So experience this divine flame in your throat. Feel the divine light of the divine flame shining everywhere in the whole region around your thought. So pray that, dear divine, please make our speech be pure. May our words be divine and sacred. So slowly and slowly feel this divine flame coming upwards towards your Agna chakra, the place between your 2 eyebrows, where people put the tilak, the Hindu mark from the sandalwood, the sacred ash of vermilion. Feel this divine light in the whole of your head region. And then pray that, dear divine, please make our thoughts be pure, divine, and sacred. And feel this divine light in each and every cell of your brain. Slowly and slowly feel this divine light coming upwards towards your crown chakra, just above the head. And so as you do that, take your own time to come slowly back into the present situation. Turn your feet, rub your hands together, and place your hands on your closed eyes. And then slowly open your eyes and chant Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Om peace be, peace be, peace be. Narayan Namaskritya Naram Jaiva Narottamam Devi Saraswati Vyasan Tato Jaimudirayat. We salute Narayan, Narottamam, salute the goddess Saraswati and Lord Vyas, and then we proclaim these sacred thoughts. When you meditate, when they ask how you should keep your hands, you should keep them on your laps in this posture called the Gnana Mudra. If we lose this finger and this finger, we lose most of the functions in our body. These two fingers are so powerful, they activate so many brain cells. And that's why it's very, very powerful to sit in the Gnana Mudra like this. So that's how you should sit. When you sit down in meditation, ideally you should sit on surfaces that are non-conductors of energy. In the scriptures, it describes the deer skin, not of it by killing a deer, but of a deer that's already dead, or tiger skin. But in modern times, you can use silk and use cotton because they're non-conductors of energy. So you put the cotton at the bottom and silk at the top. When you sometimes sit in marble, it drains you of all your energy. So it's important to use that. And one word I would say about meditation, it's very important that you do the meditation under the guidance of an experienced teacher. I'm doing it with limitations. It's a very, very powerful practice. And it's a practice you should practice with great caution, because it puts you into a spiritual state. And when you're in a spiritual state, you should definitely have the guidance of a guru, because when you do it without that guidance, it can become dangerous. So it's very, very important to receive the right guidance and an ethical way of doing it according to the scriptural methods. Nowadays, every third person seems to be a meditation teacher or a yoga teacher. But remember that the lifestyle has to be conducive to it. About the yums and the niyams that I mentioned earlier, it's not religious rules or anything like that. It's just to protect you. And it's very important that these yums and niyams are performed. It's a very kind of, it's not just an ethical thing or cultural thing. It's a scientific thing to make sure you're protected. Avoid doing it in certain places.
So very, very wonderful rules and the regulations, which but this is just if you want to go quite deep into it. If you're doing Kundalini awakening, if you're doing various types of more deeper practices, which your Vedic scriptures would definitely teach. I can see that definitely. So thank you for that, Dhruvji. Most of the times, that was a really lovely meditation. I love the Vedic scriptures that came with it, with the teachings as well. So we've tried all these beautiful different meditations. So with, of course, Sharon with the wonderful relaxing one. We've done the breath work with Seemaji. We've done the spiritual Vedic style with Ajay Dhruvji. And because we've tried all these different ones, which included the chakras cleansing as well, which, Dhruvji included. I thought perhaps, today what I'll do is I'm going to go through a special meditation with you guys and with all our wonderful families, healing our earth family members around the world. A little affirmations meditation today. Because normally I like the relaxation meditation because it's really important to do to spend at least 10 minutes a day, I would say, if possible, half an hour a day, but to sit in silence and just to sit and be connected to your inner self, which I call your soul. So if you can work towards connecting with your soul and making your soul a little bit more awakened, whilst you sit in meditation, it will guide you. That soul, that little voice inside you will guide you in many things in your life and help you to become the best version of yourself. It'll help you to get solutions for any challenges that you're going through, or help you get inspiration and creative ideas to develop your life to another stage, or even sometimes to be used as a channel to do good work for the world. If you sit there meditating, the universe will speak to you and you'll come out with some ideas which will be good for you to do. So there are some very powerful outcomes for meditating on a regular basis. And from the health point of view, of course, if you sat there quietly for a short while, you will find that it'll help you to de-stress, remove all the tension from the body, which we know is all the things that results in disease and illnesses and terrible health problems. Because nowadays, the worst thing that happens in life, in people's lives, is stress and tension, which causes a lot of health problems. So today, instead of doing anything else, and I would love you to perhaps close your eyes, relax. We've done a little bit of relaxation and things, but what I would like you to do is to take you on a journey, and it's a journey of affirmation meditation. Today, we've had the pleasure of meeting some amazing speakers who have shared how to become happier people, how to become more peaceful people, and how to bring out the best version of ourselves in this world. So we start off with maybe closing our eyes and thinking about I'm going to go through around 20 affirmations for you. And for each affirmation, I'd like you to connect it to something that's happening in your life at this moment in time, and see how you can expand and maximize that potential of that particular statement. So let's start off. All those people who are sitting and watching from other parts of the world right now, sit in a nice quiet position, whether you're on a chair or on the floor, no problem, just relax, but close your eyes and let's take you on a journey, an imaginative journey. So let's start off with the first one. I have the power to shape my ideal reality. Think about what would your ideal reality be like? What is it that you would really like in your life? How would your life have to be for you to be joyful and happy? So that's your first statement. Think, I have the power to shape my ideal reality. Number 2, everything is always working out well for me. Everything is always working out well for me. Number 3, I am willing to be happy now. Not tomorrow, not in the future, not some other time. At this present moment, you're going to decide, I am willing to be happy now. Not after all the money comes, not after you've sorted out any of your issues today. Number 4, I accept that happiness is my true nature. Think again. I accept that happiness is my true nature. Just like a little baby, a little child who's always happy. A little bit of crying here and there, and they're back to laughing and enjoying and playing with joy again, without any grudges, without any bad thoughts about anyone. Number 5, my happiness comes from within me, not from external sources, not because somebody acknowledges how good you are, not because you have many awards. Your happiness comes from within you. Number 6, I create my happiness by accepting every part of myself with unconditional love. I create my happiness by accepting every part of myself with unconditional love. Everything you are, everything. How you love your family, how you do good work for your community, how you're volunteering your time for healing our earth, how you share your knowledge so generously with others. Number 7, I see so many positives in my life. Just think of those beautiful, uplifting moments in your life. Maybe living in a beautiful place like Sharon with mountains and trees, or doing amazing work, helping people heal through nutrition like Seema. Number 10. Number 8, I'm constantly creating everything my heart desires. Anything that you wish to achieve in life, just imagine that you're going to be working towards achieving everything that makes you happy in life. Number 9, I experience joy in everything I do. Whether it's cooking, whether it's cleaning, whether it's spending time with friends, whether it's reading a book or meditating. I experience joy in everything I do. Number 10, I give myself permission to enjoy myself. There are many people who feel guilty for enjoying themselves. But I give myself permission to enjoy myself. Every human being has the right, the freedom to be happy. Number 11, I allow myself to feel good. Why would you be thinking about all your challenges when you can be thinking about everything you can be grateful for in your life? Number 12, the life I've always dreamed of is created by my choice to be joyful now. The life I have always dreamed of is created by my choice to be joyful now. So important that you shape your future with each moment. How you behave, how you feel at this moment is actually creating your future, designing your future. Number 13, following my joy reveals the path to my best life. Following my joy reveals the path to my best life. Of course, a life full of joy and happiness will always be good. And it'll always be your best life and the best path. Number 14, my choice to be happy keeps me in perfect health. My choice to be happy keeps me in perfect health. As we all know, the happier you are, the healthier you will be, and the healthier you will feel. Number 15, the happiness I feel is felt by everyone around me. The happiness I feel is felt by everyone around me. And that's true. The more joyful you are, the more happy you are, it's contagious. People around you will feel happy. Just imagine if you were sad and unhappy and angry, everybody around you will feel the same. Number 16, I create the possibility of happiness for others by being happy myself. I create the possibility of happiness for others by being happy myself. The more joyful and happy you are, the more you can spread joy to others. And it's free. You don't have to pay for it. Completely free. Just share something happy and joyful. Number 17, I am meant to live a happy life. Why not? Have you heard of people saying it's written in my destiny to be sad, to have bad luck, to have all these challenges? No, not at all. I am meant to live a happy life because the universe always wants to see its children happy. Number 18, my inner joy expands when I share it with others. Why keep all that happiness and joy within you only? Why not share with others? Why not say something beautiful to uplift other people? Why not bring happiness to your children, to your partner, to your family members, to your neighbors? Number 19, all the good in my life comes to me as a result of my willingness to find happiness in each moment. All the good in my life comes to me as a result of my willingness to find happiness in each moment, because it's your responsibility to be happy. It's your choice to be happy. And number 20, I experience joy in everything I do. I experience joy in everything I do. Try not doing anything that doesn't bring you joy. Try doing all the things that bring you joy, or just make sure you do it joyfully. So with this, I'd like you to imagine you as a soul which is part of God, a soul which has a divine spark. And that divine spark is pure, it's holy, it's happy, it's joyful, it knows everything. And as you sit there appreciating that divine spark which is within you, just finish off by praying to that little soul, that little energy, that beautiful divine spark which is within you, to awaken, to run your life, to guide you, to give you access to the wisdom of the universe. Just connect to that beautiful soul within you and make a choice that you're not going to live in this world as a physical being, but you're going to live in this world as a beautiful, happy, joyful, spiritual being who is using this physical form as a vehicle to evolve, to experience, and to enjoy life. So with that, I'd like you to slowly relax and come out of your meditation whenever you're ready. Om Shanti, Shanti, Shanti. I hope everybody enjoyed that meditation. I always ask Lakshmi ji first Lakshmi ji, how did you feel? How was your meditation with all the combined meditations today?
Each one was different. Seema's was completely different. It was a lot of exercise and meditation. Dhruv took us to a different level. And Honey, yours was again a totally different, like your 20 points that you mentioned. It was literally, how happiness leads to well-being. That was what portrayed in all those 20 points, one by one. And it is so true. If you try to be happy within yourself, you are healthy, you don't get any ailments, and you're fine, and you keep the people also around you happy. So this is what we've learned today. And it is important to be very happy, and to be happy you have to be a very straightforward, honest person. That is also very important.
Yes, absolutely.
Thank you very much, Honey, for this wonderful 20-point meditation. It was really, really good. And thanks to Seema, thanks to Sharon and Dhruv for those 5 minutes meditation that you had introduced.
Oh, thank you. Lakshmi ji, you're always so beautiful with your words. Your words are like poems, like a poetic words. And you appreciate everybody always. Thank you so much for that lovely words. And I'm really glad you enjoyed that. And it's really important for us to remember, just like Seema ji had mentioned, every word is important, what we say to ourselves. We have to keep reminding ourselves with the right positive words. As soon as you feel something negative, you feel frustration, you feel a bit of resentment, something like that, you have to use your mind to quickly change it and change the words, change the thoughts. Otherwise, you will get pulled in a direction which is not good for you. So it is like it's your mind has to be trained to be able to be resilient, as they say, which is very important. Thank you very much, Lakshmi ji. As always, it's a pleasure to have you here. Always an honor to have you with us. And Mita ji, how about you? Thank you for joining us here. Global Namaste to you. And maybe a share from you. How did you find the meditations from us wonderful meditating coaches?
It was wonderful, to listen to the whole session, not just a meditation, even before that. And coming back from motivation, inspirational topic to to internalize our being, the equanimity and the benefits of yoga, the benefits of understanding, at the deepest level, how to unite ourselves, our inner eternal soul, real soul with the universal soul, through the means of meditation. So, and experimenting different routes of meditation, to reach it, yours with affirmations, Sharon's, then also Dhruv's with the Aham Brahmasmi or Shivoham, and good old, because I'm a practicer of Sudarshan Kriya from Art of Living. So I've done quite a few courses. So Vastrika Pranayam and everything. So so enriching our inner being at the end of this session, it's so important that, if you want to be inspiring yourself and motivate yourself, your core has to be strong. And this is how meditation can help. So, and as as yoga says that we have several different sheets of body. The first outermost is the physical body, Annamaya Kosha, and then Pranamaya Kosha, which is energy body. And we have energized our body through this meditation, through the Vastrika Pranayam as well. And the Manomaya Kosha is mental body. So we got clarity as well. So it's so nice to do this session at the end of it. I was looking forward to do that, but I was then driving, and by the time I came, I probably became late. Then the wisdom body, which is Vijnanamaya or Vijnanamaya Kosha. So we don't, deliberately think about all this thing all the time, even though we know that we have the knowledge of that. But this brings us back to our source by doing meditation, because is as someone said, it's the purity of the soul. It's reaching our soul, and it is as for our body, we need exercise, aerobics, or hatha yoga, or any of the Pilates or anything else. For our mind, we need to do nothing to exercise it. And meditation is the biggest tool to help us to do nothing and to just focus on our breath, and which brings us to the blissful body, which is Anandmay Kosha.
So yes, the peaceful body as well. That is really nice. Thank you for sharing those wonderful bodies, because we are multi-dimensional beings. Thank you for sharing that. And every area is important, not just the physical. That's why we can heal ourselves, because you're not healing just through your physical body, but you're healing through all the different dimensional bodies of ours. So emotionally, if you're balanced and happy, mentally, if you're positive, spiritually, you're connected to the energy and you pull in the energy of the universe, you'll be finding that your physical body will remain a lot more stronger, a lot more healthier. So it's a very good thing that you've shared with us. Thank you very much for the ending part of it. That's really amazing. So we're now coming to the end of our wonderful session today. I hope you've enjoyed the inspiration and, of course, motivational session with these wonderful guests, wonderful hosts as well, and lovely panel guests as well, like Sharon, who's just joined us as well, Dhruvji with a wonderful speaker, with all the rest of the speakers that we've had today. Gandhiji's birthday yesterday, our dear Mahatma Gandhiji's yesterday's birthday, showing us the way, be the change that you wish to see in the world, inspiring us for that, and making sure that we can go back to the world, trying to be good examples as well and good role models for the world. So with this, I'm going to finish off with a lovely little prayer, as we always do, and to say a big global namaste to everybody. Remember, next week is going to be our special Navratri event. So 2:00 next week, as always, on Healing Our Earth, our Navratri special. And on the 23rd of October, there is our Diwali on the Square, which is a fantastic. Oh, there you go. There's a little bit of a little reminder for you from 2:00 to 7 p.m. on 10th of October. The week after is the 23rd. Well, it isn't the week after, but on the 23rd of October, it's from 4:00 onwards to 10 p.m. is a special Diwali in London organized event, and it's an amazing event. Thousands of people gather there. You mustn't miss that one. You'll love it. You'll really enjoy it. So with this, I'm going to finish off with a lovely Om Bhurrbhuva Swaha and finish off. So Om Bhurrbhuva Swaha Tatsavidurvarenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Yo Yona Prachodaya. Om Bhurrbhuva Swaha Tatsavidurvarenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Yo Yona Prachodaya. Om Bhurrbhuva Swaha Tatsavidurvarenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Yo Yona Prachodaya. Om Shanti.